Chapter 1. Frigid Wind. Chapter 1. Frigid Wind, Prince, one of Jianqing. Shen Wei's regiment suffered a crushing defeat at the Chaosha River in the northeast. The prefecture of Duanzhou's front line fell into the enemy's hands, and 30,000 soldiers were buried alive in the Chaosha sinkhole. You were among them. But why were you the only one to escape unscathed? Xin Zichuan's eyes were glazed and unfocused. He did not answer. The interrogator pounded on the table and leaned forward to question him with a malicious glare. Because Shen Wei was in covert communication with the 12 tribes of Baianxia too, and had the intention to present the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua over to our external foes. You people want to collude with the enemies to breach the defenses of Kudu from within and without. That's why the Baianxia cavalry did not kill you. Am I right? Xin Zichuan moved his dry, chapped lips. He struggled with some effort to listen to the interrogator's question. His Adam's apple throbbed as he answered haltingly. No. The interrogator snapped in a harsh voice. Shen Wei immolated himself for fear of punishment. The imperial bodyguards, 3, have already presented correspondence documents of their secret liaisons to the emperor. And yet, lad, you still dare to deny it. How truly pig-headed of you. Xin Zichuan felt as if he was in a daze. He had no idea how long it had been since he had gotten some shut-eye. It was as if he was being suspended by a single thread high up in the air, and if he so much let go from a moment of negligence, he would fall and smash himself into smithereens. The interrogator spread open the confession statement and took a few glances at it. You said last night that you were able to emerge unscathed from the Chaosha sinkhole alive because your elder brother saved you. Is that right? The scene that day vaguely materialized before Xin Zichuan's eyes. They had been trapped so deep in the sinkhole that no matter what they did, they were unable to climb out, even with countless soldiers all crammed within. The pile of corpses under their feet grew thicker and thicker, but it was still not enough for them to reach the edge of the opening. The Baianxia cavalry surrounded the sinkhole, and the sound of flying arrows slicing through the frigid wind pierced through the night. Blood overflowed his calf as anguished wails and the gasps of those on their deathbed clung to his ears. Shen Zichuan began to hyperventilate and tremble in his seat. He lost control of himself and clutched his hair, unable to stop a strangled sob from escaping his throat. You are lying. The interrogator raised the confession statement and flicked it at Shen Zichuan. Your elder brother is Shen Zhouji, the eldest lawful son of the Prince of Jianqing. He abandoned 30,000 soldiers before the Chaosha sinkhole and fled on the sly with his own private soldiers. But the Baianxia cavalry lassoed him with a rope and dragged him along the road by the Chaosha River to his death. He was already dead by the time the 12 tribes of Baianxia slaughtered those soldiers. There was no way he could save you. Shen Zichuan's mind was in a whirl. The interrogator's voice sounded so far away, and all he could hear was the never-ending wails. Where is the way out? Where are the reinforcements? The dead, pushed against the dead, those putrid, decaying flesh was pressing down on his hands. Mu Ji was shielding him above his head while he laid sprawled over the bloodied carcasses. He listened to Mu Ji's rapid breathing, yet the cries that emerged from his throat were those of despair. Your bro is superhuman. Ji Mu struggled to smile, but tears were already streaming down his face. He continued in a sobbing voice. I'm an impregnable fortress. I'm hanging in there, it'll be fine. We hang in there, and the reinforcements will arrive soon. When that time comes, I'll return home with you to join father and mother. I still have to look for your sister-in-law. The interrogator banged the table and bellowed. Come clean with it. Shen Zichuan began to struggle. He looked as if he wanted to break free from some invisible shackles, but the imperial bodyguards swarmed over and pinned him down against the table. You are in our imperial prison. 5, I have not employed extreme torture on you on account of your young age. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless. Men, apply the torture. Shin Zechuan's arms were tied with ropes before he was dragged to the open space in the room. Someone set a bench down with a clatter and bound his legs to it. A burly man beside him lifted his flogging rod, weighed it in his hands, and swung it down. "I'll ask you one more time." The interrogator brushed aside the foam on the tea with the teacup's lid. It was only after he took a few languid sips that he asked, "Did Shen Wei collude with the enemy to commit treason?" Shin Zichuan refused to relent. He shouted intermittently between the flogging, "No, no." The interrogator set aside the teacup. "The Shin clan would not be here today if you had used this fortitude on the battlefield. Continue to flog him." Shin Zichuan was gradually crumbling. He hung his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Shen Wei never colluded with the enemies. We suffered a crushing defeat at the battle at the Chasha River, all because Shen Wei recklessly fought the enemy head-on. After the defeat at the Chasha River, there was still a chance to redeem the situation at the Danzhou front line. Yet he withdrew his troops for no reason, despite the great disparity of power between our troops and theirs. Because of this, the 3 cities of the prefecture of Duanzhou fell into the enemy's hands. 10 of thousands of commoners in those cities lost their lives to the Bayancha machetes." At this point, the interrogator let out a long sigh and continued hatefully, "It was a bloodbath in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. Shin Wei led his troops and withdrew south. The battle in the prefecture of Dengzhou was the fishiest of all. The Chidong Chijun commandery garrison had already crossed Tianfei watchtower to provide assistance, but he forsook the strategy of a pincer attack and instead mobilized thousands of cavalry to escort his own family to the city of Danqing. This resulted in the entire line of defense in the prefecture of Dengzhou to collapse. Wasn't this all done intentionally? If it weren't for the Libe armored cavalry 6 galloping for 3 straight nights across the river of Ice 7, the Bayancha cavalry would have already arrived at the gates of Kudu." Shin Zichuan felt dizzy and he was drenched in cold sweat. The interrogator flung the confession at him in contempt, and it smashed into the back of his head. "You'd rather be a dog than a man of Zhongbua. And this time, Shen Wei is a sinner of Dazhou. Ain't you still want to deny it? You have no choice but to plead guilty." Shin Zichuan was in so much pain that half of his body was numbed. He sprawled on the bench, looking at that confession before his eyes. The ink writings on it were clear. Every character was like a humiliating lash of the whip on his face as it announced to everyone in the world, "Shen Wei betrayed his country. He's not even worthy to be a dog." He had left the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua to overrun with bodies. No one had even gone to collect those corpses buried in the Chashur sinkhole yet, because everyone in the cities of Danzhou had been massacred. Shen Wei burned himself to his death, but this blood-stained debt had to be borne by someone alive. Shen Wei had a harem of wives and concubines along with numerous sons, but they all perished when the Bayancha cavalry invaded the prefecture of Danzhou. It was only because Shen Zichuan was of lowly birth and had been raised on the outside that he could escape unscathed. Shen Zichuan was dragged back to his cell, and his heels left behind trails of blood in its path. He faced the wall and gazed at that small, narrow window. The frigid wind howled, and the snow came pelting down. The pitch-black night stretched on without end. It was primal chaos in his head. Amidst the sound of the winds, his mind wandered back to the sinkhole. Ji Mu was dying. His breathing had grown labored. Blood dripped down his armor onto the back of Shin Zichuan's neck and quickly turned icy. The wails around him had vanished, leaving behind only the unendurable groans of pain and the bellows of the frigid, biting wind. Shen Zichuan was face to face with a dead man who was no longer recognizable. His legs were pinned under heavy human bodies, while a shield was pressing painfully against his abdomen. All he could smell as he breathed was the thick stench of blood. He gritted his teeth as the tears trickled down his face, but he had to stop himself from crying out loud. Despairing, he stared down at this face that was trampled beyond recognition, but he could not make out if this was a soldier he had seen before. "Bro." Shin Zichuan sobbed softly. I'm scared, Jimu's throat bobbed. He gently patted Shen Zichuan's head. It's all right, we'll be fine. Shen Zichuan heard the singing of the soldiers at death's door. The gale tore apart the sound of the song and sent tattered pieces of it fluttering away into this frigid night. Battle in the city's south. Death at the north of the city wall. Left out in the open, unburied. Free for all the crows to feed. 9, bro. Shin Zichuan whispered beneath him. I'll carry you on my back, bro. Jimu's body was like a distorted shield. He smiled and said in a hoarse voice, I can walk on my own. Were you struck by an arrow? No. Jimu's tears had dried up. He said breezily, Those Bayansha baldies can't shoot for nuts. Shin Zichuan's fingers were soaking in flesh and blood. With some difficulty, he wiped his face. Shernyan made dumplings. Once we return home, we'll eat many bowls of it. Jimu sighed. Bro is a slow eater. Don't snatch. Shen Zichuan gave a firm nod beneath him. The snow gradually blanketed Jimu's body. He seemed tired and sleepy. His voice was so small, and he did not even have the energy to move his fingers. The song was sung very slowly, and when it reached the line, the valiant cavalry perished in battle, Jimu closed his eyes. Shin Zichuan said, I'll also give bro my money to marry sister-in-law, bro. Bro. Jimu remained silent. It was as if he was tired of listening to his words and could not help but fall asleep. Shen Zichuan began to tremble all over. He forgot when the Bayansha cavalry left and how he climbed his way out. When he propped himself up and lifted himself out, there was only a dead silence amidst the heavy snow. The stacked corpses cushioned under his knees all looked like discarded burlap sacks. Shin Zichuan looked back and began to choke with sobs. Jimu's back had been pierced with such a dense cluster of arrows that his entire person had turned into a twisted hedgehog. So much of his blood had trickled down onto Shen Zichuan's back. But Shen Zichuan had never realized it. The sound of horse hooves came swiftly in pursuit like the looming thunder. Shen Zichuan suddenly gave a start as he jolted awake. He felt like retching, but then he realized that both of his wrists had been firmly bound, and there was a burlap sack filled with soil on his body. The sack became heavier and heavier as it weighed down on his chest. He could not even utter a sound. This was the technique of inflicting death by crushing with an earth-filled sack, habitually used in prisons on prisoners whom they did not want to survive the murder attempt or leave a trace of an injury behind. If Shen Zichuan had not woken up earlier, he would have been but a mere corpse gone cold by daybreak. Someone wants to kill him. Chapter 2. Death by Flogging. Chapter 2. Death by Flogging. It was gloomy inside the imperial prison. Shin Zichuan's hands and legs felt cold. He was beginning to find it hard to breathe. He kept twisting his wrists, but the hemp rope was so tightly secured around him that his attempts were futile. The sack of earth was squashing down on his chest, making him feel as if he had been thrown into a deep pool. His ears were humming, and his breathing disordered. It was so hard for him to continue breathing that it felt like he was drowning. Shin Zichuan turned his eyes to stare at the candlelight beyond the bars. Several imperial bodyguards in the hall were drinking and shouting as they played the finger-guessing game. They were simply too occupied to look back at Shen Zichuan. The sack of soil nailed Shin Zichuan down onto a crudely made straw mat. Nausea, stemming from the suffocation, engulfed him like a surge of floodwater. His vision swam. Shen Zichuan raised his head high and gritted his teeth to move his legs. Both his legs had been flogged until they were near numb. He felt nothing when he raised them. He stepped on the left corner of the bed, made up of wooden planks. It was already rotting from bug infestation. In fact, he had even damaged it a little by sitting down on it on his very first day here. His breathing grew labored. Shen Zichuan stepped on that corner and stomped down on it with all his strength. But his legs were so weak that his kick did not even make a sound. The bed plank did not budge even the slightest. Cold sweat streamed down in torrents until the clothes on his back were soaked through. He yearns to live. Frantic whimpers escaped from Shen Zichuan's throat. He bit down on his tongue until it bled and stomped down again on the bed plank. Ji Mu's brutalized and barely recognizable corpse was the horsewhip igniting his desire to live. Ji Mu's voice seemed to be still reverberating in his ears. He must live. Shin Zichuan struck that wooden plank furiously until he finally heard a thud. Half of the bed board collapsed, and his body fell over on his side. The sack of soil tumbled down after him. He threw himself onto the ground as if he had just broken through the water surface and sucked in big mouthfuls of air. The ground was icy cold. Shin Zichuan's injured legs would not heed his commands, so he propped himself up with his elbows. Sweat trickled down the bridge of his nose. It was cold in prison, but he felt as if his whole body was burning. It was so searing that his insides were boiling. Eventually, he could not help but lower his head to dry heave. Shinwei deserves to die. There were 120,000 military forces in Zhongbua, divided among the 6 prefectures to establish a defensive perimeter. After the defeat at Chaosha River, the Bayancha cavalry invaded Danzhou. Just as the interrogator had said, there was still a chance to redeem the situation. Shen Wei not only had a well-trained and powerful army, he also had ample army provision. There were also the garrison troops in the 3 cities of Duanzhou available for his deployment. Yet he unexpectedly abandoned Duanzhou and shrank back like a coward to hide out in the Danzhou prince's residence. His retreat was the prelude to the fall of Zhongbua. The Bayancha cavalry massacred the 3 cities of Duanzhou, and the morale of the garrison troops took a nosedive. They fled south in a panic. Everyone thought that Shenwei would battle to the death with the 12 tribes of Bayancha in Danzhou. But he took to his heels yet again when he caught wind of the news of their arrival. The Zhongbua army retreated in defeat one battle after another, while the Bayancha cavalry was like a steel blade in its full glory, perforating through the 6 prefectures' territories. They came spurring their horses on and traveled light into battle, relying solely on their spoils of war to pursue their way within 800 li of Kuru, the imperial capital city of Dezhou. If Shanwei had implemented the scorched earth policy during his retreat and burned down the granaries in the city so that nothing was left behind for the enemies, then there would have been no way the Bayancha cavalry would advance this far. This was because they carried no army supplies with them and had to rely solely on the grains from the cities they had invaded to replenish their provisions. Once the grains in the city had been wiped out with fire, even the toughest Bayancha cavalry would have to go hungry. A starving soldier would have been unable to continue fighting. When the time comes, the Libe armored cavalry would have crossed the River of Ice to intercept the Bayancha 12 tribes' retreat, while the Chidong 5 commandery garrisons would, from the Tianfei watchtower, seal off all their possible escape routes. Those machetes would then be trapped like turtles in a jar. They would never survive the winter. But Shenwei did not do so. He did not just give up resisting, he also left all the granaries in the city to the Bayancha cavalry. The Bayancha cavalry relied on the Dazhou's provisions to carry out a massacre of Dazhou cities. Thanks to Shenwei, their horses were well fed enough to herd the common folks and captured soldiers to the Chaosha River, where they were all slaughtered by the Bayancha cavalry in one night. Shin Zichuan had a very close call with death, and now Kudu wanted to settle accounts. It was obvious that Shenwei's deployment orders, while he was still alive, were all sloppily made. It did indeed seem like he was colluding with the Bayancha 12 tribes to launch an attack from within and without. Yet, Shenwei's immolated himself due to fear of punishment and burned himself to death, destroying all the documents along with him. Even the imperial bodyguards, who were effective and efficient in their duties, were now at their wits' end. The emperor wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, so all they could do was to keep on interrogating the only remaining person who might be in the know, Shin Zichuan. But Shen Zichuan's biological mother was a dancer in Duanzhou. Shan Wei had too many sons, and Shen Zichuan was his 8th son born to a concubine. 2, there was really no place for him in the clan going by his age or rank, so he had long been driven out by the Danzhou prince's residence to Duanzhou to be raised without parental guidance. Shan Wei himself probably did not even remember he still had this son. Someone wants to kill him. That was not exactly a secret. He had been sent here to be a scapegoat for his father. He was the last remaining member of the Shen clan in Zhongbua, and the son was obliged to pay his father's debts. So once the interrogation in the imperial prison was concluded, the emperor would surely use his life to offer as a sacrifice during the memorial for the 30,000 soldiers who were killed at the Chasha River in Zhongbua's Danzhou prefecture. Even so, it should not be through an assassination like this. Shen Zichuan wiped the corner of his lips with his thumb and turned his head to spit out the spittle of blood in his mouth. If Shan Wei had indeed conspired with our foreign enemies with the intention to commit treason, then Shen Zichuan would have to die sooner or later. Why make an unnecessary move to assassinate an insignificant bastard born of a concubine like him? There was still someone in the capital worried about the interrogation. If that was the case, then there must have been something shady about the defeat of Shen Wei's troops. Shen Zichuan knew nothing. He had a Shifu in Duanzhou, and his brother, Jimu, was his Shifu's only son. To him, Shan Wei was merely the prince of Jianqing, who had nothing to do with him. He had absolutely no idea if Shan Wei had conspired with the enemies, but he must deny it. The ground that Shen Zichuan was sprawled on was so bone-chillingly cold that he was even more awake than he had been during the day. He was a felon the imperial bodyguards arrested on the orders of the imperial edict. All arrest warrants, writs of summons, and official rulings came directly from the top. It brought him directly from the hands of Xiao Jiming, the hereditary Prince III of Libei, right to the imperial prison, bypassing even the joint trial of the 3 judicial offices. For this was clearly an indication of the emperor's unrelenting determination to never condone this and to get to the bottom of the matter. But under this kind of situation, who would have the guts to make such a reckless move to silence him before the emperor could personally interrogate him? The cold wind was still howling at the window. Shen Zichuan turned his eyes and stared at the wall in the dark. He did not dare to close them again. The weather was slightly cool the next day. Shen Zichuan was brought back to the hall again. A snowstorm raged outside. The interrogator, who had been cold towards him the other day, was now smiling as he served tea with both hands and waited with deference at the side of the classical-styled wooden chair. There was an old, fair-faced, and beardless eunuch sitting on the seat. He was wearing the official hat of the eunuchs, made of velvet for the wintry season, with an agored, patterned 5 Mandarin square 6 on his robe. His cloak was still draped over him, and he was holding a precious, exquisite plum blossom hand-warmer as he rested his mind. He listened to the movements, then opened his eyes to look at Shen Zichuan. Godfather Ji Lei, who was acting on the imperial edict to interrogate Shen Zichuan, stooped over to say, "This is the surviving descendant of the prince of Jianqing, Shen Wei." Pan Rugi looked at Shen Zichuan and asked, "How did it come to this?" Ji Lei was aware that Pan Rugi was not asking him why Shen Zichuan had ended up all filthy and stinky, but why he had yet to pry the whys and wherefores out of Shen Zichuan. Ji Lei's forehead was drenched in sweat, but he did not dare to wipe it away. He maintained his bow and responded, "This lad is ignorant. He has been delirious ever since we brought him back from Zhongbua. We don't know who put him up to it, but he has been refusing to confess. A wanted felon His Majesty ordered to arrest." Pan Rugi did not accept the tea offered. A child of 15 or 16 of age who was sent to the famous imperial prison to be personally interrogated by you, His Excellency Ji. And yet you still can't even hand over a confession statement. Cupping the teacup in his hands, Jilei said with a bitter smile, "It's precisely because of that I do not dare to employ the tortures without authorization." He was already suffering from a cold when he arrived. If he dies because we did not hold back on the torture, then this case of Shenwei would end up as a cold case. Pan Rugi scrutinized Shin Sichuan for a moment and said, "We are all our master's dogs. There's no point in keeping a dog if its fangs are no longer sharp. I know you have your own difficulties, but this is all part of your duties. His Majesty wants to see him now. This is his way of showing understanding and consideration for the imperial bodyguards. How could you still gripe about it?" Ji Lei hurriedly prostrated himself in obeisance and said, "Godfather is right. This son has been duly castigated." Pan Rugi gave a snort of acknowledgement and said, "Clean him up. He can't seek an audience with His Majesty with how filthy he looks." Shen Zichuan was taken by the errand runner to wash up and have the injuries on his thigh simply bandaged before he was given a set of clean cotton attire to put on. He was at their mercy as they ordered him about. He was too indisposed to walk. It even took him some effort to climb onto the horse carriage. Pan Rugi finally accepted Ji Lei's tea. He stared at Shen Zichuan's back and said, "He's really the last surviving member of the Shen clan?" Ji Lei answered, "That's right. He is the only survivor from the Chashur sinkhole. The hereditary prince, Shao of Li Bei, personally took him under arrest. All this while he has been detained in the prisoner wagon of the Li Bei armored cavalry. No one has ever touched him on the way here." Pan Rugi sipped his cold tea. After a long time he gave a skin-deep smile and said, "Hereditary Prince Shao is a prudent man." Shen Zichuan got off the carriage and let the imperial bodyguards carry him along a long path. The heavy snow blew onto his face. The internal eunuch, leading the way, hurried along without uttering a word of nonsense. The junior eunuch, waiting respectfully under the eaves, came forth to receive Pan Rugi when the latter arrived before Mingli Hall. He removed the cloak for Pan Rugi, helped him change the outer layer of his robe, and then took over the hand warmer in Pan Rugi's hands. They had already announced his arrival inside. Pan Rugi kowtowed by the door and said, "Your Majesty, this slave 7 has brought the man." A short while later, a low and unhurried voice rang out, "Bring him in." Shin Zichuan's breathing hitched. They had already supported him in. There was incense burning inside, but it was not stifling hot. He listened to the sounds of intermittent coughs as he swept his gaze out of the corner of his eye and caught a glimpse of 2 feet inside the hall. Emperor Shinda was dressed in a dark navy blue common robe. 8, he was skinny to the point of being bony and his body was frail. Major and minor illnesses had never stopped plaguing him in the 3 years he had ascended to the throne. He sat on the throne, his rectangular face looking particularly gentle and delicate due to his anemic-looking complexion. Ji Lei has been trying him for several days. Emperor Xianda glanced at Ji Lei, who was kneeling at the back. "Has a conclusion been reached?" Ji Lei kowtowed and said, "To reply His Majesty, this lad's words are incoherent and full of loopholes. Everything he has confessed these few days is contradictory and cannot be believed." Emperor Xianda said, "Present all those he has confessed to me." Ji Lei took out the tidied-up confession statement from his bosom and handed it with both hands to Pan Rugi. Pan Rugi hurried forward again and respectfully presented it to Emperor Xianda. Emperor Xianda looked through it once. When he reached the part about Chashur sinkhole, he covered his mouth and started coughing. He refused to let Pan Rugi wipe it for him. Instead, he wiped off the blood between his lips himself with a handkerchief. He said in a heavy voice, 30,000 soldiers lost their lives at the sinkhole, but not Shenwei. This truly makes one's blood boils. Shin Zichuan closed his eyes, and his chest began to pound. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Emperor Shinda's orders. "Raise your head." Shin Zichuan's breathing quickened. His palms on the ground that were propping himself up felt icy cold. He raised his head slowly, his eyes carefully landing on Emperor Shinda's boots. Emperor Shinda looked at him and asked, "You are Shenwei's son and the only survivor of the Chashur sinkhole. What do you have to say?" Shin Zichuan's eyes reddened. His body trembled ever so slightly as he sobbed and said nothing. Without a change in expression, Emperor Shinda demanded, "Answer me." Shen Zichuan suddenly raised his eyes. The tears trickled down along his cheeks. He raised his eyes for a fleeting moment, then kowtowed hard onto the ground. His shoulders trembled, and spasmodic sobs in his throat rose along with the trembling. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, my father is loyal to the country." He was too ashamed to face the country and the elders of Zhongbua after the defeat of his troops. That's why he immolated himself to atone for it. Emperor Shinda rebuked. "What nonsense are you spouting? If he was that devoted to the country, why would he keep retreating?" Shin Zichuan's voice was hoarse from his sobbing. "My father sent all his sons onto the battlefield. My eldest brother, Shinjoji, was tortured to death by those Bayancha people who dragged him behind a horse along the Chashur public route. If it were not for his loyalty, how would he have been able to go to such an extent?" Emperor Shinda said, "How dare you bring up the Chashur battle? Shinjoji fled before the battle. His crime is unpardonable." Shin Zichuan looked up at Emperor Shinda with tears streaming from his eyes. He said in a raspy voice, the battle at Chashur was a bloodbath. "My eldest brother may be muddle-headed and incompetent, but he defended Chashur for 3 days. It was within these 3 days that the military intelligence of the war situation was delivered to Chidong and Libe. If it weren't for these 3 days, he was so choked with emotions that he could not continue." Emperor Shinda looked at the confession in his hand. The entire hall was silent except for the sounds of Shin Zichuan's sobs. Amidst this excruciatingly long silence, Shin Zichuan dug his fingernails into his flesh. Emperor Shinda suddenly gave a long sigh and asked, "Has Shinwei ever colluded with the enemies?" Shin Zichuan's answer was resolute and decisive. "Never." Unexpectedly, Emperor Shinda set down the confession and said in a voice that had abruptly turned cold, "This boy is cunning and harbors the intent to deceive the ruler. I must not allow you to live. Pan Rugi, drag him away and flog him to death at the gates of Duanqing." "This slave obeys." Pan Rugi immediately received his orders and bowed to retreat. Shin Zichuan felt cold all over, as if he had been doused with a basin of icy water. He suddenly put up a struggle, but the imperial bodyguards covered his mouth and swiftly dragged him out of Mingli Hall. Chapter 3 Raptor Chapter 3 Raptor Pan Rugi strode towards the gate of Duanqing. The imperial bodyguards' commandant split into 2 rows flanking each side and stayed as silent as winter cicadas. Once Pan Rugi came to a halt and announced Emperor Shinda's verbal edict, the imperial bodyguards began their work. The imperial bodyguards gagged Shin Zichuan and swiftly wrapped him up in a thick cotton-padded garment before they made him lie face down on the ground. Pan Rugi leaned over in the cold wind to observe Shin Zichuan's state. He raised his fingers to cover his lips feebly and coughed a few times before he said softly, "You are so young, and yet you are so gutsy that you dare to put on such a melodramatic display before His Majesty. If you had just truthfully confessed Shen Wei's crime of treason, you might still have a slim shot at survival." Shin Zichuan shut his eyes tightly. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. Pan Rugi rose to his feet and said, "Start flogging." The imperial bodyguards' commandants on both sides immediately shouted in unison, "Let the rod fall!" A thunderous roar followed right after. Hit! Before the words were fully out of their mouths, the rod wrapped in an iron sheet with barbs came whistling down on Shin Zichuan and dealt him a heavy blow. After 3 strikes, he heard another voice. "Hit him hard!" The pain of his flesh was like a searing fire blazing through his body. They hit Shin Zichuan until he could no longer move. All he could do was to clamp his teeth down tightly on the gag in his mouth. He was unable to swallow his blood in time, and its coppery and salty taste saturated his mouth. Shen Zichuan was still hanging on to his last breath as the dripping sweat stung his wide-open eyes. The sky was overcast, and the heavy snow fell like willow catkins. Flogging was not a job anyone could do. As the saying, faint at 20 strokes, lame at 50, suggested, there were many ways to flog a man. It was generally a family craft handed down through the generations, and was no less easier to train than learning a trade elsewhere. Moreover, this job did not just require one to have good martial arts skills, but also a discerning eye. These floggers had been doing this for so long that all they had to do is to look at the expressions of these great eunuchs from the ceremonial directorate one to know who should receive superficial wounds but serious internal injuries, and vice versa. Emperor Xiande's decree today was death by flogging, and Pan Rugi did not seem to value him either. That meant there was no way an about turn would happen. He was a man who had to die. So these imperial bodyguards brought out their special skills. Within 50 strokes, Shen Zichuan must die. Pan Rugi kept an eye on the timing and noticed that Shen Zichuan had already gone motionless with his head drooping. He raised his hand over the hand warmer and was about to give his instructions when he saw an umbrella floating towards them on the path. A beauty in royal garb stood underneath. The dark clouds on Pan Rugi's face dispersed in a flash and transformed into a smile. Although he did not personally step forward in a greeting, the quick-witted eunuch beside him had already gone over to offer her his arm in support. My sincere respects to Third Missy. It's such a cold day. If Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has any instructions, you can just send someone to pass the message. Pan Rugi spoke as he took 2 steps closer. Hua Xiangyi raised her hand lightly to motion to the imperial bodyguards, not to move. She was delicate and beautiful. All these years, the Empress Dowager had kept her by her side to nurture her. Her facial features resembled those of the Empress Dowager when the latter was young. Although she went by the address of the third Missy of the Dichinghua clan in Kudu, everyone knew she was a distinguished lady of the palace. Even the emperor doted on her like his own dear little sister. Hua Xiangyi said in a slow and soft voice, "Gong is the one sprawled on the ground the son of Zhongbuoshen clan, Shen Zichuan." Pan Rugi moved in tandem with Hua Xiangyi's steps and replied, "That's the one. His Majesty has just issued the decree to flog him to death." Hua Xiangyi said His Majesty was in a fit of anger earlier. If Shen Zichuan were to die, then we'll never get to the bottom of Shen Wei's treason. Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, had arrived at Mingli Hall half a quarter to ago. His Majesty heeded her advice and has since calmed down some. Pan Rugi let out an "Oh," and said, "His Majesty always listens to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's counsel." He was in such a terrible rage earlier that I did not dare to say a word, even if I had a mind to. Hua Xiangyi smiled at Pan Rugi and said, "His Majesty said to flog him. Isn't that what you did?" Pan Rugi took a few more steps and smiled too. "That's right. I was in such a hurry earlier when I heard the word flog, and gave this lad a good beating. May I know how we should deal with him now?" Hua Xiangyi swept a glance at Shen Zichuan and said, "Before His Majesty's retrial, drag him back to the imperial prison first. The child's life is of utmost importance. I'm counting on Gong to inform His Excellency Ji to take good care of him by all means." "That goes without saying." Pan Rugi said, "How would Ji Lei dare to turn a deaf ear to Third Missy's exhortations? The weather is cold, and the roads are slippery. Zayafuzi hold Third Missy steady." As soon as Hua Xiangyi left, Pan Rugi turned back and said to the 2 rows of imperial bodyguards, His Majesty said to flog, "We're about done hitting this person. Drag him back. You've heard Third Missy's words earlier. That's Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's wish. Return and inform Ji Lei that all the people involved in this case are immortals. 3, if something were to happen to the lad under his watch." Pan Rugi coughed slowly. "Even the Jade Emperor for himself wouldn't be able to protect that head of his." Zayafuzi returned to help support Panrugi by the arm. The long and wide stretch of road was empty. He whispered, "Forefather, 5 we let him go just like this. Will His Majesty the Emperor really not blame us later?" Panrugi stepped on the snow and said, "His Majesty knows deep down that we can't be faulted for this." He walked a few steps. Snowflakes squeezed their way into his fur collar. A promise is worth 1,000 ounces of gold. A sovereign fears backpedaling on his words the most. His Majesty suffered another bout of serious illness due to the invasion of the Bayansha, 12 tribes. These days he has been considering conferring a princess title on 3rd Missy to please Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. At this point in time, His Majesty will have to acquiesce even if Her Majesty the Empress Dowager were to make other demands of him, let alone to spare a man's life. As he spoke, Panrugi inclined his head to look at Zayafuzi. "When have you ever seen Her Majesty the Empress Dowager change her orders?" Regardless of which case it was, the real master was the one who stood by his or her own words. Shen Zichuan was delirious with fever. One moment he saw Jimu dying before him. The next moment he saw himself while he was still living in Duanzhou. The wind of Duanzhou caressed its way past the banner. Shenyang raised the curtain to step out with a white porcelain bowl in her hand. It was filled with dumplings that had thin skins and a large portion of fillings. "Tell your bro to come home." Shenyang called out to him. "He can't even sit still for a moment. Get him to hurry back for his meal." Shen Zichuan climbed over the corridor's railing, took a few steps over to his Shenyang, and bit the dumpling off the chopsticks before running off. The dumpling was so scalding that he kept huffing through his mouth. As he went out of the door, he saw his Sherfu, Ji Gang, sitting on the stairs. Thus he squatted beside him. Ji Gang was grinding a rock with his hands. He turned his head to harumph at Shen Zichuan and said, "Silly lad, how much is a dumpling worth? Look at how much of a rarity you treat it as. Go call your bro back. The 3 of us father and sons will go to Yuanyang Tavern for a big meal." Shen Zichuan did not continue the conversation because Shenyang was already pulling at Ji Gang's ear. She said, "Turning your nose up at dumplings, huh? How capable of you. Do you really have the money to get yourself another wife? Going over yourself with these 2 silly lads in tow?" Shen Zichuan laughed out loud. He leaped down the stairs and waved to his Sherfu and Shenyang before he ran out to the alley to look for his brother, Jimu. It was snowing heavily along the way. Shen Zichuan could not find him. The more he walked, the further he went, and the colder he became. "Bro." Shen Zichuan dashed all over the place, shouting, "Jimu, let's go home for our meal." Gradually, the sound of horse hooves surrounded him. The heavy snow obstructed his view. Shen Zichuan was deeply entrenched in the sound of horse hooves, yet he could see no one around. The sound of fighting erupted in his ears, and warm blood splattered over his face. There were stabs of pain in both of Shen Zichuan's legs as an overwhelming force pinned him down onto the ground. He saw the dead man close before him again. The rain of arrows whistled in the wind. The man on his back was heavy, and that sticky and warm liquid trickled down along his neck, along his cheeks. This time he knew what it was. Shen Zichuan woke up trembling. He was drenched in sweat, and it was so freezing that he shivered uncontrollably. He sprawled over the bed plank as his eyes adjusted with some difficulty to the darkness. There were still people in the prison room. The errand runner cleared away the filthy items and lit the oil lamp. Shen Zichuan felt parched. The errand runner seemed aware of his thirst and poured a bowl of cold water for him before setting it on the bed plank. Waves of hot and cold washed over Shen Zichuan. Very slowly he nudged the bowl over to himself, spilling half of the water in it. No one spoke in the prison. Shen Zichuan was the only one left after the errand runner withdrew. He slipped in and out of consciousness. This night seemed to drag on endlessly. No matter how he waited, dawn never came. The errand runner came again to change Shin Sichuan's medicine. He was already a lot more sober. Ji Lei looked at him beyond the bars and said in a cold voice, "You are one lucky bastard. A scourge truly never dies. Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, spared your life. I suppose you don't know why." Shin Sichuan lowered his head and said nothing. Ji Lei said, "I know your Shifu is Ji Gang, the fugitive Ji Gang of the martial fraternity. I was fellow disciples with him 20 years ago. Together, we served as the imperial bodyguards in Kudu. I'm afraid you don't know this, but he was once a 3rd grade 6 imperial bodyguards vice commander. I'm trained in that set of Ji clan's boxing style too." Shin Sichuan raised his head and looked at him. Ji Lei opened the door and waited for the errand runner to leave. Once there was no one around, he sat down beside Shin Sichuan's bed. Later, he committed a crime. His offense was one where he would have to be beheaded for it, but the earlier emperor was benevolent. In the end, he did not put him to death and simply exiled him beyond the pass. Ji Lei propped up his knee and grinned at Shin Sichuan with his back to the light. "Your Shifu has no capability to speak of. He's just a lucky loser. Guess how he survived? Through the glory of your Shenyang, just like you today. You probably don't even know who your Shenyang is. Let me tell you then, your Shenyang is Hua Pingting. 7, there are the 8 cities of Tsinan in Kudu. The Diqing Hua clan among them is the clan of the current Empress Dowager. So, it's all because of your Shenyang that the Empress Dowager spared your life today." Ji Lei lowered his head and whispered, "But who would have known that your Shenyang had already died during the military upheaval? I'm telling you, Ji Gang is a worthless wretch. His father died 20 years ago, and 20 years later his wife and son died too. Are you aware of who the main culprit is? You know it deep down. The perpetrator is Shan Wei." Shin Sichuan's breathing hitched. Shan Wei opened up the line of defense at Chasha River. The Bayanchik cavalry invaded and ran rampant all over. The machete severed your Shenyang's throat. Everything that happened before she breathed her last could make Ji Gang's life a living hell. Duanzhou fell into the enemy's hands. You said it was your brother who saved you. Ji Lei leaned back, sized up the back of his hand, and said, "Jimu, huh? Ji Gang raised you and watched you grow up. So Ji Mu was your brother. He was Ji Gang's only son, Ji Gang's only offspring, and the Ji clan's only descendant. But because of Shen Wei and you, he died too, pierced through the heart with 10 of thousands of arrows. His remains were even left behind in the sinkhole, subjected to the humiliation of being trampled by the horses of the Bayanchik cavalry. I wonder how Ji Gang would have felt if he was still alive and had to collect his son's body." Shin Sichuan suddenly lifted his body. Ji Lei easily pushed him back down. Shan Wei betrayed his country and colluded with the enemies. This is a debt you have to shoulder. You seek to live today, and countless ghosts of Zhongbua who have died unjust death's wails. You fell asleep at night, slowly distinguishing who among the others in your dreams are your Shenyang. Your Shifu, you are still alive, but living is already more of an agony than dying. Can you forgive Shin Wei? If you forgive Shin Wei and help to exonerate him, then you will let your Shifu and his entire family down. No matter what, Ji Gang is the benefactor who has raised and nurtured you. How can you do unto him such a disloyal and unfilial act? Besides, even if you drag out your own feeble existence, there is no longer anyone else in this world who will empathize with you. Once you are in Kudu, you are Shin Wei. The people are enraged now. Those who hate you to the core are more than one could count. You still have to die anyway. Rather than dying a dubious death, why not speak frankly to His Majesty and come clean about Shan Wei's crimes? It would also comfort your Shifu's soul in heaven." Ji Lei suddenly stopped talking when he saw Shin Sichuan, who was pinned on the bed plank, smiling. The young man's deathly pale face took on a sinister, frosty turn. Shen Wei did not collude with the enemies. Xin Zichuan enunciated each word through clenched teeth. Shen Wei never colluded with the enemies. Ji Lei lifted Xin Zichuan and slammed him into the wall. A bang rang out, and bits of earth and dust rained down from the friction. The impact caused Xin Zichuan to cough incessantly. "There are too many ways I can use to kill you," Ji Lei said. "Unappreciative little bastard. You got lucky this time and managed to escape death by the skin of your teeth. And now you really think you can survive beyond today?" Turning around, he dragged Shen Zichuan to the door of the cell and kicked it open before heading out. "I'm impartial in my duties and will obey the will of the Empress Dowager. But there are plenty of people in Dazhou who can do as they please with no regard for authority. Since you are so hopelessly foolish, then I'll accede to your wishes. You want someone to kill you. That person is already here." The city gates of Kudu suddenly opened wide, and a row of pitch-black heavy armored cavalry swiftly galloped in from beyond the gates, sounding like peals of thunder. Xin Zichuan was dragged along the path. The imperial bodyguards scattered, and the packed crowd split into two to clear the way for the heavy armored cavalry. A Libe raptor hovered in the sky as the sounds of clanking armor drummed against his chest. The rumble of hooves drew nearer. Xin Zichuan opened his eyes and saw the leader of the heavy armored cavalry charging straight over. The steed under the heavy armor was like a ferocious beast, huffing out hot clouds of air as it galloped a few steps before them. It was reined in just as it was about to crash into them. Hooves rose high in the air. By the time it came to a stop, the man on the back of the steed had already turned around and dismounted. Ji Lei stepped forward and said aloud, "Shao!" The man did not even look at Ji Lei and headed right for Xin Zichuan. Shen Zichuan had only just moved his shackles when the man kicked Xin Zichuan right on the chest with lightning speed. The force of this kick was so powerful that Shen Zichuan did not even get the chance to steel himself for it. Blood splattered the moment he opened his mouth. His entire person went tumbling on the ground. For a moment there, he almost puked his guts out. Chapter 4, Last Descendant. Chapter 4. Last Descendant battle boots trampled over the accumulated snow and circled around Xin Zichuan before stopping at his side. The man used his toe to correct the position of Xin Zichuan's face, causing his boots to be smeared with bloodstains. The voice under his helmet was muffled as he asked, "Shen Wei's your old man?" Xin Zichuan could not stop the blood from gushing out through his clenched teeth. Even as he hastily used his hands, he could not cover it up either. He did not answer. The man looked down at him for a moment and said, "I'm asking you." With blood in his mouth, Xin Zichuan lowered his head and uttered a "yeah." Ji Lei availed himself to the opportunity and said from the side, "He's the 8th son of Xin Wei. His name is Shen." The man lifted his arms and took off his helmet to reveal a young face. The gerfalcon, circling in the sky, rode on the cold wind and landed on his shoulder, sending up a puff of scattered snow. He looked at Xin Zichuan as if he were looking at a pair of worn-out shoes. It was hard to tell if his gaze was one of disdain or loathing. It was as frigid as a blade. Xin Zichuan did not know him, but he recognized the Libe armored cavalry. Back then, Shen Wei had cut a sorry figure as he retreated to the west. When he arrived at Cizhou, it was already Zhongbua's last line of defense. The Libe armored cavalry headed down from north to south. The hereditary prince, Xiao Jiming, braved the snow to spur his troops on for 3 days without rest, crossing the river of ice one straight to Cizhou. Who would have known that Shen Wei did not even manage to defend Cizhou, causing the Libe armored cavalry to end up besieged by the enemies? If it were not for Xiao Jiming having reinforcements in place, it would have turned out to be another brutal battle. After this battle, Libe came to hate the Zhongbua Shen clan the most. This man was not Xiao Jiming, but since he could spur a horse on to Kudu with a raptor on his shoulder, then he must have been the prince of Libe's youngest son and Xiao Jiming's younger brother, Xiao Qia. Ji Lei initially harbored the intention to instigate him, but he lost the courage to fan the flames when he saw the deputy general, Xiao Hui, behind Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie threw his helmet to Zhao Hui in passing. The sides of his lips curled into a smile, and the earlier penetrating stare dissolved away like melting ice. His frivolous temperament instantly materialized. Even the armor on him looked out of place now. Your Excellency, Ji. He put his arm around Ji Lei's shoulders. I've kept you waiting. Ji Lei exchanged glances with Xiao Qie and laughed. He said, Second young master, it has been 2 years since we last met, and you have become so distant. Xiao Qie pointed to the blade at the side of his waist and said, I'm carrying a blade, so I'm considered half a soldier. It was only then Ji Lei seemed to notice it. He laughed and said, Excellent blade. Second young master came to His Majesty's rescue this time. It has been hard for you along the way. Let's have a drink tonight after you have sought an audience with the Emperor. Xiao Qie regretfully motioned Ji Lei to look at the deputy general, Zhao Hui, behind him. He said, My eldest brother has sent someone to watch me. How can we drink to our heart's content like this? Once I've taken a breather in a few days, I'll treat you. Zhao Hui expressionlessly paid his obeisances to Ji Lei. Ji Lei smiled in response and said to Xiao Qie, Then go on first to the palace. The guard of honor is still waiting for you. Both men chatted and laughed freely as they walked all the way to the palace. Zhao Hui followed behind them and cast a look at Shen Zichuan as he was leaving. The imperial bodyguards at the side caught the hint and dragged Shen Zichuan back. Ji Lei watched as Xiao Qie entered the palace. Once the men flanking him were his own men. He spat out a mouthful of saliva like a man down on his luck. The smile on his face disappeared, leaving only discontent behind. What he had been initially thinking was that since this hoodlum was usually impudent and audacious, it was only to be expected if he ended up killing a man. Who would expect this numbskull to be so crafty that he had actually handled this issue with such care? One kick, and he had let Shen Zichuan off just like that. Xiao Qie entered the palace, and Zhao Hui handed him a handkerchief. He wiped his hands as he walked. Zhao Hui whispered, Young master's kick earlier was too risky. If the last survivor of that Shen dog died on the spot, the Empress Dowager would surely be displeased. Xiao Qie's smile vanished, and gloominess shadowed his face. He had just withdrawn from the desert battlefield, and the murderous intent and malevolent aura pouring off him were so compelling that the eunuch leading the way before them did not dare to eavesdrop again. Xiao Qie said coldly, My intent was to kick him to death. Old Dog Shin allowed a bloodbath to happen in Zhongbua. We have been burying those soldiers in the Chashur sinkhole for half a month, and we are still not done burying them. And now the Hua clan wants to protect that old dog's remaining descendant for the sake of their personal relationship. How in the world could something go so perfectly according to wishes? Besides, my eldest brother has been carrying out raids for thousands of Li Tu after this battle. There is nothing else to bestow or confer him with. Our Li Bei is at the peak of its glory. It has long become a thorn in the Empress Dowager's side. Zhao Hui said, The hereditary prince often says that the moon waxes only to wane. 3, the reward from Kudu this time is most likely a hongmen banquet. For young master, the main forces are stationed hundreds of li away from the capital, and the aristocratic clan's eyes and ears are everywhere in the city. At this point in time, we must not act impulsively. Xiao Qie threw the handkerchief back to Zhao Hui and said, Got it. Is Ah 5 Yi here? Emperor Xianda fed the parrot. The feathered animal had been raised until it was impeccably wily. Imitating Emperor Xianda's words, it opened its beak and said, A Yi is here. A Yi is here. A Yi pays his obeisances to your majesty. Your majesty. Your majesty. Long live. Long live. Long live your majesty. With the feed in his hands, Xiao Jiming answered he should be here now. 2 years, huh? Emperor Xianda teased the parrot. I haven't seen him for 2 years. This lad takes after your father. He grows so fast. I'm afraid he will be even taller than you when he's all grown. Xiao Jiming said he has grown taller, but he's still a child at heart. All he does is to stir up trouble at home. Emperor Xianda was about to say something when his coughs started up again. Pan Rugi held out a cup of tea to him from the side. Emperor Xianda moistened his throat for a moment. Before he could continue his words, he heard the announcement of Xiao Qiye's arrival outside. Come in. Emperor Xianda sat back on the chair and put up an arm. Come in and let me take a look at you. The eunuch carefully lifted the curtain, and Xiao Qiye strode across the door and entered. With an air of coldness around him, he kneeled at the bottom and kowtowed to Emperor Xianda to pay his obeisances. With a smile, Emperor Xianda said, What a fine lad, looking all mighty in your armor. I heard that when the Biancha 12 tribes raided the food supplies route and relay station at the frontier the year before last, you showed your prowess and captured several people alive. Is that right? Xiao Qiye laughed and said, Your Majesty thinks too highly of me. I've indeed caught a few men, but they are all small fry. The year before last, the Biancha 12 tribes carried out a raid on Guanbei's food supplies route. Leading the troops, Xiao Qiye made his debut in battle. In the end, he was thrashed up pretty badly by those Biancha baldies. It was Xiao Jiming who cleaned up the mess for him. This incident turned into a joke after news of it spread the year. Consequently, Xiao Qiye was reduced to an imbecile known to all. Seeing him thus, Emperor Xianda's voice softened. You are young, and to be able to spur a horse on while brandishing a spear is already a skill in itself. However, your eldest brother is one of my dajo's 4 great generals. I'm sure he usually gives you some pointers on military tactics. Oh, Jiming, I can see that A Yi is aware of the need to keep forging ahead. You mustn't be too stern on him. Xiao Jiming voiced his compliance. Emperor Xianda added, This time Li Bei armored cavalry has performed meritorious service in coming to my rescue. Other than yesterday's major reward, I want to give A Yi a small reward today as well. Xiao Jiming rose to his feet to bow and say, It's his blessing to receive His Majesty's favor. However, he has no merit and no contribution to speak of. How could he receive such a lofty reward? Emperor Xianda paused for a moment before saying, You have launched a long-range raid over thousands of li and crossed the river of ice overnight. Your merits are immeasurable. I'll even bestow a reward upon your wife, Luigi this time, let alone A Yi. A Yi, Li Bei is a frontier of strategic importance. You are still young, so it's inevitable for you to find it dreary and boring if you remain there for long. Now, I'm intending for you to come to Kudu to be a merry commander-in-chief of the imperial regalia. 6 are you willing to? Xiao Qiye had been remaining motionless with his head lowered. On hearing this, he raised his head and said, I'm naturally willing if it is a reward bestowed by your Majesty. All those in my family are warriors and generals. I can't even find a place to enjoy a song. If I remain in Kudu, I'd enjoy myself too much to even think of home or work. Emperor Xianda laughed aloud and said, What a lad! I'm asking you to be a guard, but you just want to have fun. If your father were to hear of this, I'm afraid you will not be able to escape another beating. The atmosphere in the hall relaxed. Emperor Xianda retained both brothers to have a meal together with him. When it was time for them to withdraw, Emperor Xianda asked, I heard that Qidong had sent someone over too. Who is it? Xiao Jiming replied, It's Lu Guangbai from the Bianjuan commandery. Emperor Xianda seemed to be a little tired. Leaning against his chair, he waved his hand and said, Tell him to come tomorrow. Xiao Qiye followed, Xiao Jiming out. The brothers had not walked far when they saw a man kneeling on the veranda. Pan Rugi approached and leaned forward to say with a beam on his face, General Lu! General Lu! Lu Guangbai opened his eyes and said wearily, "Pan Gong Gong." Pan Rugi said, "You can stop kneeling. His Majesty the Emperor is tired today. He can only see you tomorrow." The reticent Lu Guangbai nodded his head and rose to his feet to head out with the Shao clan brothers. It was only after they stepped out of the palace gates and mounted their horses that Shao Jiming asked, "Why do you keep kneeling?" Lu Guangbai said, "His Majesty does not want to see me." Both men went silent for a moment, knowing full well the reason for this. But Lu Guangbai did not feel bitter about it. He looked sideways at Shao Qiye and asked, "Did His Majesty reward you?" Shao Qiye held the reins and answered, "He's keeping me on a leash." Lu Guangbai reached out to pat the back of Shao Qiye's shoulders and said, "How is this putting a leash on you? The ones he's keeping a leash on are your eldest brother and your father." Shao Qiye listened to the sound of the horse's hooves for a while before he said, "His Majesty mentioned my eldest sister-in-law." I almost broke out in a cold sweat then. Lu Guangbai and Shao Jiming burst out laughing together. Lu Guangbai asked, "Are His Highness and Yiji well?" Shao Jiming nodded. With his cloak wrapped around his court attire and with his armor removed, he was not as young and valiant like Shao Qiye. Yet he had a presence that inexplicably commanded attention. He said, "They are both well. My father is still concerned about the old general's leg injury. This time he specially instructed me to bring the medicinal plaster 7 he usually uses. Yiji is fine too. It's just that she has been missing all of you very much ever since she's with child. She wrote many letters. I've brought them too. You can read them when you come over to the residence later." Lu Guangbai pulled the reins uneasily and said, "Everyone in the family is a warrior. There's no mother or sister-in-law who could go over to accompany her. It's freezing cold during winter in Libei. I've been worrying ever since I heard of the news when I led the troops out of the Bianjuan commandery." "Yeah." Shao Qiye turned his head as well and said, "It's so dangerous in Suzhou. Brother is now a caged man and told me not to write home so as not to worry sister-in-law. The battle broke out too suddenly. It was only when he left home that brother and sister-in-law found out about the pregnancy." Shao Jiming has always been able to show restraint. He merely said, "Father is keeping watch at home this time to protect Yiji. Don't worry. I'll not go anywhere else once I return home after the New Year." Lu Guangbai sighed and said, "In recent years, Libei has been caught in the heart of the storm. Every time we dispatch troops, we have to think twice. This time we can only hate Xinwei for shrinking back without putting up a fight and leaving us with such a rotten mess. When my troops passed the Chashur sinkhole, the blood was all over the horse's hooves. He could not escape the death penalty, so he immolated himself first. But there's indeed something odd about this matter. Jiming, you captured his son and had him sent to the capital. Did you notice anything?" Shao Jiming gathered his cloak in the wind and said, "Xinwei has been one to attach great importance to the distinction between those of lawful and common birth. This son of his is his 8th son of Shu birth. There's no one in his mother's family to back him, and so he was abandoned in Duanzhou to be raised there. It stands to reason that he has no access to inside information. There must be a reason His Majesty is so insistent." Shao Qiye put on his helmet and said, "It's hard to quell the public wrath. His Majesty personally handed the military power for the garrisons of the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua over to Xinwei. Now that such a thing has happened, he has to kill someone as proof of his impartiality. However, the one with imperial sovereignty over Dizhou was not the emperor, but the Empress Dowager, who held court in place of the emperor behind a screen. Now that the situation was at a stalemate, everyone all had their eyes on this life of Shen Zichuan. If he pleaded guilty and died, then that would be all's well that ends well. If he did not die, then he would be doomed to be a thorn in the flesh. The Libei Shao clan was now at their peak of glory and splendor. Even Qidong, commander-in-chief of the Qi clan, had to give way to them. Xiao Jiming was the river of ice-armored cavalry among the 4 great generals, and he was also the brother-in-law 10 of Lu Guangbai of the Qidong Bianjuan Commandery. To put it more explicitly, this was a man who could mobilize the Libei armored cavalry and rely on his wife's family to deploy the Bianjuan Commandery garrison troops. Kudu had no choice but to guard against him. Her Majesty is bent on preserving his life. Lu Guangbai pursed his thin lips. She's getting to raise a jackal in the future who can rightfully and legitimately recover Zhongbua and, at the same time, submissive enough to be at her beck and call. When the time comes, she can consolidate power from within, while reigning in Libei from without. She will be a thorn in our side. Jiming, we must not let this lad live. The gale on the street outside brought snow that felt like slicing knives as it scraped across their cheeks. The 3 men spoke no further. In this endless silence, Zhao Hui, who had been silent behind them, urged his horse on forward. Young master previously kicked him with 80% force, right at his heart. His breathing was already weak, and his old wounds bled again when he fell to the ground. Zhao Hui pondered it over. Yet he did not die immediately. Xiao Jie lifted the horsewhip and said, "He has been on trial for so many days and was even flogged. He was already hanging on by his last breath. That kick of mine was to send him on his way to the underworld. If he doesn't die after tonight, then I'll acknowledge that he's a tenacious one." However, Zhao Hui frowned and said, "He's skinny and frail, and he has yet to recover from his cold all this time. By all logic, he should have died a long time ago. Yet he is still hanging on. There is undoubtedly something odd about it." The hereditary prince, Xiao Jiming, swept a glance at them out of the corners of his eyes, and both men shut their mouths. He gazed out at the road before them in the intense wind. After a moment's silence, he said, "Whether he lives or not is all fated." The wind howled, and the metal chimes under the eaves on both sides clanked against one another. The murderous aura among the snow dispersed. Sitting level atop the horse, Xiao Jiming calmly and unhurriedly hit the horse to spur it forward. Zhao Hui lowered his head and stooped over as he urged his horse on to catch up. The expression under Xiao Jie's helmet was vague. Lu Guangbai punched him on the shoulder and said, "He's your eldest brother after all." Xiao Jie seemed to smile as he murmured, "Fate, huh?" Chapter 5. Frontline. Chapter 5. Frontline, the medicinal decoction, leaked through the corners of Shun Zechuan's lips and soaked through the front of his clothes. The physician was so anxious that he sweated profusely and kept wiping his temples and forehead. He wouldn't swallow the medicine. The physician said, "He definitely can't make it through this." Gu Qingqing held his blade and stood to look at Shun Zechuan for a moment before he asked, "Is there nothing else you can do?" The physician's hands that were holding up the medicine bowl trembled, causing the spoon in it to clatter against the bowl. He kowtowed to Gu Qingqing with all his might and said, "It can't be done. He won't make it. Please prepare the straw mat one as soon as possible." Gu Qingqing looked to be in a predicament. He said, "Feed him first," then turned around to step out of the door. Ji Lei was standing just outside. Gu Qingqing paid his obeisances and said, "Your Excellency, the physician said he won't make it." Ji Lei crushed the peanut shell and blew away the powder. He asked, "Has he breathed his last?" Gu Qingqing replied, "He's still hanging on to his last breath." With his hands at his back, Ji Lei turned his head back to look at Gu Qingqing. "Keep an eye on him. Before he dies, get him to sign the written confession." Gu Qingqing nodded and watched Ji Lei leave. He stood in the courtyard for a moment, then said to the subordinate beside him, "Go and call the errand runner over." A little while later, a hunched errand runner, all wrapped in coarse linen, came pushing a cart. The sky was dark by now, and the imperial prison was under tight security. Gu Qingqing raised a lantern to illuminate the way and motioned for the man to follow him in. The physician had already left. There was only an oil lamp lit in the room. Shen Zichuan lay on the bed with his face totally devoid of color. His hands and legs were as icy as those of a corpse. Go Qingqing stepped aside and said to the errand runner, "Uncle Ji, here he is." The errand runner slowly stripped away the bundle of coarse cloth to reveal a face destroyed by fire. He stared at Shen Zichuan, took 2 steps over, and stretched out a trembling hand to caress Shen Zichuan's hair. When he saw how skinny and bloodied all over Shen Zichuan was, he could not stop his tears from coursing down his old cheeks. "Chuaner," Tu Jigang's voice was hoarse as he called out, "Shifu is here." Go Qingqing blew out the lantern and said, "Uncle Ji, don't be afraid. Ever since those from the prison knew that he was your disciple, they have been treating him with meticulous care. The previous interrogation looked like heavy torture, but it did not hurt his foundation. During the flogging, the brothers more or less went easy on him on your account. He won't be maimed even with 20 strikes. However, the eunuch from the palace overseeing the punishment has sharp, discerning eyes, so we didn't dare to be too slack. Fortunately, 3rd Missy Hua came in time. Otherwise, Pan Gongong would have gotten suspicious." Ji Gang's hair was already half white. With his world-weary face shedding tears, he said, "I, Ji Gang, will surely repay this kindness in the future." Gu Qingqing hurriedly said, "Uncle Ji, how can you think this way? What our brothers have repaid are the kindness and affection you have showered on us when you guided us and saved our lives in the past." With that, he sighed again. Who would have expected a Chang Yaojin III to come charging out of nowhere thus suddenly? The 2nd young master of the Shao clan was really trying to kill him with that kick. "Uncle Ji, can he still be saved?" Ji Gang felt Shen Zichuan's pulse and said with a forced smile, "Good lad. He did well with the technique Mu Fo taught him. It's still not at the point of no return yet. Don't be afraid, my son. Shifu is here." Shen Zichuan had started following Ji Gang at the age of 7 and trained martial arts under him together with Ji Mu. Each strike from Ji clan's boxing style was tough and fierce at the outset. It had to be complemented by the Ji clan's mental cultivation techniques. Those without a steadfast will could not practice it. Ji Gang was a heavy drinker when he was back at home. He taught the older one and forgot about the younger one. As the older brother, Ji Mu had to teach his younger brother a stance every time he learned one. No one would have expected Shen Zichuan to have mastered it pretty well over the years. Gu Qingqing bent over for a look and said, "But he's still young after all. I'm afraid his body will be in bad shape after going through this. Uncle Ji, I've sent someone to decoct the medicine the physician prescribed again. Please see if you can feed it to him." Shen Zichuan was burning up so much his mouth felt parched. His whole body was hurting all over. It was as if he was lying on the main street of Kudu, getting crushed by the horse carriages coming and going. The pain was like an endless inferno consuming Shen Zichuan's body. In the darkness, he dreamed of the heavy dancing snow, Ji Mu's blood, the cold of the sinkhole, and the kick he received before Shaoqia. Ji Lei was right. To remain alive now was to suffer. He received the flesh and blood Shen Wei gave him, and so he had to endure such punishments. He took over Shen Wei's sins and became the sinner the loyal souls of those who had died unjust deaths held him out to be. By putting on these shackles, he would always have to shoulder this burden as he moved on. But he couldn't take it lying down. Someone suddenly pried his teeth apart, and a warm current flooded into his throat. The bitter taste of the medicine made Shen Zichuan's eyes watered. Hearing a familiar call, he forced his eyes open. Ji Gang fed him medicine and wiped away Shen Zichuan's tears with his rough fingers. He whispered, "Chuaner, it's Shifu." A sob formed in Shen Zichuan's throat, causing him to choke out the medicine along with his tears. He stretched out his fingers to hook the corner of Ji Gang's clothes and clenched his teeth, fearing this to be merely a dream he had made in the stupor of illness. Ji Gang's face was ugly. He turned his head slightly to avoid the light from the oil lamp and said, "Chuaner, Stop harboring the will to die. You're the only one Shifu has left in this ignoble existence of his. Shun Zichuan could not stop his tears from streaming down his cheeks, right there and then. He averted his gaze to stare at the pitch-black roof and whispered. Shifu, his eyes gradually focused amidst the whir of the wind and took on a hint of malevolence. I won't die. He said in a hoarse voice, Shifu, I won't die. The next day, Emperor Xianda rewarded the 3 armies with a feast. Apart from Libei armored cavalry and Qidong garrison troops outside the city, the palace also hosted banquet and led all the various ministers and officials to entertain the commander-in-chief of the army. Having changed into his court attire, Xiaoqie overshadowed the delicateness of the scholars around him as he took his seat. The embroidered lion beast set against a pattern of clouds, 5 on him, radiated an air of intensity and awe, but his frivolousness reared its head when he sat down for a conversation. The civil officials engrossed in drinking kept stealing glances at him. As they said, a tiger father will not beget a dog for a son. 6, but how was it that it was only the hereditary prince, Xiao, who took after his father? It was with tacit understanding they nitpicked at Xiaoqie's every move and action. They could feel that sense of willfulness and frivolousness hitting them right in the face. He was a world of difference from Xiao Jiming, who was sitting upright in the seat of honor. Don't detach yourself from this all. Lu Guangbai sat beside him to urge him. Since His Majesty has rewarded you, he will surely call you up later. Xiao Qie caressed the walnut in his palm, looking a little out of it. Lu Guangbai turned his head to the side to look at him and said, You went out drinking with others last night, huh? Make merry while you can. Xiao Qie slacked in his seat. If anyone dares to do a Xiang Zhuang sword dance 7 later, I'll do a Fan Kuai 8 while in a state of inebriation. That would be the best of both worlds, wouldn't it? That's fine too. Lu Guangbai poured wine. But drinking is bad for your health. If you want to be a good commander-in-chief, then change this bad habit of yours. I was born at the wrong time. Xiao Qie threw Lu Guangbai a walnut. I won't have the chance to play the hero now that the 4 general seats are full. If you can no longer make it someday, remember to let me know in advance. It won't be too late for me to kick the habit then. Lu Guangbai said, Then I'm afraid you have to wait. Both men laughed for a moment and drank up half of the wine. They listened as the topic of discussion at the banquet changed to the Zhongbua Xin clan. Grasping the walnut in his hand, Lu Guangbai listened attentively for a moment and asked, Didn't they say last night that this person won't make it? Behind him, Xiao Hui responded in a hushed tone, That's right. Didn't young master say that the kick was to send him on his way to the underworld? Xiao Qie denied it. Did I say that? The other 2 looked at him in silence, prompting him to ask, What? Lu Guangbai said he didn't die. Xiao Hui said he didn't die. Xiao Qie exchanged glances with the other 2 for a moment and said, It's none of my business. He's a tough one. The king of hell isn't my old man. Lu Guangbai looked up and said, Let's see what His Majesty has in store for him. He's really one tough cookie. Kneeling behind then, Zhao Hui lowered his head to stuff himself with food. He said offhandedly, Someone must be helping him in secret. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be maimed. Xiao Qie glanced coldly at the Hua clan seat a short distance away. The Empress Dowager is already advanced in age. All she can do now is to rack her brains trying to groom a stray dog. What a sin! Zhao Hui emotionlessly stuffed a spare rib into his mouth. Seeing that the atmosphere was satisfactory enough after 3 rounds of drinking, Emperor Xianda spoke, Jiming. Xiao Jiming paid his obeisances and stood by to take his orders. Looking as if he could not hold his wine, Emperor Xianda leaned against the Dragon Throne 9 and said, When all is said and done, there is no conclusive evidence for Shen Wei's troops' defeat and whether he had colluded with the enemy. That Shen... Pan Rugi bent over and whispered, Your Majesty, it's Shen Zichuan. Emperor Xianda paused for a moment, but instead of continuing, he turned to the Empress Dowager and asked, "What does Imperial Mother Ten think?" A solemn silence descended upon the banquet as the entire court of civil and military officials lowered their heads to listen. The Empress Dowager wore a Zhualuo 11 headband with a depiction of a dragon dropping a pearl among golden clouds. A row of golden emerald leaf beads circled around the headdress with a dazzling array of big pearls hanging from it. She sat, poised and dignified, high up on her seat. Her neatly combed glossy hair was the color of frost. No one in the entire banquet hall dared to raise their head to look directly at her. The Empress Dowager said, "Our morale suffered a blow in the Battle of Zhongboal because Shenwei panicked and lost his presence of mind. But now that he had immolated himself due to fear of punishment, and his descendants have all died in battle, there's only this son of common birth left behind. It goes against benevolence and righteousness to eliminate his whole clan. There is no reason we can't let him live so that he will feel gratitude towards us." The banquet hall was silent. Lu Guangbai suddenly spoke up. "This subject 12 doesn't think it's appropriate." He took 3 steps out of the file of officials to kneel in the hall and continued, "Her Majesty is benevolent, but the Battle of Zhongdu is different from past battles. Although there is no evidence that Shenwei colluded with the enemy, he is nevertheless still suspected of it. This lad is his remaining descendant. If we let him live, I fear he will become a danger in our own backyard in the future." The Empress Dowager looked at Lu Guangbai for a moment and said, "The Earl 13 of Bayansha has been stationed in the desert to defend it for decades, and he doesn't exactly emerge victorious every battle." Lu Guangbai replied, "Although my father is not invincible, no external enemies have ever been able to push deep into the territories of the Bianjuan Commandery for decades." The big pearls beside the Empress Dowager's ears swayed gently. She said, "It's precisely because of this that it's even more pertinent to teach him protocol and virtue so that he can understand the disastrous consequences of this war. It's easy to kill a man. The horses of the Bayansha cavalry stepped into Zhongbua and killed tens of thousands of Dazhou commoners. We have yet to seek redress for the humiliation of our empire. What crime is there for a child to be guilty of? This subject finds it inappropriate as well." The Deputy Senior Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat, 14 Hailiangi, who had remained quiet all this while, supported himself up from the table and kneeled down as well. "Her Majesty is benevolent, but this is no trivial matter. Even if Shenwei did not collude with the enemy, he still deserves to be beheaded after this battle. Moreover, this child has been tried and interrogated thrice, and his confession statement is all over the place. He insisted that Shenwei did not collude with the enemy, but he's a son of common birth Shenwei had raised elsewhere. If he had no idea that Shenwei had colluded with the enemies, then how would he know for sure that he didn't? It can be seen that he is cunning by nature. He lacks credibility. Just as General Lu has said, if we keep the last descendant of the Shen clan alive, he will one day become the scourge of trouble in our own backyard." Instead of being furious, the Empress Dowager said, "Secretariat Elder 15 Hai, please rise quickly." After Pan Rugi helped Hai Liangyi up, the Empress Dowager said, "It's as my dear minister said. I've V16 been biased in my thinking. I'll leave the decision-making on this matter to the Emperor." Under the watchful eyes of his ministers, Emperor Xianda coughed feebly. He accepted the handkerchief Pan Rugi handed him and covered his mouth. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "What Imperial Mother has said is not without reason. The child is innocent. However, when all is said and done, Shenwei's troops were still defeated, and he had indeed abandoned the city. On account that there is only this bloodline left in all 9 generations of his clan, I'll give this child a chance to reflect on his sin and redeem himself. Jile, this subject is at your command. Take this child into custody at Zhao Zui Temple. 17 without my order, he cannot venture out. Xiao Qie threw the broken pieces of walnut onto the plate. Zhao Hui asked, "Young master, aren't you eating?" Xiao Qie said, maimed and useless, "Who wants?" Zhao Hui's eyeballs followed the plate as it turned. He said in a lowered voice, "Isn't this to the satisfaction of all? We didn't get what we wanted, neither did the others. Caging him in is still better than letting him out." Lu Guangbai returned to his seat and said, "Not necessarily." Xiao Qie pointed to himself. "Am I not a caged man, too?" Lu Guangbai and Zhao Hui said in unison, "Good for you." Chapter 6, Imprisonment. Chapter 6, Imprisonment. It was a rare sunny day in Kuda the day Xin Sichuan entered Zhao Zui Temple. White snow covered the palace tiles, with green plums mirrored on vermilion walls. Sunlight shone through the eaves, casting slanting lines of yin and yang one before his feet. He had just recovered from a bout of severe illness and was skinny to the point of being skeletal. At 15 years of age, his past and old dreams were like ashes scattered clean by this biting cold north when the moment he opened his eyes. Gu Qingqing went down the stairs first. He turned his head to look back at him and said, "It's getting late." Xin Sichuan supported himself against the pillar and slowly made his way down the stairs. He was neither accustomed nor terrified to be exposed under the sun. The childishness of youth seemed to have been pulverized amidst that pallor of his face. Other than the fragility of illness, they could discern nothing else from his expression. Ji Lei was waiting at the entrance of Zhao Zui Temple, with Zaifuzi following beside him. Raising his head to look at this ancient temple, Zaifuzi marveled. "What a magnificent and queer temple! It really doesn't seem to be the place to imprison people. You don't know its past." Ji Lei said, "Zhao Zui Temple was originally a place for the imperial clan to offer incense. Lord Guangqing's handwritten orders were even previously offered in worship inside. In its heyday, all the eminent monks in the world assembled here, and large-scale intellectual discourse was all the rage for a time. Why haven't I heard any mention of it in recent years?" Zaifuzi sized up the temple gates. "It's rather dilapidated. There haven't been any repairs done on it for a long time, have it?" Ji Lei spent a moment composing himself and said, "It's been 20 years. The condemned crown prince instigated the 8 great training divisions of Kudu to plot a rebellion. After his troops' defeat, he retreated here and fought back like a cornered beast. In the end, blood splattered all over the Buddha statue as he slit his own throat to end his life. From then on, the former emperor no longer set foot in his place. He stripped the temple of its name and renamed it Zhao Zui. Oh man, 20 years. Zaifuzi clutched his throat as if this was a surprising thing to him. I wasn't even born yet. That was the time His Excellency Ji just joined the imperial bodyguards, wasn't it? Ji Lei did not answer him. He turned to the rear and rebuked. Why is he not here yet? Zaifuzi was still circling around the Zhao Zui stone tablet. When he was done, he asked Ji Lei, "But I've never heard of anyone being locked up inside either." Ji Lei seemed annoyed and said, "Those imprisoned are all the Secretariat ministers involved in the case of the condemned crown prince. The clans of the civil officials and military commanders involved were all executed. Those that remained are few and far between. It has been 20 years. Who would still remember?" The prisoner wagon, too, rolled up to them. Gu Qingqing paid his obeisances to Ji Lei and said, "Your Excellency, I've brought him here." "Send him in." Ji Lei then said to Xin Sichuan, "After today's farewell, we probably won't have the chance to meet again. The Emperor's magnanimity knows no bound. You must remember this with gratitude for the rest of your life." Xin Sichuan turned a deaf ear as he entered the Zhao Zui Temple. That vermilion door with paint peeling off it moved with a loud rumble. He stood in the middle and looked at Ji Lei. Ji Lei was displeased by his gaze and was about to lose his temper when he saw Shin Zichuan unveiled a smile on his cleansed face. He's gone mad. Ji Lei thought subconsciously, but then he heard Shin Zichuan say, "Your Excellency Ji." His voice was calm. "We will meet again." The vermilion door shut with a bang and stirred up a cloud of dust. Xiaofuzi covered his nose and coughed while stepping back repeatedly. But then he saw Ji Lei standing motionlessly where he was. Ji Lei only returned to his senses after being called a few times. He swiftly mounted the horse. With the sun shining on his back, he cussed. "Bah, just my rotten luck." Xiao Qia was riding his horse across the street when he bumped into Ji Lei. Reining it in, he laughed and said, "Old Ji, aren't you on duty before the emperor?" Ji Lei looked covetously at the battle steed under Xiao Qia's crotch and said, "I have to take that surviving criminal into custody at the temple today. I'm now hurrying over to the palace. Second young master, that's an excellent steed. I heard you tamed it yourself?" "I had free time." Xiao Qia lashed out the horsewhip with a crack, and the gerfalcon in the sky swiftly swooped down onto his shoulder. He said, "Torturing falcons 3 and playing with horses are all the talents I have. Once you assume your duties after the new year, for you'll be busy." Ji Lei said, "Kudu's latest eminence, I'm not on duty tomorrow. How about a drink together?" Xiao Qia said, "If the wine isn't good, I'm not going." Ji Lei laughed out loud and said, "Of course it's good wine. Who dares to invite the second young master if the wine isn't good? I'll call at your residence later to invite you. Would the hereditary prince have the time to have fun together with us?" Xiao Qia caressed his bone-thumb ring 5 and said, "My eldest brother, huh? He's not a fan of such activities. Why? It's not prestigious enough for you if I'm the only one going?" Ji Lei hurriedly said, "That's not what I said. Second young master, that settles it then." Xiao Qia acknowledged him and kicked the horse to leave. But just before leaving, he seemed to recall something and asked, "How did that surviving criminal look? Can he walk?" "Walk he can," Ji Lei responded, "but not nimbly enough from the way I see it. How many can actually survive floggings without post-injuries? He is lucky to be able to walk." Xiao Qia did not say a word more as he spurred his horse on and left. A little later, the errand runner delivered the meals to Zhao Zui Temple. Shin Zichuan lit the oil lamp but did not touch the food. Grabbing the oil lamp, he walked around along the small corridor beside the main hall. The dust had been accumulating here for a long time. Some side rooms in the wings had fallen into a state of dilapidation with the doors and windows already rotten. Shin Zichuan saw several skeletons that toppled over when the wind blew. Since he did not come across any living creature, he returned to the main hall. The Buddha statue had collapsed, and the incense altar was old but still durable. The size below was just right. Shin Zichuan hung up a tattered curtain cloth and lay down underneath with his clothes on. The cold from the floor made his legs hurt. He endured the pain and closed his eyes to count the hours. Fresh snow started to fall in the latter half of the night. Shin Zichuan listened as the night owl hooted twice. He sat up and lifted open the cloth just in time to see Ji Gang step through the door before him. "After you've eaten," Ji Gang opened the cloth bundle. "6 train. This place can't keep the wind out at night. It's too cold. Shifu is afraid you will fall ill if you sleep." Shin Zichuan looked at the roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper and said, "One should abstain from meat when ill. Shifu, you can have it." Ji Gang tore up the roasted chicken for him and said, "Bullshit! This is the time where you should eat your fill. Shifu likes to eat the rear end of the chicken. Even at home, it's my favorite. Save it for me." Shin Zichuan said, "Since I'm following you, I will eat what you eat." Ji Gang glanced at him and laughed. He said, "Brat." Master and disciple split the roasted chicken among them. Ji Gang seemed to have grown a mouthful of iron teeth as he chewed even the chicken bones into pieces. He handed the bottle gourd to Shun Zichuan and said, "Drink some wine if you really can't put up with the cold. But don't drink too much. Just sip accordingly, just like your brother." They never mentioned Zhongbua, Duanzhou, or even the Chashur sinkhole these days. Shernyang and Ji Mu were unspoken wounds both master and disciple shared. Both of them thought they had hidden it pretty well, but they never realized that the blood was already seeping out and that the pain was mutual. Shun Zichuan took a sip and handed it over to Ji Gang. Ji Gang did not take it. He said, "I've quit. Shifu doesn't drink anymore." Silence descended in the hall. Without the shelter of the door, the snow fell before their very eyes, becoming the only scenery in this endless night. Ji Gang asked, "Why are you in a daze?" Shin Zichuan said, "Shifu, just say it if you have something to say." "I'm sorry." After a long silence, Ji Gang said, "It's not your fault." Shin Zichuan clenched his fist. He stared at the snow as if the tears would fall if he blinked. His voice hitched as he said, "Did you go looking for us at Chashur?" Ji Gang slowly leaned against the incense altar, burying his body within the shadows. It was as if he was looking for his own voice. After a long time, he said, "I went. I found him." He found him. Ji Gang found his son, all covered in arrows in the pit of snow. He had jumped into it and stepped across those thick piles of corpses to dig out Ji Mu's body. Ji Mu was only 23 of age. He had just been promoted to squad commander of the Duanzhou garrison army. His armor was new. The day he put it on, Hua Pingting hung a protective talisman for her son in the lock. When Ji Gang found him, he had been frozen purple along with his other comrades. Shin Zichuan raised his head slightly and said, "Shifu, I'm sorry." Ji Gang was already old. He tousled his white hair and said, "He's the elder brother, isn't he? That's what he should do. Everything that happened is not your fault." The snow fell for a moment. Ji Gang huddled over and said, "Who would have known that those Bayansha Baldies would come? That he would become a soldier and charge to the very front of the battle is something that can't be helped. I taught him martial arts, and with that temperament of his, you might as well kill him than to ask him to flee. He could hardly bear to see others suffer and dragged down. So how would he flee? It's not your fault or his. Shifu is the one to be blamed. I indulged in excessive drinking. Your Shenyang scolded me for so long, but I never quit. When the cavalry came, I couldn't even fight properly. At this age, I'm old and disabled. I've long gone useless." Water dripped onto the bottle gourd. Shin Zichuan gripped it and said nothing. Old and disabled. A grinning head suddenly poked out from behind the Buddha statue and said, "Old and disabled!" Ji Gang sprang up like a leopard and bellowed, "Who's there?" The unkempt man gradually stretched his body out and imitated Ji Gang. Who? When Ji Gang heard this voice clearly, he pressed Shan Zichuan down and involuntarily blurted out in astonishment, "Grand Mentor 7 Chi." The man speedily shrank his head back. Kicking the Buddha statue, he yelled, I'm not the Grand Mentor." Ji Gang ran a few steps behind the Buddha statue in pursuit. When he saw the man about to bore his way through a hole to flee, he could not help but pounce and grab him by the ankle. The man immediately let out a squeal, like a pig being slaughtered, and shouted, Your Highness, flee quickly." Shan Zichuan covered his mouth and joined forces with Ji Gang to carry him back. "Who is this?" Shin Zichuan asked. "You are young, so you've never heard of him." Ji Gang's voice was unsteady as he pressed the man down and said, "Grand Mentor Chi, this is great. You are still alive. What about His Excellency Zhou? Is His Excellency Zhou here too?" Grand Mentor Chi was thin and small. He could not kick them away, so he glared at them and whispered, "He's dead. I'm dead. His Highness is dead. Everyone is dead." Ji Gang said in a heavy voice, "Grand Mentor, I am Ji Gang, the Imperial Bodyguard's Vice Commander, Ji Gang." Still badly shaken, Grand Mentor Chi hesitantly raised his neck to look at Ji Gang's face. He said, "You're not Ji Gang. You're an evil spirit." Ji Gang said sorrowfully, "Grand Mentor, in the 23rd year of Yongyi, 8 I escorted you into the capital. This was where His Royal Highness the Crown Prince met and welcomed you. Have you forgotten this too?" Grand Mentor Chi's eyes glistened as he raved madly. "They killed the Crown Prince. Your Highness!" He sobbed and said, "Ji Gang, Your Excellency Ji, take His Highness away. The Eastern Palace has become the target of public censure. What crime has His Highness committed?" Ji Gang dejectedly released his hands and said, "Grand Mentor, in the 29th year, Ji Lei sold himself to the enemy. I've already been kicked out of Kudu. In these 20 years, I've been reduced to a mere fugitive of the martial fraternity. I have also gone on to take a wife and fathered a child in Duanzhou of Zhongbua." Grand Mentor Qi stared at him blankly and said, "His Highness is gone, but the imperial grandson is still around. Take him away. You, take him away." Ji Gang could not help but close his eyes and said, "In the 30th year of Yongyi, the Crown Prince slit his own throat and committed suicide in this place. No one from the Eastern Palace returned alive." Grand Mentor Qi leaned back and muttered, that's right, he sobbed like a child. "How did it come to this?" This night had made Ji Gang mentally and physically exhausted. He said, "After the parting of drifting clouds, 10 years have gone like flowing water. 9 who would expect that when we meet again in this life, it would be under such circumstances?" Grand Mentor Qi turned his body to hide his face and said, "Did they lock you up too? Let them lock. Let them kill all the literati in this world." Ji Gang said, "My disciple is shouldering the blame for his father." Grand Mentor Qi said, "Shouldering the blame for his father? That's great. Who's his father? He couldn't have angered His Majesty too, could he?" Ji Gang sighed and said, "Last year, Shen Wei's troops were defeated." He did not expect Grand Mentor Qi to turn his head suddenly upon hearing the words Shen Wei, and crawled on all fours toward Shen Zichuan. He asked, "This is Shen Wei's son?" Ji Gang had a sense of foreboding and was about to act when Grand Mentor Qi beat him to it and pounced. Making a grab for Shen Zichuan with his wizened fingers, he said savagely, "Shen Wei! Shen Wei killed His Highness." Sharp-eyed and agile, Shen Zichuan had already grasped Grand Mentor Qi by his wrists. Right after this, Ji Gang grabbed hold of Grand Mentor Qi and said, "Grand Mentor, do you want my disciple to die today for the same reason the imperial grandson did? No matter what crime Shen Wei committed, it has nothing to do with my disciple." Grand Mentor Qi gasped heavily and spoke in a trembling voice. "Since he's Shen Wei's son, he was Shen Wei's son when he was born." Ji Gang held Grand Mentor Qi down and suddenly kowtowed. He continued, "But he later became Ji Gang's son. If I utter a single word of falsehood tonight, then I'll die a terrible death. Grand Mentor, are you going to kill my son?" Chapter 7. Grand Mentor. Chapter 7. Grand Mentor dumbstruck. Grand Mentor Qi pulled his hands back. He turned his head away, refusing to look at Shen Zichuan. He had been imprisoned here, deranged for 20 years, hating everyone beyond this place. Yet tonight he had to persuade himself not to hate the son of his enemy. Then Grand Mentor Qi's voice sounded plaintive. "Then who can I kill now?" The snow fell silently, and the crow in the courtyard flew away from the branch. The tattered curtain in the temple fluttered along with the wind. Grand Mentor Qi trembled and rose to his feet, then staggered with his arms raised high, devastated and inconsolable. The die is cast. The victor emerges king, and the loser is the rebel. His Highness's virtuous name has been smeared, and you and I are those treacherous traitors doomed to be condemned by posterity. Who do I kill? I'll kill this muddle-headed and blind heaven. 20 years ago, His Highness's blood was spilled here. What have we done wrong, that the emperor would be so ruthless to wipe us out? Tears poured down Grand Mentor Chi's face. His body trembled as he kneeled at the entrance of the hall and banged his head repeatedly on the floor. Kill me now as well. The snowy night was miserably cold. No one in the empty temple responded. It was in this way Grand Mentor Chi kneeled, just like that deteriorating and battered Buddha statue. Fragments of cotton-like snow covered him as he remained still and silent under this brilliantly illuminated Buddha night. An hour later, Ji Gang helped Grand Mentor Chi up, and the three men sat in a circle before the incense altar. Many things happened tonight because of me. I will take this opportunity and explain to my heart's content. Ji Gang lifted his sleeves and said, Grand Mentor, Chuaner was born in the Shin clan. He's Shen Wei's 8th son of common birth. 8 years ago, the situation between the lawful and common factions in the Prince of Jianqing's residence were as irreconcilable as fire and water. Shen Zhouji, the hereditary prince of Jianqing, won the favor of his father and reassigned his brothers of common birth out of the residence. At 7 years of age, Chuaner was sent back to Duanzhou, but his enlistment as a soldier to bolster the army numbers failed to work out. So he lived in the side courtyard to be raised by his mother's maid. But that woman was greedy and extravagant and often misappropriated the child's food rations. Pingting was on friendly terms with his mother. When she learned of this, she asked me to take Chuaner back so that we could raise and nurture him. Grand Mentor Chi sneered and said, Shen Wei himself was of common birth and had his share of injustices in his childhood. How ludicrous of him to favor those of lawful birth when he came to have sons later. What's more, he's such a lecher and went on to beget so many sons. What a sin! We have repeatedly sent letters to the prince's residence, but not once has Shen Wei ever replied. Grand Mentor, look at the 8 great clans of Kudu. We have never heard of such blatant abandonment even among the son of common births of those clans. Ji Gang furrowed his eyebrows. And so it was like this that Chuaner came to follow us. That time Mu'er was 15 of age. He was so delighted to see his younger brother. Since then, our family of 4 has settled down in Duanzhou. We even had to expend a lot of effort just to be able to get into the military services yellow register. One after a moment's silence, Grand Mentor Chi said, You left the capital bearing the name of a criminal. It's naturally difficult for you to register your household. It was precisely to suppress rebels and prevent civil unrest that His Royal Highness strictly enforced the yellow register system to record households back then. Ji Gang said, I understand. Grand Mentor, what happened in Kudu after I left? How did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince end up in that state? Grand Mentor Chi pulled over the tattered curtain and wrapped it around his shoulders. He said gloomily, After you left, Ji Wufan lost the confidence of the emperor. Pan Rugi, having received the emperor's favors for serving the empress, took up the post of brush-holding director at the Directorate of Ceremonial. As a result, the imperial bodyguards fell into decline, and its 12 offices existed in name only. After Ji Wufan's death, Ji Lei took up the mantle alone. From then on, the Eastern Depot too became the godfather of the imperial bodyguards and ceased to associate with the Eastern Palace. Later on, the emperor suddenly fell ill and was frequently bedridden, so the trivial affairs of the court were handed over to the Grand Secretariat and the Eastern Palace to manage. But the Hua clan relied on the emperor's favor of the empress to install many incompetent people in the court, and this led to the resurgence of 6 ministries' practice of bribery. The troubles that were the Empress Dowager's kin 3 were now out in force. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince went many times to submit a memorial to His Majesty, but he never expected Panrugi to rely on his authority of office in endorsing memorials for to take over control of government affairs with the Empress. There was no way His Royal Highness's memorial would ever make its way before the Emperor. Not only that, after the Emperor fell ill, The Empress stopped the Grand Secretariat and the Eastern Palace from paying their respects to him. Those castrated bunches are a menace to the Empire. Ji Gang repeatedly sighed. If I had known Pan Rugi harbored such ambitions, I would never have stopped father from killing him. Even if you kill a Pan Rugi, there will still be a Pan Rushi and a Pan Rui. Grand Mentor said in a daze, the harem interferes in state affairs, while their kin runs rampant. Ji Gang, you don't understand. These are all the deeply rooted maladies of the 8 great clans. As long as all the 8 great clans are not eradicated, history will just repeat. How is the Empress able to control the affairs of the imperial court when she has lived for so long in the inner palace? It's all due to the long-amassed power and influence of the Hua clan. Even if the Empress wasn't a Hua back then, even if the Empress was someone from one of the other 8 great clans, this would still happen. But Shen Zichuan could not help asking, isn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of lawful birth by the Empress herself? No. Grand Mentor Qi lowered his head. His Royal Highness's biological mother was an imperial concubine. The Empress was childless, having never given birth before. But His Royal Highness was taken to the inner palace and personally raised by the Empress herself. As the saying goes, even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Kinship doesn't exist in the imperial clan. The hall fell silent again. Ji Gang let out a breath of cold air and said in a hoarse voice, my father lost the favor of the emperor because my excessive drinking bungled up matters. If it weren't for this, His Royal Highness would never have come here. I initially thought that Ji Lei would not have become a turncoat if there's Ji Wufan before you. Grand Mentor clutched the tattered curtain. Recalling it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Who would have known that he, Grand Mentor, you are unaware of it. Ji Gang looked at Shen Zichuan. Chuaner didn't know it either. My father, Ji Wufan, was sworn friends with the former emperor. He was also the commander-in-chief of the imperial bodyguards. But father's first wife died early and he had no intention to remarry, so he adopted 3 sons. Besides me and Ji Lei, there was also eldest brother. Eldest brother could not bear the malicious acts in the imperial prison, and so he left the capital in his adolescence and went to Tianfei Watchtower to be a soldier there. Ji Lei and I served in the imperial bodyguards and remained by father's side to look after him as a show of filial piety. This set of Ji clan's boxing style and Ji clan's blade style were all taught by father. Later, due to several incidents, father felt that Ji Lei was harboring evil intentions and suspected him of currying favor, so he only imparted the Ji clan's mental cultivation techniques to me. But this entirely created a divide between us brothers. After father's death, Ji Lei did an overhaul of those under his command. Many of the old guards were let go. From then on, the imperial bodyguards were no longer what they once were. Grand Mentor Qi murmured, such is fate. The Eastern Palace's subordinates joined forces and worked as one, but still failed to protect His Royal Highness. The Emperor suspected His Royal Highness of staging a rebellion, but the authority for the 8 great training divisions of Kudu all lay in the hands of the 8 great clans. The imperial bodyguards found the treason documents and asserted that it was His Royal Highness behind it. Our people were sent to the imperial prison and many of them died. Those who could not withstand the punishments finally gave in. The sick emperor flew into a rage and believed Pan Rugi's slanders. From then on, His Royal Highness was trapped in a dead end. Tears drenched his face as he seemed to go insane again. His Royal Highness was here, trapped in a dead end. Why didn't they kill me? How do they expect me to hang on to my last breath till now? Living a life like this is worse than death. Yet, I still can't hurry on my way to the underworld. He suddenly stared at Shen Zichuan, and his tone turned frenzied. I can't take this lying down. Years of strategic and tactical planning have all gone down the drain. Countless Eastern Palace's aides have been killed and wounded, and the injustice His Royal Highness suffered has yet to be redressed. I can't take this lying down. He grabbed Shin Zichuan's arm again. You are so young. You still have a chance. Grand Mentor! Jigang rose, intending to stop him. You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for life? Grand Mentor Qi gripped Shin Zichuan tightly. I can stop hating or blaming him today on account of your fatherly affection. But can you make everyone in this world think this way? As long as his surname is Shen, there will be plenty of people wanting to kill him. Can he really sleep with a peace of mind just because he is skilled in martial arts? Jigang, your father was a martial arts master, but didn't he still end up dying of illness all alone? In this kudu, where the tides of power ebb and flow, it's killing someone with invisible means that's the most fatal. How could you have the heart to let him face the predators stark naked? Jigang clenched his fists and said nothing. Tugging Shin Zichuan, Grand Mentor Qi went down on both knees. He looked at Shin Zichuan and said in a trembling voice that was choking with sobs, I'm Qi Huelian from Yuzhou. You don't know me, so I'm telling you. I'm the Triple Yuan 5 top scholar in the 15th year of Yongyi. 6 from the founding of Dazhou to this date, there are only 5 people who have come out first in all 3 levels of the civil examination. I'm a subordinate of the Eastern Palace and also the Minister of Personnel of the Ministry of Personnel cum Deputy, Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat. I taught the Crown Prince, and I'll now teach you. I'll teach you everything I have learned in my life, all right? Shin Zichuan stared into Grand Mentor Qi's eyes. He was unusually calm. After that brief silence, he fell to the ground on his knees with a thud and kowtowed thrice to Grand Mentor Qi. If teacher imparts the classics to me, I'll kill your enemy for you. Gu Qingqing went out at the hour of Mao 7 and headed for Zhao Zui Temple. The air was clear and cold along the way, and it even snowed. He huffed into his hands and looked for a steamed bun stall as he walked. He heard the sounds of someone calling him from afar. There was a red silk umbrella unfurled among the snow, and the person under the umbrella swayed slightly as he moved towards him. Those who could hold up red silk umbrellas in Kudu were all bigwigs of 5th grade 8 and above. Gu Qingqing stood by the side of the road and supported his blade as he paid his obeisances. The thick smell of wine assailed his nose as the person staggered his way before him. The Red Cavalry, 9. This person stopped and reached out a hand to pull Gu Qingqing's waist token. 10. He looked at it for a moment and said, Where is Company Commander Gu going now? It's freezing cold. Gu Qingqing stared at the man's black boots and answered, To reply, Your Excellency, this humble subordinate is on office duty today and ought to be heading for the palace. Xiao Chia had been drinking all night, and his clothes were in disarray. He dangled the waist token and said, This doesn't seem to be the way to the palace. Gu Qingqing raised his head to reveal a shy smile and said, The second young master is noble and does not know how much of a clutter these civilian alleys are. From here, you can make your way through a few civilian alleys and you'll be able to turn into Shinwu Street, which will lead you straight to the palace gate. On hearing this, Xiao Chia smiled and threw back the waist token to him. He asked, You know who I am? Gu Qingqing caught hold of the waist token and buttered him up. The armored cavalry of Libe are brave and skillful in warfare. The hereditary prince and second young master have rendered meritorious service in coming to the emperor's aid. Who in Kudu does not know of you? Second young master, are you heading back to your residence? The road is slippery. May this subordinate be so bold as to ask if you need me to send you back? Xiao Chia looked at him and said, Do I look like a drunkard? You may leave. Gu Qingqing bowed again and left. When Zhao Hui arrived, he saw Xiao Chia rapping hard with a red silk umbrella and yelling at the steamed bun stall to hurry. He approached and said, The residence has prepared breakfast. Why is young master standing here to have your meal? Xiao Chia said, I'm too hungry to walk back. Zhao Hui shook the cloak open and said, Wine and lust will only lead you astray. Young master, let's go home. Xiao Qie draped himself with the cloak, but did not move his feet. He ate 2 steamed buns, taking no notice of the gazes of those around him. He asked Zhao Hui, Can one reach Xinwu Street from here? Yes, but it's not an easy path to walk. Zhao Hui replied, Civilian alleys with state-owned ditches. The narrower the alley, the more polluted the ditch water. Kudu has never repaired the public ditches in recent years, and this piece of land is rotten beyond recognition. Once the weather warms up, the snow melts, and the rain falls, the sewage will flood the streets. Think about it. Is such a path a smooth one to take? Xiao Qie said, I only asked you one question. Why give such a long reply? Zhao Hui said, What I'm saying is that you must be sure to take the correct path. Young master, there's no hurry to drink. If you take a detour instead, you will make your way there even faster. Xiao Qie wiped his hands and motioned Zhao Hui to fish out his money. That's really strange. Go make some inquiries if there are any official records of someone called Gu Qingqing on duty in the 12's offices of the Imperial Bodyguards today. Old man, find another line of work as soon as you can. This steamed bun tastes really bad. Chapter 8. Suspicion. Chapter 8. Suspicion. The Imperial Army was waiting to rotate shifts. It was so freezing cold that they were all huddled into themselves. The Imperial Army of Kudu was originally the Imperial Guards, one of the 8 cities. They were the impregnable fortress of the Imperial Palace in Kudu. Going by the rules, trivialities such as taking a person into custody would not have been tasked to them. But then the 8 great training divisions of Kudu rose to power, and the duties and responsibilities of both parties were switched around. The Imperial Army was reduced to being the burden of Kudu. It not only abolished the military drills, but even literally became the errand runner of Kudu. Today, they were all hereditary military households who had never seen real weaponry and were just idling around waiting to die. Gu Qingqing was the company commander of the Imperial Bodyguards. He was not really considered an official in Kudu, but he was just perfect for the Imperial Army in charge of detention. This was because they had to mutually look out for each other as they patrolled Kudu every day. If it had been an official of a slightly higher rank, they would not have dared to bribe as they wished. Besides, Gu Qingqing was extremely generous in his treatment of them. So the Imperial Army turned a blind eye and let Ji Gang take on the chores of the original errand runner. Gu Qingqing greeted the Imperial Army and distributed the hot steamed buns he had brought with him. Ji Gang had yet to come out. The squad commander saw him looking pensive, so he said, If Brother Qing is in a hurry, please go ahead and check it out on our behalf. Gu Qingqing said, Wouldn't that be against the rules? Biting the steamed bun, the squad commander waved his hand to motion to the Imperial Army guarding the back door to make way. He said, Brother Qing isn't an outsider. Besides, we have surrounded this Zhao Zui temple until not even a drop of water can trickle through. The man within can't escape for sure. Thus, Gu Qingqing did not decline his offer further. He turned around to enter Zhao Zui temple. Ji Gang was sitting under the eaves. When he saw Gu Qingqing coming, he stood up and asked, Is it time already? It doesn't matter since it's still dark. Uncle Ji can stay a little longer. Gu Qingqing surveyed the temple courtyard as he spoke. This place is not fit for human living, and it happens to be in the dead of winter right now. I'll send some quilts over later. Noting that he seemed to have something on his mind, Ji Gang asked, What's the matter? Gu Qingqing hesitated and said, It's not a big deal. It's just that I met second young master Xiao on the way earlier. Xin Zichuan raised his head and said, That's Xiao Qie. Gu Qingqing said, He's the youngest son of the Prince of Libei. He's also that same man from the other time. His gait is unsteady and he reeks of wine. He must have gone drinking last night. As long as it isn't Xiao Jiming. Ji Gang turned his head back to say to Grand Mentor Qi, Grand Mentor has not left this place for 20 years. You probably don't know the current 4 great generals of Dazhou. The Prince of Libei has begotten himself a good son. That Xiao Jiming is truly remarkable. But Shen Zichuan asked Gu Qingqing, "Brother Qing, did he ask you something?" Gu Qingqing thought carefully and said, "He asked me where I was going, and I said I was taking a shortcut to get to the command office. Then he said that this road did not seem to lead to Xinwu Street, so I gave him a perfunctory response. I suppose the descendant of a princely noble like him will not personally probe into it, but this matter involves the Xiao clan. It pays to be careful. Later on, you should still head for the palace and put a mark on the duty roster." Ji Gang rubbed his hands in the snow. "Chuaner, let's train." "Hold it." Shin Zechuan's eyes were dark and deep. Since it is a miscellaneous alley in a civilian district, then what is a noble descendant like him doing on this street so early in the morning? Gu Qingqing was stupefied. He said, "That's right. The entertainment spots are all in Donglong Street, which is some distance away from the residential area. He's nursing a hangover, and it's such a cold day. Why did he come here? He's keeping watch at a tree to await a rabbit." Tu Grand Mentor Qi wrapped himself in the tattered curtain and turned around, pointing his posterior out. He said, "The matter of Shen Wei concerns the Xiao clan. I heard that kick of his was clearly aiming for this lad's life. But the lad's still alive and well now. How could he not get suspicious? He shouldn't have said another word if he didn't mean it." Shen Zichuan was still full of trepidation as he recalled that kick. "Oh no." Gu Qingqing turned pale and said, "It's my fault for being negligent. What should we do?" "I'm afraid he's already on the way." Shen Zichuan turned towards Grand Mentor Qi. "It doesn't matter. Since teacher has already guessed it, he must have a countermeasure." Zhao Hui arrived at the Imperial Bodyguard's command office. Although the assistant commander walking with him was of the same rank as him, he did not dare to put on airs. He led Zhao Hui to the records room and said, "What does General Zhao want to check?" "These are all 12's offices' duty rosters for today." Zhao Hui solemnly picked up a book to flip through for a look and said, "It has been hard on our Imperial Bodyguard's brothers patrolling the restricted grounds. A few days ago, I received the assistance of a company commander named Gu Qingqing. I've come today bearing a gift to give my thanks. Is he on duty today?" The company commanders from the 12's office are a motley crew. They are all inside. As the assistant commander spoke, he shifted over to the wall where the duty registers of the 12 offices were hanging on the upper side, all clearly categorized. But Zhao Hui could not touch them. This was taboo in the palace. The assistant commander asked, "Does the general know which office does he belong to?" Zhao Hui said, "I heard that only those from the Imperial Carriage Office, Parasol Office, and the Domesticated Elephants Office could be on duty on the morning shift." The assistant commander carefully checked through the registers by name. After a while, he turned and said to Zhao Hui, "General, there's no such person on duty today. Let me try looking elsewhere for you." Zhao Hui gently closed the book in his hands and said, "There's no need. I'll find him on my own." When Zhao Hui left the records room, the sky had just brightened. He went back along the road and strode out of the palace. The accumulated snow had been freshly swept off Xinwu Street, but the road was slippery. The sedan bearers who came and went as they transported the bigwigs did not dare to be rash. They walked on the road cautiously and made every effort to stay steady on their feet. As Zhao Hui passed by a sedan, he caught a glimpse of the sedan bearers bearing broadswords. Who would have known that this one look would make him furrow his eyebrows? "Hold it." Zhao Hui stopped the sedan chair and asked, "Is this the chair used by the commander-in-chief?" Sure enough, the sedan bearers were the Imperial Bodyguards. The one in the lead nodded and said, "You know who we are transporting, and you still have the audacity to block our way? Move out of the way quickly." Zhao Hui raised his hand to reveal his own Libei waist token. 3. The Imperial bodyguard nodded and said, "General, please excuse me for the offense." The sedan curtain moved as a slender hand lifted it. A delicate face glanced lazily at Zhao Hui and pouted coquettishly to the person within. "Your Excellency, he's looking for you." Ji Lei had just returned with a hangover. Sitting unreservedly in the sedan, he said to Zhao Hui, "General Zhao, what's the matter?" Zhao Hui merely stared at the Imperial bodyguard in the lead and said, "It's nothing. I heard young master went drinking with your Excellency last night. Are you only just returning?" Ji Lei smiled and said, "So you're worried about the second young master?" "The young master returned home the moment I opened my eyes this morning." "Is the hereditary prince looking for him?" "I just can't help worrying." Zhao Hui bowed. "I'm sorry to have alarmed your Excellency." "It's fine. I just came from there myself." Ji Lei gestured with his hand. "Who was it that but heads with the general earlier? Hurry and apologize to the general." The Imperial bodyguard in the lead kneeled on one knee and said to Zhao Hui, "This humble servant, Gu Qingqing, was blind not to recognize the general, thus offending you. I'm willing to accept my punishment." Zhao Hui had not misread. Gu Qingqing's name was indeed written on the waist token hanging at the side of his blade. Even after listening to Zhao Hui complete his report, Xiaoqie was still looking at the storytelling script with one of his legs propped up. Zhao Hui said, "From how it looks, he didn't lie. He was assigned to pick up Ji Lei before he could enter the palace." "Yeah." Xiaoqie said absent-mindedly, "Qingjun Pavilion is just nearly. Of course he can make it in time. But something feels off to me." Zhao Hui's thumb caressed the hilt of his blade. Xiaoqie turned the page and asked, "You can't figure it out?" "I can't." "Then I'll tell you." He suddenly sat up, crossed his legs, and propped up a hand on one knee. "You entered the capital with my eldest brother. His Majesty the Emperor personally met and welcomed him. The 12 officers of the Imperial bodyguards followed closely behind in a ceremonial procession. How could he not recognize you now?" "That's hard to say." Zhao Hui said, "Perhaps he didn't remember me." "You haven't even changed your robe, and you carry a blade on you. Even if he doesn't recognize you, all he has to do is to use his brain a little, and he wouldn't dare to reproach you in such a condescending manner right there on the street." Xiaoqie said, "Besides, he doesn't seem like he has a bad memory to me. He could even recognize me clearly. I only find it too much of a coincidence." Zhao Hui pondered over it. "I just happened to run into him." A coincidence is exactly what they want. Xiaoqie cast aside the storytelling script. "This Shen Zichuan," Zhao Hui said, "letting him enter Zhao Zui Temple now looks like a losing move." Xiaoqie said with a thoughtful gaze. Gu Qingqing removed the fur collar and wiped his sweat. Wu Kaiquan, who was outside, came running and pressing his legs together. He repeatedly said, "Thank you, thank you. Brother Qing, thank goodness for you." Gu Qingqing said, "It's nothing. We are all comrades." Wu Kaiquan grinned and turned his head to yell at the person in the records room, "Old Su, put Brother Qing on the record for today. He stood in for me to carry the sedan. I caught a cold last night and felt dizzy this morning. Fortunately, Brother Qing was there to help." Gu Qingqing lowered his head to wipe his sweat. He said, "You caught a cold. Let's go to the Su household shop for mutton soup together later." Wu Kaiquan hastened to say, "Sure, it's Brother Qing's treat. Old Su, did you hear that? Let's go together later. Don't sweat it." Gu Qingqing patted Wu Kaiquan on the back. "Rest well. If you don't feel well the next time, don't hold it in like you did this time. Just tell me." Wu Kaiquan nodded his head like a puppy. He was craving mutton soup so much that he could hardly care about anything else. Grand Mentor Qi was finally bundled up in a quilt at night. He sat opposite Shen Zichuan and said, "In another half a month, it'll be the Zhengdan Festival. 5 kudu will host the banquet of 10,000 officials. When the time comes, all the provincial administration commissioners and prefectural surveillance commissioners of the various lands will enter the capital to offer their greetings. I'm still not clear about the current state of affairs, so tell me now." Shen Zichuan was in the snow, dressed only in flimsy clothes, as he struck up the starting stance of the Ji clan fist. Despite it, sweat was dripping off his forehead. He said, "The Prince of Libei has been in poor health for many years, and all military affairs have been handed over to the hereditary prince, Xiao Jiming, to handle on his behalf. In all likelihood, he won't attend this time. The Qidong 5 commanderies have rendered meritorious service in coming to the emperor's rescue. The first one who came to receive his bestowed title was one of the 4 generals, Lu Guangbai. Commander-in-Chief Qi should be arriving these few days. With this, 2 major military powers of Dazhou will be temporarily residing. Hold it!" Grand Mentor Qi fished out a ruler 6 from his quilt and asked, "Which 4 generals are the 4 generals?" River of Ice Armored Cavalry, Xiao Jiming, Fire Beacon amidst blowing sand, Lu Guangbai, Wind guiding the scorching plains, Qi Juin, Thunder sinking the jade stage, Zhuo Qianqiu. 7. I have only heard about Zhuo Qianqiu, but I know that Lu Guangbai is most likely the son of the Earl of Bianxia, Lu Pingyan. Although Lu Pingyan later came to guard the deserts of the Bianjuan commandery, he was from Libei in his early years. He's sworn brothers with the Prince of Libei, Xiao Fangxiu. If this Lu Guangbai has a sister, she would definitely be the Xiao clan's daughter-in-law, am I right? Yes. Shen Zichuan said as he dripped with sweat. Lu Guangbai's younger sister is the consort of Libei's hereditary prince. So, where did the 2 major military powers come from? Grand Mentor Qi said, "With this connection, the Lu clan is the mole Libei planted in the Qidong 5 commanderies to lurk within. Furthermore, there's still the 8 great training divisions in Kudu, and the imperial army under the 8 great training divisions. The 8 great training divisions don't have as many people as those from Libei and Qidong, and its reputation is not as valiant as theirs either. But you must remember that Kudu is the heart of Dazhou. What they are holding in their hands is the emperor's life." Grand Mentor Qi weighed the ruler in his hand, then grabbed the gourd and warmed himself with a few sips of wine. "You also must remember this. Although the imperial bodyguards cannot be called soldiers, their advantage is far greater than that of soldiers. When the emperor commands the troops, he must be assisted by influential officials and valiant generals. A general should exercise good discretion on the battlefield and not be bound by orders of his sovereign. 8. Keep a tight rein, and it'd be hard for them to make something of themselves. Maintain a loose grip, and you'll soon suspect them of becoming too much of a tiger. 9. This yardstick is difficult to grasp. You need to act in accordance with the situation and understand how to adapt to changes. However, the imperial bodyguards is a different matter altogether. They are the vicious hounds under the emperor's command, and that chain is held by the emperor alone. Whether to tighten or loosen his grip, or to pamper or discard them, wholly depends on the emperor's moods. Such a blade, such a dog, if it were you, would you like them or would you not?" Shen Zichuan pushed himself to hang on for a moment, then said, "Like them, and they will go wayward. Favor and trust them too much, and they will become the source of calamity." "Your brother sure has taught you plenty." Grand Mentor Qi said, "That's right. Remember it. Commit it to memory. Favor and trust them too much, and they will become the source of calamity. Keeping the virtuous close and the flatterers far is a good virtue to cultivate. But when you are personally involved, black and white will intersect. How will you be forever able to distinguish who are the virtuous talents and who are the crafty sycophants? Besides, there are many matters that even a virtuous gentleman cannot do, while the crafty and the despicable ones can. The emperor resides long-term in the imperial palace. He must understand the principle of checks and balances, as well as listen to the voices of the various officials and ministers. As you can see, with the imperial bodyguards comes the Eastern Depot, and with Li Bei comes along Cheeto. After a pause, Grand Mentor Qi continued, "Water brims only to overflow, the moon waxes only to wane. Tend you know why the Shao clan hates Xin Wei so much this time? Not only is there nothing else to bestow or confer them with after this battle, but even if the Shao clan fights another battle, their defeat is a defeat, while their victory is also fundamentally a defeat. They have already reached their end." Xin Zichuan asked, "Their victory is also a defeat?" "Their victory is also a defeat. Didn't Shao Jiming instantly offer up his younger brother after winning the battle? For every battle he wins in the future, he will be in even more of a peril. This time he paid for it with his younger brother. Next time, it might be his wife, his father, or even his own self." Chapter 9. Promotion. Chapter 9. Promotion. Since the end of the year, many of the pedestrians on the streets of Kudu wore Neui, one made of black gold paper. 2. As Jingdan Festival 3 approached, the common folk strove to prepare pastries and cooked meat at home. The palace had started procuring the ingredients for the banquet of 10,000 officials half a month in advance. Everyone from the court of imperial entertainments was busy running all over, yet the eunuchs still got to line their pockets. Shao Chia rustled his way through the book and said, "When those officials on the outside enter the capital, it is inevitable for them to have to pay respect to the officials in the capital. But Pan Rugi is so impressive that he drew up such a well-organized list. Only when they shell out the money according to his list will they be left in peace. And these are only just the small changes at the beginning of the year." Lu Guangbai brushed aside the foam in his tea. "Let me give you an account. The money the little eunuch under Pan Rugi receives in a year far exceeds the 2-year salary of a battalion commander guard at the frontier. Dajo uses the military troops every year, and each time the Ministry of Revenue asks us to deploy the troops, they have to plead with us and coax us to do so. But after the battle is over, we become the bastards who demand our payments. It's the ones with the money who are the masters." Shao Chia smiled and said, "When we came to the Emperor's rescue before the New Year, our Li Bei troops braved the snow to march forward. The men and horses are tired, and the repairs for the armored cavalry's equipment need to be completed before the start of spring. We have owed the workshop money for too many days. Everything requires money." Zhao Hui carefully made the calculations in his mind and said, "Before we entered Kudu, the Li Bei troops engaged in farming duties 5 converted the annual grain harvest into money. Every day, we have to count every cent and make every cent count. Our hereditary prince's consort does not even dare to purchase expensive attire for the residents during the New Year and other festivals. The money a palace eunuch like Pan Rugi has collected has already exceeded Duanzhou's total tax amount. The investigating censors throw their weight around when they're delegated to local governments. But so what? In Kudu, they don't even dare to let out a fart. What to do? We are poor." Lu Guangbai lamented, "Every year, we have to worry about money. Jiming made a trip to the capital this time, so the Ministry of Revenue did not dare to delay it on his account and had long submitted the request to the Grand Secretariat. Pan Rugi has also behaved himself and endorsed his approval. The funds should be handed over before he leaves the capital. We have eldest brother." Shao Chia set aside the book and looked towards Lu Guangbai. "But what are you going to do? His Majesty wouldn't see me." Lu Guangbai said, "The Lu clan is unpopular in Kudu. The 8 great clans have always regarded us as savages from the desert, and the Hua clan wouldn't even look us right in the eyes. But even if you tell me to show my respects 6 to Pan Rugi, I don't have the money to. We are so poor at home we could barely put food on the table. Other places could cultivate lands for their troops to farm, and that is at least an emergency measure to meet needs. But our Bianjuan commandery has just yellow sand for miles around. Even if we want a farm, we don't have the fields. This time, we dispatched the troops out on a swift expedition, and all the food for the men and horses during the journey were paid for with Commander-in-Chief Chi's personal savings. To put it bluntly, it was all thanks to Commander-in-Chief Chi's understanding and sympathy. Otherwise, my troops would have never made it past Tianfei Watchtower. But how much money would Commander-in-Chief Chi have? She's using the remnants of her own dowry that the old imperial consort has left for her. Her own private troops are almost on the verge of selling their own pants. The Ministry of Revenue keeps playing Taiji 7 with me every day. Dereliction of duty, huh? They keep pushing my account aside and refuse to allocate the funds to me, figuring that a country bumpkin like me could do nothing about them. Lu Guangbai lost his temper in a rare display of anger. He could not help it. The Bianjuan commandery was defending along the borders of the desert, and they were the garrison troops that had the most dealings with the Biancha cavalry other than Li Bei. They worked themselves to death all year round, running all over the place just to eke out a living under the blades of the machetes. They barely had sufficient sleep and would never get to eat their fill. Kudu was oppressing him, and the Earl of Biancha had long become a well-known pauper among the princes. His clan had never even kept any of the rewards bestowed to them. All of it had been converted into money and used to supplement military supplies. Once Xiao Jiming was neatly dressed, the maidservants left in a single file, leaving only the 4 of them in the room. Xiao Jiming held up the teacup and took a sip of his tea. He said unhurriedly, "The timing is good this year, Jingdan banquet of 10,000 officials. Qi Juin should be here already, right?" Lu Guangbai said, "That's right. I was originally worried, but on second thought, let them do as they please and drag this matter on. If they delay it until the commander-in-chief enters the capital, well then, good luck to them." Xiao Jiming said, "She is now the most popular in Kudu. Even those local ruffians and hooligans that are the loan sharks in Kudu have to give her face. The previous debt can be repaid, but you can't always rely on her alone. The Bianjuan commandery is important. From what I've heard of the situation yesterday, the Ministry of Revenue will be asking you to recruit soldiers again this year." Lu Guangbai caressed the rim of the teacup and said, "Recruit? Don't even think about it. They are all afraid of death now that something happened to the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. They are concerned about the Bianjuan commandery getting stabbed by the Biancha 12 tribes. And they even feel that my 20,000 troops and horses aren't enough. The thing is that we can recruit the soldiers, but do we have the money to pay them? I can't afford to feed and train them. I will not do it, even if they hold up a blade to my neck this year." Xiao Chies suddenly sat upright and said, "That's right. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue was the quickest when it comes to assigning military funds and rations to the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. The men died this time, so we can leave aside the issue of the money. But where are the grains? The Biancha cavalry can't carry away that much grain with them when they flee." The remaining 3 men looked at him. Lu Guangbai said, "Silly lad, you can stop wondering about that. The grain was recovered and used to make up for the salary arrears owed to the 13 cities of Jueshi last year. Can't you guess the reason the Ministry of Revenue dodged the issue? In recent years, the 8 great clans have become the 8 great training divisions, and their equipment and budgets are the best in Dajo. All this money is taken right from the tax funds. Think about it, the sum of 2 million. Any human would know how insane this account is. But both the Empress Dowager and Secretariat Elder Hua did not pursue this matter. So who in the Ministry of Revenue who would dare to bring it up? The state treasury is emptied of this portion of the money. Last year, the 13 cities of Jueshi were hit by a plague of locusts, and there was truly not a single grain harvested that year. So, where would they get the money for disaster relief? It was all thanks to the Provincial Administration Commissioner, Jiang Qingshan, who issued a peremptory order for all the officials of various ranks within the prefecture to release their private stock of grains to help the disaster victims. Because of this, Jiangqing Shan saved hundreds of thousands of commoners, but he ended up being hated by the various officials in Jueshi. Before the new year, I heard that the debt collectors were even blocking the entrance to his house. He is a high-ranking provincial official of the second grade, and yet his 80-years-old mother still has to weave to pay off their debt. It would be forcing them to their death if Kudu still did not release the money. In the end, Secretariat Elder Hai submitted a memorial and contended with the Grand Secretariat and Panrugi for half a month before they barely made up for the shortfall. Zhao, we could not help but say, "Those people say they are poor, but the amounts of bribe money are all large sums. On the other hand, those doing the real work are all walking on eggshells while tightening their belts. We might as well not come to Kudu this time. It really makes one disheartened." It was snowing outside the house, but there was no festive atmosphere within. The mess kept piling up one after another, and all the new sights in Kudu were like mist skimming the surface. Its wound had yet to heal, and yet they still had to cover it up even as pus dirted its entire grounds. The snow came at just the right time to conceal it all so beautifully that they could pretend not to notice. Everyone could all live like a drunk in this fool's paradise together. In the middle of the night, Panrugi sat on the couch with his eyes closed. The naturally colored paper flower was placed by his hand so that he could wipe his hands after meditation. Zayafuzi did not even dare to breathe heavily as he held a brush case in his hands and waited carefully on the footrest. After an hour, Panrugi exhaled and opened his eyes. Zayafuzi immediately presented the brush to him. With a frown of concentration, Panrugi wrote a few words in his palm. Zayafuzi buttered up to him and said, "Our forefather is becoming more and more sagely after having recently received His Majesty's teachings. Earlier, this grandson even saw a faint wisp of purple cloud 8 rising." Panrugi wiped his hands and asked, "Do you know why you have never been able to join the Directorate of Ceremonial?" Zayafuzi replied, "Forefather dotes on me." "It's one thing to dote on you." Panrugi threw the paper flower into Zayafuzi's bosom. Not being able to read the situation is another. His Majesty has been enlightened for 2 years, and he still doesn't give off purple aura. I'm merely a slave. How can I ascend first? Isn't that overstepping my boundaries? Zayafuzi handed the hot tea over to Panrugi. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Forefather is my master, and so Forefather is my heaven. Seeing Forefather meditating is just like seeing the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Nine descending to the mortal world. How on earth would I give it that much thought?" Panrugi rinsed his mouth. "This filial piety of yours could be called a skill in itself." Zayafuzi let out a hee-hee as he moved close to Panrugi's leg and said, "I have to show my filial respect to Forefather since it's the Zhengdan festival. While I was procuring for the festival before the new year, I saw a stunning beauty in Prince Chu's manor. I made some inquiries around. His Majesty can't use her anyway, so it's of utmost importance for me to give her to you as a show of my filial piety instead." Panrugi said, "How stunning is she? Can she compare to Third Missy? Furthermore, isn't that Prince Chu's woman? Given that overbearing and domineering temper of his, I'm afraid he won't let her go that easily." Zayafuzi said, "No matter how noble Prince Chu is, he can't be even nobler than His Majesty, can he? His Majesty didn't even say anything, so isn't it only right for me to present her to Forefather? Besides, you don't have to worry about this matter. I assure you that all the proper arrangements will be made before the beginning of spring. It'll be her good fortune when the time comes for you to lay your eyes on her regardless of whether or not you accept her." Panrugi set aside the teacup and said, "There's no hurry. I'm not an avaricious or a lecherous man. Since you brought up Prince Chu, then how is the one who has the same temper as him, Mr. Muddling Along's second young master Shao, doing lately?" Zayafuzi pounded Panrugi's thigh in a massage and said, "Ha! Forefather, this second young master Shao is really a legend. From the first night since he came to the capital, he has been out drinking with the others. He has never done any serious work except to drink and make merry. Prince Chu and that clique of his all like to have fun with him. Birds of a feather truly flock together. That's fine, but he is still a member of the Shao clan after all. His Majesty placed him in the Imperial Regalia Service, which is too close for comfort. It makes me uneasy. Pan Rugi thought about it for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, I have thought of just the perfect place to send him away to. Put on my shoes. I'm going to Mingli Hall to serve His Majesty. It was the Zhengdan Festival's banquet of 10,000 officials the next day. There was nothing much going on during the feast, and just as the banquet was about to break up, they all heard Emperor Shinda say, Aye, has it been comfortable for you in Kudu these days? Shao Chia stopped peeling the tangerine and answered, To reply, Your Majesty, it's comfortable. Emperor Shinda turned towards Shao Jiming and said, I've been thinking about it. Putting Yi in the Imperial Regalia Service is a waste of talent. He's a good child who has been on the battlefield. Keeping him before me is too much of an aggrievement for him. How about this? Let Yi go to the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army, Viceroy Ten, used to be Shiguin, but he now has the 8 great training divisions to manage. He is really up to his ears in work. Let Yi take his place. Right at once, Lu Guangbai frowned. At the very least, the Imperial Regalia Service would be on duty before the Emperor. If anything were to happen, His Majesty could not turn a blind eye to it. But what good was the Imperial Army? The Imperial Army was now the errand runners of Kudu. Was this a reward? How could this even be considered a reward? Lu Guangbai was about to rise to his feet when he saw that Shao Chia had already bowed his thanks. A viceroy sounds imposing, just like a commander-in-chief. Shao Chia smiled frivolously and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Secretariat Elder Hua laughed out loud and said, His Majesty is wise. Hereditary Prince, here's a young hero in the making. The sounds of congratulations rose and fell like the tide during the banquet. Shao Jiming smiled and said nothing as he looked at Shao Chia. Lu Guangbai drank the wine and lowered his head to say to Zhao Hui at the side, Such an arrangement is clearly a death sentence aimed at Jiming's heart. After the banquet broke up, Shao Chia disappeared without a trace. His rowdy bunch of friends wanted to congratulate him on his promotion, so he took them drinking. When they re-emerged at midnight after drinking, they were all staggering on their feet. Prince Chu Li Jianheng was a few years older than Shao Chia. He was a true scoundrel. Before getting into the sedan chair, he even tugged at Shao Chia's sleeve and said in a drunken stupor, How capable of you! The Imperial Army, huh? You need not bother about patrols or defenses. It's a very idle job, and yet you still get to collect a salary. You get the money, and you don't have to put your life on the line. All the best things in the world have fallen into your lap. You must be secretly smug. Shao Chia smiled too. It was even a wicked smile. He said, That's right. That's why I lose no time in inviting you for a drink. Together in the future, we'll run amok in Kudu. Right. Li Jianheng patted Shao Chia vigorously on his shoulder. That's the spirit. Come to my residence a few days later. I'll get them to celebrate for you again. Shao Chia watched the sedan move away into the distance and flipped atop his horse. He had personally trained and tamed his horse, the offspring of wild horses, at the foot of the Hongyan mountain ranges. It was a swift and brave divine steed that was black all over except for a patch of white on its chest. Shao Chia clapped his horse forward. The stores on both sides of the street were about to light the lanterns to send him off. He raised his hand and said, Put them out. Don't illuminate them. The store's attendants looked at each other, but they did not dare to disobey him. The lanterns went out one by one until there was only the dim glow of the frosty moon and icy snow on the road. Shao Chia whistled, and the gerfalcon swooped down from the darkness of the night amid the whistling of the wind. He then hit the horse to spur it on. The steed under his saddle snorted out a puff of hot air and broke into a sudden dash. The strong wind launched a frenzied assault against Xiao Jie, dissipating the hot flushes he had from drinking. In the darkness, he looked like a cornered beast on a rampage. The sounds of hooves became the massive crashes of collisions. He galloped through the deserted streets. The darkness ripped his smiling face away until all that remained was a cold and lonely silence. The steed had been running for an unknown period of time when Xiao Jie suddenly tumbled off it. He crashed heavily into the pile of snow and remained there with his head lowered for a moment. The horse raised its hooves and trotted around him before it lowered its head to nudge him. The gerfalcon remained perched on the back of the horse and tilted its head to look askance at him. Xiao Jie endured it for a moment, then propped himself up with his arms and vomited. After a long time, he stood up and leaned against the wall. The bone thumb ring on his thumb was a little large and had fallen off somewhere. He searched for it in the snow, but then he heard someone whispering a question a short distance away. "Who's there?" Xiao Jie ignored him. The Imperial Army squad commander felt for his lantern to shine at him and said, "How dare you, Your Excellency?" Xiao Jie turned his head and asked, "Know me?" The Imperial Army squad commander shook his head honestly. "I don't know which of the lords you are. I'm your big brother." Xiao Jie cast away the dirted cloak and lowered his eyes to continue looking for the thumb ring. He cussed in irritation under his breath and said, "Give me the lantern. You can scram." The Imperial Army squad commander cautiously came nearer and said, "You are second young master, right? We have just received the order. It's still dark, and it's too early for an investigation. There's still time if you come again tomorrow." Xiao Jie held out his hand, and the Imperial Army squad commander handed the lantern over to him. Xiao Jie asked, "What is this place?" The Imperial Army squad commander respectfully replied, "The perimeter of Kudu, Zhao Zue Temple." Xiao Jie said, "You may leave." The squad commander retreated and was about to leave when he heard Xiao Jie speak. "Shen Zichuan is here? Beyond this wall." "That's right." The squad commander was getting more and more apprehensive. "He's detained in, get him to come out." The stunned squad commander hastened to say, "How would that do?" "Even if you are the viceroy, you can't do that. His Majesty the Emperor strictly commanded." Xiao Jie lifted the lantern and said, "I have the final say in the Imperial Army." The squad commander said tentatively, "Don't kill. I'm fucking telling him to come out and sing me a tune." Xiao Jie flung the lantern aside suddenly. The light swiftly went out. He stood in the darkness, his eyes malicious. Chapter 10, Drunken. Chapter 10. Drunken Xiao Jiming gathered his cloak around him as he stood under the lantern. Zhao Hui stood guard behind him and said, counting the hours he should be back now. The man who went to pick him up said that the young master had left by himself on his horse. "Why isn't he here yet?" Xiao Jiming let out a breath of cold air and looked at the sky in silence for a moment. He said, whenever he's unhappy in the past, he would go galloping on horseback at the foot of Hongyan Mountains. This habit won't change. Zhao Hui said, at the very least, the Imperial Army is a post. Xiao Jiming shifted his gaze and asked, "Do you know what father regrets the most in his life?" Zhao Hui shook his head honestly. Xiao Jiming said, "It's that he has fathered a ye too late. 3 years ago, we were ambushed at the foot of Hongyan Mountains. Before father's reinforcements arrived, Ai led the 20 members of the cavalry that had been originally assigned to guard him and rode his horse across the Hongjiang River at night. He groped around in the quagmire for half the night and burned Biancha's grains. When I saw him, he was smelly and dirty all over as he soaked in the water until the wounds on his legs festered. That year, he was only 14 of age. I asked if he was afraid, and he said that he had a blast of a time. Father often said that the Lu clan are the eagles of the desert, while the Xiao clan are the dogs of Libei. I don't like this choice of phrasing, but we are like chained dogs every time we deploy troops from that time onwards." It's no longer as satisfying as it was 10 over years ago. Battling all these years has long drained the valor in me. The members of the Shao clan are not dogs, but the only one left today with the nature of the wolf is Ei. What he yearns for in his dreams are the mountains of Libe. And yet he now has to remain in Kudu and forget about the freedom of riding horses. Father and I have both let him down. After a moment's silence, Zhao Hui looked at Xiao Jiming and said, "There's no need for the hereditary prince to put yourself down. The young master is impetuous by nature and is not the best choice of person to lead and continue the legacy. It doesn't matter if he's born earlier or later. The reins of Li Bei must not be handed over to him. The commander-in-chief must have the tenacity of one shaped by experience, and a willpower as unwavering as a rock. The young master is not up to it." Xiao Jiming did not say a word more. The strong wind that night sent the lanterns swinging ceaselessly. Master and slave waited for a little less than an hour before they saw someone urging the horse on towards them from a distance away. "Hereditary prince!" The man on the horse tumbled off and said, "Something happened to the young master." Zhao Hui immediately held up his blade and said, "Where is the young master?" An hour earlier, the squad commander shoved a shackled Shin Sichuan down the stairs. "Sing!" The squad commander egged him on from behind. "Quick, sing a few lines." Shen Sichuan did not utter a word as he looked at the man squatting under the shadows of the wall. His chest hurt the moment he saw the gerfalcon. He could not help but purse his lips into a tight line as he stood where he was. Xiao Jie said, "Come over and stand here." Shin Sichuan exhaled a breath of hot air and slowly shuffled forward to stand a short distance away from Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie rose to his feet and asked, "Who is your mother?" Shen Sichuan replied, "A dancer from Duanzhou. You know how to sing a tune, right?" Xiao Jie's gaze was so terrifying that it made one flustered. "Old dog Shin didn't teach you anything, but someone must have taught you something." Shin Sichuan lowered his head to evade his gaze as if he was afraid of him. He said, "I don't know how to." "Lift your head." Xiao Jie pushed aside the lantern with his foot. "Or are you afraid of me?" Shin Sichuan could only raise his head. He caught a whiff of wine. Xiao Jie said, "It's fine if you don't want to sing. Find something for me." Shin Sichuan spread out his palms to show that he was still being chained. Xiao Jie frowned and said, "Just look for it like that." So Shen Sichuan squatted down and grabbed a few handfuls of snow. Xiao Jie stared coldly at the top of his head and said, "Stand up again." So Shin Sichuan propped himself up with his hands on his knees and stood up. Xiao Jie said, "You can squat down and up freely and your legs are unaffected." Were the imperial bodyguards carrying out the floggings too considerate? Or is a worthless life easier to sustain? Naturally, it's because a worthless life is easier to sustain. Shen Sichuan said in a muffled voice, "How lucky for me. That makes little sense." Xiao Jie pressed his whip against Shin Sichuan's chest. "That kick was meant to end this life. Your martial art skills are pretty good." This whip gave Shin Sichuan the chills. He cowered from fear and said, "I'm just hanging on to my last breath. Second young master is righteous. Why make life difficult for a nobody like me? This matter has already come to such a point, and I've gotten what I deserve. Please let me off." Xiao Jie asked, "Do you truly mean that?" Shin Sichuan had already been reduced to sobs. He nodded his head vigorously. Xiao Jie retracted the whip and said, "You can say anything, but who knows whether or not they are true? How about this? Bark a few times like a dog. Once I'm satisfied, I'll let you off tonight." Shin Sichuan said nothing. The squad commander was scared witless by Xiao Jie's eyes and shoved Shin Sichuan a few times. The color drained from Shin Sichuan's face as he said timidly, "At least let me do it before you alone." "Scram." Xiao Qiye kept it short and to the point. The squad commander instantly felt relieved and said joyously to Shin Zichuan, "Scram! Let's us scram now." Xiao Qiye's cutting gaze fell upon the squad commander's face. The squad commander went weak in the knees. He pointed to himself and said, "Mimi?" "Sure thing." Gritting his teeth, he curled up into a ball and rolled one a few rounds in the snow before standing a short distance away. Shin Zichuan coyly shifted a little closer and whispered into Xiao Qiye's ear, "Even if you let me off, will I let you off?" Bits of snow suddenly flew up as Xiao Qiye gripped Shin Zichuan's arm and pressed it down forcefully. With a sinister expression, he said, "Showing your true colors now, huh? I was wondering what's with this helpless and pitiful act you are putting on." Both men suddenly toppled over onto the snow, with his hands dangling from the handcuffs. Shin Zichuan kicked Xiao Qiye in his lower abdomen and scrambled to prop himself up. The imperial decree was for me to be confined. Yet the Xiao clan dares to defy the imperial edict to take my life. After tonight, Xiao Qiye dragged Shin Zichuan towards him by his shackles. Shin Zichuan knocked hard against the ground and yelled through clenched teeth, "You are all the Xiao clan's accomplices in defying the imperial edict. My death is not to be regretted, but the imperial army will all die with me tonight." Xiao Qiye clutched Shin Zichuan's throat from behind and forced him to raise his head. He gave a few short laughs and said harshly, "Do you think of yourself as a golden child? Die with you? Are you even worthy? Killing you is just like pulling weeds." Shin Zichuan's breathing was strained. He suddenly looped his shackles around the nape of Xiao Qiye's neck and summoned all his strength to wrench the latter to the ground. Xiao Qiye was caught unawares by this move. As he raised his arms, Shin Zichuan kicked him in the chest. Both men instantly tumbled upside down. "Kill me like pulling weeds?" Shin Zichuan bent his head and stared into Xiao Qiye's eyes, finally meeting him eye to eye amidst the chaos. He said in a hoarse voice, "You've missed the opportunity. It remains to be seen who will be the hound and who will be the jade baby rabbit in time to come. Whoever dares to help you in secret." Xiao Qiye's intent to kill had been ignited. "I'll kill one for every one of them I dig out." The squad commander was scared to death by this sudden change and rushed over to stop them. Your Excellency mustn't kill." "That's right," Shin Zichuan snapped. "The second young master wants to kill me tonight. Shut your trap." Xiao Qiye made a sudden move to gag his mouth. Who would have known that Shin Zichuan would open his mouth to clamp his teeth down hard on him? He pressed down on half of Xiao Qiye's body, having already bitten through the skin and flesh of the web between Xiao Qiye's thumb and forefinger. Xiao Qiye said in a cold voice, "Do you think you can cover it up by making a scene and acting shamelessly? Your martial arts prowess is by no means average." The squad commander could not stop them, and so he hurriedly called for help. "Pull him off, quick!" Blood was oozing out between Shin Zichuan's teeth, but still he refused to let go. Xiao Qiye had already sobered up by now. He grabbed and lifted Shin Zichuan by his back collar and flung him away. The pain in his perlicue was penetrating, yet it was Shin Zichuan's eyes that were vividly seared into Xiao Qiye's memory. "Young master!" Zhao Hui shouted on horseback. Xiao Qiye turned his head and saw his elder brother on horseback too. The latter had already dismounted and was hurrying towards him. Right at that very instant he felt ashamed. It was as if someone had peeled him bare of his skin and battered him back into his worthless original self. Xiao Jiming went down on one knee, and Shin Zichuan immediately let go. Xiao Qiye's perlicue was badly mangled, and the teeth marks on it were deep. "Why did you fight?" Zhao Hui followed closely behind and saw his wound. "Lock him up," Xiao Jiming said in a deep voice. Zhao Hui picked Shin Zichuan up and headed inside. "The young master is drunk." Xiao Jiming looked at the squad commander and said, Don't let what happened tonight get out. I will personally make an apology to His Majesty." The squad commander kowtowed to him several times and repeated, "I'll leave the arrangements to the hereditary prince." Xiao Jiming stood up. "Xiao!" Hui had already thrown the man back into the temple. On seeing this, he said to the squad commander, "It has been hard on our Imperial Army brothers tonight in sending the young master back to the residence, all safe and sound. It isn't easy to stand guard on a winter night. I'd like to invite all of you for a drink of hot wine. I hope the various gentlemen will not turn this invitation down." Not daring to say no, the squad commander tactfully agreed. Only then did Xiao Jiming look at Xiao Jie, although it was in wordless silence. Xiao Jie did not even wipe away the blood on his hand. He wanted to say something, but then he saw that his elder brother had already turned around to mount the horse. Dage. Xiao Jie called out to him in a mutter. Xiao Jiming heard him, but he spurred his horse on and left. Chapter 11. New Year. Chapter 11. New Year. Shin Zichuan's shackles were removed. He moved his wrists as he listened to the squad commander grumble on and on. Ji Gang pushed the wheelbarrow and swiftly finished unloading the wine for the Imperial Army. With a coarse cloth wrapped around his head, he shifted over to them. After ordering Ji Gang to finish tidying up the courtyard before spring, the squad commander went outside again to instruct the squad on guard duty that night not to spread word of the incident. "Are you hurt?" Ji Gang pulled Shin Zichuan's arm. "No." Shin Zichuan raised his hand to wipe the nape of his neck, where Xiao Jie had left strangulation marks. He called out, "Shifu." Ji Gang asked, "Where does it hurt?" Shin Zichuan shook his head. He considered it for a moment, then said, "His external martial arts one is strong and fierce, and his fists and kicks are powerful. It feels familiar to me." Ji Gang's burned and disfigured face looked astonished. He said, "Our Ji clan boxing style has never been imparted to outsiders. I didn't dare to counter his moves the moment he struck." The taste of blood seemed to linger in Shin Zichuan's mouth. He licked the edges of his teeth with the tip of his tongue and thought for a moment. He said, "I was afraid he might get an inkling, so I did not dare to pull out all the stops. It's just that making a scene and playing dumb could not deceive him either. Shifu, why does he hate me so much?" Teacher spoke of the current political situation. Aren't those relatives of the Empress Dowager with her at the lead the ones he should hate the most? "That brat is drunk," Ji Gang said with loathing, "and bullies always pick on the weak, so he could only turn to you." Shin Zichuan shook out his left hand. He was looking for this. Does Shifu recognize it? Lying quietly on his palm was that aged and worn-out bone thumb ring. Those with impressive arm strength in the army often use large bows and must wear these kinds of thumb rings when they are pulling the bowstring. Ji Gang scrutinized the thumb ring and said, "This kind of wear and tear is most likely from drawing the Libe cavalry's great bow of heaven. However, this second young master Xiao is not heading into war. So what is he wearing this for?" Xiao Jie slept in silence. It was Lu Guangbai who woke him up. "You were really a piece of work last night." Lu Guangbai did not hold back. He sat on the chair and said, "You have only just gotten a post, and you have already gone and looked for trouble. I just saw Jiming leaving the residence earlier to head for the palace." Xiao Jie's throat felt uncomfortable as he lay covered under the quilt. He said, "I drank too much. In a few more days, we will leave the capital." Lu Guangbai said in all earnestness, "You can't continue drinking like this. What are you going to do if you drink until your martial art skills are rendered useless and your body collapses?" Xiao Jie did not reply. Lu Guangbai continued, "They devastated your elder brother's heart at the banquet last night, so you should show him some understanding. He is busy with Li Bei's military affairs and, at the same time, concerned about your sister-in-law. And now he has to leave you behind here. He feels terrible. Yi, who doesn't speak highly of him before others. But all of them hope that he will never come back again every time he sets off for battle. For these people, he has to lead the troops to the battlefield year after year. He won't say it himself, but he's made of flesh and blood. So how would it not hurt him? Xiao Qie lifted the quilt and let out a long sigh. He said, "Do I not understand all that you have said?" "What do you understand?" Lu Guangbai threw the tangerine in his hand at Xiao Qie and said, "If you understand, then get up and apologize to your eldest brother." Xiao Qie caught the tangerine and sat up. Lu Guangbai looked at the bandaged wound on his hand and could not help but laugh. Sitting on the chair, he ate the tangerine and said, "Why did you provoke him? You just had to go and get yourself bitten before you are satisfied." "I told him to sing a tune." Xiao Qie said, "But he said I wanted his life. How is this guy a pushover?" "You are no pushover either to start a fight with a confined prisoner on the street." Fortunately, Jimming reached in time. Otherwise, there will be another uproar in the city again today. Lu Guangbai asked, "Are you badly hurt?" Xiao Qie raised his hand for a look and said in irritation, "He's born in the year of the dog." Xiao Jimming came back only in the afternoon. Zhao Hui followed behind him and saw Xiao Qie waiting under the eaves. "Dage." Xiao Qie called out. Xiao Jimming took off his cloak and Zhao Hui took it. The maidservant came over, carrying a copper basin in her hands. Xiao Jimming washed his hands and ignored him. Zhao Hui looked back at him and said, "Young master, aren't you going for the Imperial Army investigation today? Go get the Viceroy Token 3 and come back for dinner tonight." Xiao Qie said, "I'll go if my elder brother tells me to." Xiao Jimming wiped his hands and finally looked at him. He said, "I didn't tell you to go last night, but you still went ahead, didn't you?" Xiao Qie said, "I ran in the wrong direction. I had meant to return home." Xiao Jimming placed the handkerchief back into the copper basin and said, "Go get the token, then come back for your meal." Only then did Xiao Qie leave. Since the Imperial Army was dismissed from its duty of guarding the capital, the former office had fallen into a state of desolation. Xiao Qie spurred his horse over and saw several men in short jackets, secured with waist sashes, sitting around basking in the sun chatting. Their idle and lazy looks had none of the valor one would expect of an army. Xiao Qie dismounted his horse. Carrying his whip, he strode into the courtyard. There was a bald pine tree standing in the courtyard with the accumulated snow casually shoved into a heap. No one removed the icicles hanging on the eaves of the veranda, and from the looks of it, the tiles on the rooftop were due for a retiling too. Well, they were poor. Xiao Qie continued to scrutinize the surroundings. The paint was already peeling off the plaque. He went down several steps to the main hall. Then, lifting the curtain with his whip, he bent over slightly to enter. The men sitting around the stove, cracking peanuts inside, immediately turned their heads over to look at Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie laid down his horsewhip on the table and lifted over the chair to sit down without standing on ceremony. He said, "So everyone's here." The people around him all stood up with a clatter, stepping noisily over those peanut shells under their feet. Most of them were over 40 years of age, from old military households. Having muddled along in the Imperial Army for such a long time, they had no other capability to speak of, except for being adept at acting shamelessly to extort money. Seeing Xiao Qie now, their gazes sized him up and down before they exchanged sneaky looks at one another with ulterior motives in mind. "Second young master." One of them wiped his hands on his robe and said with a smile, "We have been waiting for you to collect the token today." Xiao Qie said, "I'm here now, no?" "Where's the token?" The man said smilingly, "We waited for you this morning, but you didn't come, and the Ministry of Works were urging us to get to work. So Assistant Commander Chao took the token first to deploy the men. He will be back late. Once he's back, I'll send someone to deliver it to your residence." Xiao Qie returned his smile and said, "And you are?" The man said, "Me? Just call me Lao Chen, for I used to be the company commander of Diqing's company. 5 Master Hua Shi-san recommended me for a promotion, so here I am now in our imperial army. That's weird. With one hand on the chair's handle, Xiao Qie leaned his body to the side and looked at Lao Chen. Right below the viceroy should be the Imperial Guard's regional vice commander. How did it end up in the hands of an assistant commander? You aren't aware of it, but when Lao Chen saw Xiao Qie listening attentively, his body, which had been bent over in a bow, straightened up imprudently. The Zhongguo's troops were defeated last year, and the grains from Jincheng could not be shipped over. That led to an emergency of food shortage in Kudu. The bureaucrats from the Ministry of Personnel could not afford to pay out yearly salary, and so they cut the staff in the Imperial Army office by half. At present, we do not have a vice commander. The closest is Assistant Commander Chow. All that's left are just the few of us. So you're saying, Xiao Qie said, anyone can get their hands on the Viceroy's waste token? Our usual practice in the past was to just take the token and go. The Ministry of Works' tasks can't wait, and it's all lifting lumber to the palace. We are in a humble position, and our words carry little weight. We can't afford to offend anyone. We don't have a choice. Lao Chen started pinning the blame. If you think this is against the rules, you have to make it clear to the Ministry of Works. I'm a legitimate viceroy with a token of authority. Xiao Qie said, why do I have to explain myself to the Ministry of Works? The one in command above the Imperial Army is the Emperor. It was on account of camaraderie that the Imperial Army helped the 6 ministries 6 out in the past without settling accounts with them when they wanted our help. But whoever wants manpower from today onwards, if they can't give a proper explanation of the tasks involved and a clear accounting of the schedules, then they better not count on the deployment of my men. You can say anything you want. Lao Chen and the others began laughing. He said, however, we aren't in charge of patrols and defenses now. We are errand runners and odd-job laborers. We could still prove ourselves useful by helping out at the 6 ministries. Besides, His Majesty the Emperor had never said a word about this over the past few years. Second young master, having money in your pocket is not as good as having friends in the imperial court. You lived in Libei in the past, but the situation of the imperial army differs from the armored cavalry of Libei. Some things simply won't work here. Moreover, our imperial army is no match for the 8 great training divisions. Who? Xiao Qie stood up and said, who did you say recommended you for a post here? Lao Chen's expression glowed as he straightened his back. How he itched to repeat it out loud thrice. Master Hua Shi-san. You know him too? He's the Empress Dowager's grandson of common birth. He's 3rd Missy Hua's. With a lift of his foot, Xiao Qie gave him a kick. Lao Chen was still speaking with a glowing face, and the kick caught him off guard and sent him toppling over and crashing into the table and chair. The teapot smashed onto the ground, splashing tea all over the floor. It startled Lao Chen back to his senses, and he trembled as he crawled and kneeled on the ground. The loafer raised by a concubine from the Hua clan. Xiao Qie swept aside the peanut shells on the table. He used to carry my boots in the past. What kind of influential backer do you think he is? At best, he's just a small potato. I want the Viceroy's token of authority. Instead, you tell me the rules. Are you so blinded that you can't even tell who I am? From now on, I'm the one who has the final say in the Imperial Army. Lao Chen propped himself up with his hands and kowtowed to him. Having received a rude awakening, he hurriedly said, Second young master, second young master. Who the fuck is your second young master? Xiao Qie's eyes were piercingly cold. As the Imperial Army Viceroy, I'm your master, who is in control of your life. Putting on airs before me and pretending to be some local ruffian? The Ministry of Works needs manpower for manual labor, and the men deployed are all from the Imperial Army. If there were no money exchanging hands in between, then would you have found it worthwhile for you to throw yourselves at their feet? Everyone at the bottom is working themselves to their deaths. But you sure have kept yourself fat without lifting a finger. What Hua Sher-san said he would protect you, and you really think of yourself as having the death exemption golden token 7 in your possession. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Lao Chin shuffled a few steps on his knees and said, Your Excellency! This humble servant was spouting nonsense. Half an hour, 8 Xiaoqia said. Authority token, register of names, and 20,000 soldiers. I want to check them all. It's fine if one is missing. You gentlemen can just substitute it with your heads. Lao Chen hurriedly rose to his feet and dashed out. The various generals left the capital a few days later. Emperor Xianda led hundreds of officials to send off Xiao Jiming. He coughed intermittently as he held Xiao Jiming by the arms in the heavy snow. Jiming. Emperor Xianda was wrapped in a cloak, and yet he was still frightfully skinny. He said, We can only meet again next year once you leave today. It has been restless over at the Libei frontier. Although the Bianchi cavalry had beaten a withdrawal, they still refused to bow and submit to us. The rapacious ambitions of the 12 tribes are crystal clear for all to see. You are my trusted official and also a valiant general of Dazhou. You must be cautious in everything you do. We came to your Majesty's rescue late this time, and yet your Majesty still showed favor to us. Both father and this humble servant feel stricken. As long as your Majesty gives the command in the future, Libei will surely risk life and limb for your Majesty. Xiao Jiming said, Ever since your father fell ill, he has not met with me for many years. Emperor Xianda slowly turned his head back and gazed at masses of human heads within the city gates. Then he looked at the magnificent palace that had towered over Kudu for 100 years. He said softly, I've let all the loyal soldiers who have lost their lives on the battlefield down with the way the matter of the surviving member of the Shun clan played out. But I have been on my sickbed for such a long time, and there are too many matters where my hands are tied. Xiao Jiming followed his gaze. After a while he said, The wind and snow are raging in Kudu. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Emperor Xianda slowly released his grip on Xiao Jiming's hand and said, My good son, go. Lu Guangbai spurred the horse out of the city. As expected, he saw Xiao Qia waiting alone at the pavilion at the foot of the mountain. He remained on his horse as he whistled at Xiao Qia from afar and said, Brat, we are leaving. Xiao Qia led the horse and said, Storms are rife in the martial fraternity. A vessel dreads its captain abandoning ship. 9, you must be careful. Just say it if you have something to say. Why recite a poem? Lu Guangbai laughed heartily. Just wait. You will eventually be able to return home one day. That depends on fate. Xiao Qia smiled too. The sound of horse hooves rang out behind them. Lu Guangbai looked back. The horse, rider coming towards them in the snow, was dressed in a simple old robe and had black hair tied up in a high ponytail. Lu Guangbai quickly turned his horse around and shouted, Commander-in-Chief, let's leave together. Qi Juin slowed down. She was dressed light in an overcoat and an old outer robe while carrying a long sword on her back. If one were to look at just her appearance, then she could have been merely an ordinary woman in the martial fraternity. It was only after the wind passed that her face crystallized into a surprisingly lovely face. That horse of yours is second-rate. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, instantly showing her might. It can't catch up with mine, can it? But Lu Guangbai liked it. He said, It isn't as agile and brave as the commander-in-chief's steed, but it's a good boy that has survived the battlefield. Let's have a race, and we'll find out if it can keep up or not. Now, that one over there looks rare to me. Qi Juin raised her chin at Xiao Qia. Swap with me. Xiao Qia stroked his steed's mane and said, No thanks. No matter how I look at it, I'm the one losing out. Qi Juin raised her hand and threw an object to Xiao Qia. Xiao Qie caught it with both arms. It was an unusually heavy executioner's blade, 10 still in its sheath. Before the new year, Li Bei raised a batch of fine battle steeds for Qidong, and the credits go to you. That thing was forged by the best craftsmen in my account books. It cost me a lot of precious materials. Qi Zhuyin said, how about it? Not losing out now, huh? Xiao Qie weighed it in his hands and laughed. He said, Commander-in-Chief, from now on you're my dear Jejia. The blade I have brought from home might be good, but it's too late. It's not as smooth to wield as this one. Qi Zhuyin said, Jejia, wait till you unsheathed the blade, and you'll be calling me Ye. Xiao Qie asked, has this blade been given a name? I did think of one. Qi Zhuyin said, he who speaks of the ruthlessness of the wolf is himself insatiable and ruthless. 11 isn't that just perfect for you? But Lu Guangbai said, the word ruthlessness is a little too fierce. He's just fierce. Qi Zhuyin flung the horsewhip out with a crack, and the steed under her saddle instantly galloped away. Without looking back, she said, what you'd want for a man of Li Bei is precisely for him to be fierce. The main army on the other side had already started moving. The red tassels, 12 from the sea of spears of the Qidong garrison troops, followed closely behind Qi Zhuyin and surged towards the wilderness in the east. Lu Guangbai did not linger. He waved his hand at Xiao Qie, then spurred his horse on to catch up with them. The next moment, Xiao Qie could hear the armored cavalry stomping across the ground. It almost seemed as if the earth beneath his feet was quaking slightly. Xiao Qie looked out into the distance and saw his eldest brother in the lead. Like a wave of black tide, the familiar armored cavalry of Li Bei swept across the snowy plains and galloped north. The gerfalcon broke through the wind to chase after them. It hovered in the air over the armored cavalry of Li Bei and screeched. Xiao Qie stood clenching his blade, watching on as the armored cavalry of Li Bei vanished amidst the boundless sea of snow. Shen Zechuan's mind was wandering, and Grand Mentor Qi knocked him back to his senses. Now that the various generals have returned to their positions, Kuda has once again lapsed back into a stage of impasse. With his hair all disheveled, Grand Mentor Qi craned his neck and looked at Shen Zichuan. You don't have much time. You can't keep on being willing to remain a trapped turtle in a jar. 13, they are the butcher knife, and I'm the meat on their chopping board. 14, Shen Zichuan looked up and said, Teacher, do I really still have a chance to leave this place? Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Being confined is not necessarily a bad thing. Grand Mentor Qi opened the gourd stopper and took a few gulps of wine. It's easier to lay low and bide your time if you remain behind closed doors. You will have plenty of opportunities in the future. The palace bell tolled in the distance. The new year had begun. Chapter 12, Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 12, Dragon Boat Festival 8th year of Shinda. 1 Midsummer. The round-collared robe, 2 of the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Xian, was drenched in sweat. He sat uncomfortably on the chair as if he was sitting on pins and needles. It was not the first time he raised his wuxia hat 3 to wipe his sweat. Your Excellency, Xiao. Wang Xian hemmed and hawed. It's not that the Ministry of Revenue doesn't want to allocate the funds to you. It's just that the expenditure of the Treasury has yet to be tallied, and Pengongong up there has not given his endorsement. There's really no way we can allocate you the sum. It takes time to work out the accounts. Xiao Qie held up the teacup to take a few sips. Am I not waiting here now? Take your time. Wang Xian's throat throbbed. He looked at Xiao Qie, who was as cool as a cucumber, and at the Imperial Army, standing still on the veranda outside. Your Excellency, Wang Xian said almost pleadingly, the weather is hot, and I feel really bad to let the soldiers stand outside. Let me invite the various gentlemen for some cold drinks. The ice in reserves, we have not made any contribution to deserve it. Xiao Qie smiled superficially. Our imperial army are sturdy and burly men who deal with manual labor. So what's the harm in standing for a few hours? Pay it no mind, Your Excellency. Focus on your accounting. Wang Xian grasped the account book. For a long time, he could not bring himself to lower the brush. That had been the beginning of spring, and the emperor was seriously ill. For this reason, the Empress Dowager instructed men to carry out large-scale construction in the palace to build a temple so that she could chant the scriptures to accumulate blessings for him. The Ministry of Works, having received this assignment, had to receive large quantities of lumber from Duanzhou. To save money, they ordered the imperial army to transport them. The imperial army transported the lumber into Kudu, but the Empress Dowager withdrew her plan to build the temple upon receiving Secretariat Elder High's memorial against it. The Ministry of Works was thus short of this sum of money on hand. For 2 months, they had dragged this matter on, delaying settlement of payment to the imperial army. Money was in short supply. If this had been a time where the state treasury was full, then this matter would not have been an issue at all. Who would be willing to offend second young master Shao for such a small sum? But right now, the Ministry of Revenue was suffering themselves. Last year, they had spent almost $1 million for the Empress Dowager's birthday just by hosting the banquet and giving out monetary rewards alone. Wang Xian set aside his brush. He might as well stick his neck out. He said, "Your Excellency, there's no way the money can be settled now. To tell you frankly, the expenditure at the end of the year doesn't match up to our budget going by the current accounting. Even our salaries might not necessarily get paid out. We really have no money. Even if you give me Wang Shouqing for a stab today, there's still nothing I can do. The salaries and provisions of the 8 great training divisions are paid out as usual without delay. But when it comes to our imperial army, you are always desperately broke. We are all officials serving the emperor. It serves me, Shao Suin, 5 right to be so lowly that all I can do is to hold on to this debt and wait for you guys to have enough money to pay us." Shao Chia threw the teacup onto the table with a clatter. The Ministry of Revenue cries about being poor every year. But what has it got to do with me? Pay up and we'll work. It's all down in black and white. Once we are done with our tasks, you have to settle the payment. Don't talk to me about anything else. Those aren't my responsibility. If all the problems of the Ministry of Revenue have to bank on the understanding of others, then what else is there for you people to do? Vacate the position earlier and let someone else take over. His words turned Wang Xian's expression livid. Wang Xian stood up and said, "Since we are all serving the emperor, then why does Your Excellency have to push us into such a tight corner? Who would be unwilling to settle the payment if we have the money? If the imperial army is so capable, then why do manual labor? Go serve as the 8 great training divisions too. We'll see who would still not dare to pay up." Just as the atmosphere was hostile between both parties, a man outside the room lifted his robe and strode in. "There's no need for Your Excellency Wang to get angry. The second young master is just being a forthright man speaking his mind." He took off his young hat. Six wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "This humble one is the Chief Supervising Secretary from the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, 7 Shuexiuzhua. I'm here regarding this account." The Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue was merely a 7th grade 8 position. By all reasonings, it would not even be considered an official in Kudu. But it was special. Not only could he supervise the work progresses of the various ministries in Yamen, he could also participate in the reviews and appraisals of the officials' virtuous achievements that took place every 6 years at Kudu's Chief Surveillance Bureau. 9, furthermore, he could sidestep the 6 ministries to submit a memorial directly to the emperor himself. Wang Xian could not afford to offend him, so he swallowed his anger and rolled along with it. He said, "How would I dare to get angry? The imperial army has done so much. I myself wouldn't want His Excellency Shao to have worked for nothing. But Yanqing, take a look at this account. The Ministry of Revenue can't afford the funds at all. Shui Xiujua's courtesy name 10 was Yanqing, and he looked particularly scholarly and refined. Without looking at the accounts, he said to both men, "I'm aware of the Ministry of Revenue's difficulties. Second young master, how about this? Quan Cheng supplied us with a batch of silk a few days back. We'll have it converted into cash and settle your account with the same number of silk. Does that work for you?" As soon as Xiao Qie left, Wang Xian's expression turned cold. He said to Shui Xiujua, "Is he even asking money for the imperial army? More like he's taking it for himself to squander away." Ever since this second young master took up the post of Imperial Army Viceroy, he has been leading a life of debauchery all day long. Every time, he coerces us into a corner. He's not in the least bit sympathetic. Shui Xiujua smiled and said nothing to continue the conversation. Xiao Qie left the Ministry of Revenue office and mounted his horse to head for Donglong Street. He was obviously taller than he was 5 years ago, and the drive and vigor that could be seen in him in the past has diminished some. Prince Chu, Li Jianheng, had been waiting for him an entire morning. On seeing him, he hurriedly said, "Where the heck have you been? The anxiety is killing me." "Fooling around." Xiao Qie sat down and gulped down the cold drink. On seeing the basin of ice in the inner part of the room, he stretched out his limbs and lay down on the arhat bed. 11, he said. "This is so comfortable. It's so hot outside it makes my head spin. I'm going to sleep for a while." "That won't do." Li Jianheng waved his mozo bamboo fan vigorously. With his clothes spread open, he sighed. "Wait for me to finish saying my piece before you sleep." Xiao Qie had been up to something at night, and so he was unbearably tired and sleepy at the moment. He let out an absent-minded Li Jianheng took a sip of the iced wine with his pampered, delicate hands and said, "Do you still remember that woman I told you about the last time? It's the one I kept 5 years ago in my manor and was prepared to take her as mine. But that son of a bitch, Zaifuzi, took her to give 12 to Pan Rugi, that castrated bastard." Xiao Qie uttered an "Oh." Li Jianheng said with even more gusto, "A few days ago I went away to avoid the summer heat and saw her again around the manor. That little lady has kept herself so smooth and tender. She looks even more lovely than she was 5 years ago. My heart goes into overdrive just by looking at her. How I hate those eunuchs. Thieving son of a bitch wrestled away my love by force and broke up a potentially good marriage. He thinks that's the end of it? No." Xiao Qie yawned. Li Jianheng fumed. "Are you my buddy or not? You have to help me think of a way to fix him. We can't touch Pan Rugi, but Zaifuzi needs a thrashing." Xiao Qie was truly tired. He said, "How? Drag him out of the palace?" Li Jianheng pushed aside the delicate concubine waiting on him and shut his fan. He said, "The Dragon Boat Festival 13 is around the corner. His Majesty wants to go to Shiyuan 14 to watch the dragon boat race. When the time comes, Pan Rugi will no doubt go along. If he follows, so will Zaifuzi. When the directorate of the imperial stables are racing horses, we can lure him out and beat him to death." Xiao Qie seemed to be asleep. Seeing his silence, Li Jianheng said, "Suen, are you listening? It won't do to beat him to death." Xiao Qie said with his eyes shut, "If Pan Rugi comes to hate you because of this, all you'll be having in the future is trouble." Resentful, Li Jianheng said, "Then we can at least give him a beating, right? If I don't vent this anger, I won't even be able to eat. That said, what's up with you lately? You always look exhausted. What have you been doing at night? Why did you send away the virgin I picked for you the last time?" Xiao Qie said nothing more as he waved his hand to indicate his awareness of Li Jianheng's words. There was no bone thumb ring on his thumb, but the teeth marks on the web between the thumb and forefinger had left scars. Li Jianheng went on to speak about something else, but Xiao Qie turned a deaf ear to it all. It was the Dragon Boat Festival a few days later. Emperor Xianda, who had not held court sessions for a long time, braced his sickly body and moved to Shiyuan in an imperial carriage. The imperial concubines accompanying him all donned muslin clothes, while Jilei and the commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions, Shiguan, escorted the emperor. The imperial army had free time, so they summoned Shao Qie over as well. By the time Shao Qie arrived, it was already full of people. Emperor Xiande finished sticking in the Willow 15 and was waiting for the directorate of the imperial stables to start the horse race. The court of imperial entertainments, which was also part of the retinue, served sticky rice dumplings 16 and pastries near the seat. Li Jianheng stayed on the prince's seat and waved his hand at Shao Qie. Shao Qie threw his horsewhip to Qinyang behind him and entered his seat while undoing his arm guards. 17 still weighing the bamboo fan in his hands today, Li Jianheng said, "Why are you here only now? The anxiety is killing me." Shao Qie said, "You're anxious every day. Are you really all right?" Li Jianheng fanned himself and said, "I'm just used to saying it. Look, see that? Zaifuzi is serving over there." Shao Qie looked and saw Zaifuzi beaming as he spoke beside Panrugi's ear. He said, "Don't charge up later. Just get someone to beat him up." An hour later, Zaifuzi stepped at the edge of the latrine pit. He was preparing to relieve himself when everything went black before his eyes as someone threw a sack over him. "Ah!" Zaifuzi shrieked, wanting to shout, but someone dealt him a punch so hard that he saw stars. On seeing the sack, Li Jianheng lifted his robe without demur and kicked him. Zaifuzi, covered with the sack and gagged, groaned in pain as he writhed on the ground. The race ahead was at its most crucial juncture right this moment, so no one heard the sounds. They beat up Zaifuzi for a little less than an hour, but before Li Jianheng could vent all his pent-up anger, Qinyang stopped him. Qinyang shot a glance at the guards from the prince's residence behind him, and they quickly lifted the sack and darted off. "Your Highness," Qinyang said, "he will die if you continue beating him. Perhaps next time." Li Jianheng pulled on his robe to adjust it. He took 2 looks at Qinyang and asked, "Where are you going to throw him?" "The viceroy has ordered us to throw him in the woods beside the lake. Once the banquet starts later, all the serving eunuchs will pass by, and he will then be freed of his bindings." Li Jianheng spat at the spot where Zaifuzi had rolled about earlier and returned to his seat. By the time the banquet started, Li Jianheng had already forgotten all about him. Shao Qie kept his eyes open as he looked over at Panrugi, but he did not see any signs of Zaifuzi. Li Jianheng picked up the dishes with his chopsticks and said, "Most probably he found it humiliating and ran back to change his clothes. Eunuchs like them who serve the emperor fear getting dirty and disdained by their master the most. Do you want to go to my manor a few days later for some fun? I can let you see the little lady too." Shao Qie drank the cold tea and said, "I'm busy." Li Jianheng let out a ha and said, "You still want to put on an act before me? You busy? The imperial army is almost on the verge of getting disbanded. What's there to be busy with in such an idle position? Busy drinking." Shao Qie laughed too. Those eyes of his stared at the tea in his hand. His side profile looked a tad flippant. "Once autumn arrives, it'll be the inspection. It's only by treating others to some wine that I can secure this idle position." "Being human," Li Jianheng pointed at him with his chopsticks and said, "is to treat yourself as if you are living a life of luxury and to live life as if you are whiling the time away. What did they say about the Panrugi and those relatives of the Empress Dowager? Aren't they tired of fighting one another to the death? What's the joy in that?" "Yeah." Shao Qie's smile grew wicked. "Isn't that just making yourself more stressed and vexed? Having fun is still the most gratifying." Li Jianheng looked at that gaze of his and smiled too. He said, "So what's with the censorate? Who dares to deny my buddy his post? You were personally appointed by His Majesty. We're loafing around on imperial orders. How about this? Before autumn, I'll host a flower appreciation feast at my residence. You go ahead and invite them all. No hurry. Xiao Qie surveyed Shiyuan and saw the hall of Zhao Zui Temple at the corner of the rising and falling tiers of eaves. He frowned and said, "This place is pretty near to Zhao Zui Temple. You're still thinking about it, huh?" Li Jianheng said, "That thumb ring has been lost for so long." Xiao Qie stroked his thumb out of habit. "That last member of the Shun clan has been locked up for 5 years, and there has been no news of him. His Majesty has never even asked if he has died or gone insane." Li Jianheng said, "If the one in prison inside was me, I'd have gone crazy in just half a month, let alone 5 years." Xiao Qie's perlicue ached. He had no wish to bring up that man. Just then, the sound of drums rose by the side of the lake. Li Jianheng threw aside his chopsticks and rose to his feet to urge him on. "Let's go. The dragon boat race. They are certain to bet money on it." Xiao Qie was about to get up, but then he saw Ji Lei hurried his way through the crowd and leaned over to Pan Rugi to say something to him. Pan Rugi suddenly turned his head over for a fleeting instant, and then he slapped down heavily on the table. Xiao Qie immediately looked at Chen Yang behind him. Stunned, Chen Yang said, "Vice, Your Majesty." Ji Lei was already kneeling before the emperor. He spoke in a clear voice. "I'm afraid it's not possible to go ahead with the dragon boat race. This humble subject led the imperial guards on patrol earlier, and we unexpectedly fished out Zaya Fuzi, who was on duty in the imperial palace, from the water." Emperor Xianda coughed violently, and Pan Rugi stepped forward to stroke his back. It was only when Emperor Xianda's coughing eased a little that he asked, "What is he doing in the water?" Ji Lei raised his head. One could not tell if he was looking at Emperor Xianda or the Empress Dowager. He said in a heavy voice he drowned. A commotion rose from the entire seat of imperial concubines as they used their silk handkerchiefs to cover their mouths. All at once, Li Jianheng knocked over the teacup on the table. He picked it up in a panic and looked at Xiao Qie. I was merely just saying." Chapter 13. Little Cicada. Chapter 13. Little Cicada without looking at Li Jianheng. Xiao Qie righted the lid of the teacup slowly with his fingers. He said, "Don't fret." Li Jianheng sat back in his chair, scared out of his wits. He heard the Empress Dowager ask, "His Majesty the Emperor is here, and the patrol is strict. How could a person drown for no reason?" Ji Lei said, "To reply, Your Majesty, this humble subject has already sent someone to take the corpse to await the coroner's examination. We will know the details soon." "What do you mean?" Being chronically sick had laden Emperor Xianda's brows with an aura of gloom. He said, "Don't tell me there is something fishy about his death?" Ji Lei said, "Your Majesty, he was bruised all over when we fished him out of the water. It's clear that he had received a beating. Although Zaya Fuzi was a court eunuch of the palace, he didn't hold any important post in the 24 yamen. He was merely His Majesty's personal eunuch. If he was tortured before he died, then I'm afraid the murder might be plotting something major." Supporting himself on the table, Emperor Xianda stood up and said coldly, "I have only just stepped out of the palace, and already there are people who can't wait. Your Majesty." Hai Liangyi stepped out and kneeled to say, "The Imperial Guards and the 8 great training divisions are on rotation duty with one another today to conduct patrols. If the murderer was really plotting something, how would he have dared to do such a sloppy work of it? Zaya Fuzi usually took on the job of leaving the palace to make purchases. It's not impossible for him to make personal enemies out of others elsewhere." Secretariat Elder Hua Xiqian, who had been sitting upright without moving, said, "Rancher, too, you can't put it that way. A man who dares to strike before His Majesty clearly has no regard for His Majesty and all the officials present. Who among the ordinary commoners outside the palace would have this kind of guts?" Xiao Qie sat still as the gears turned in his mind. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of Wu, 3 Qinyang had dragged Zaya Fuzi into the woods. In just an hour, for the eunuchs serving the dishes at the start of the banquet and the 8 great training divisions taking over the patrol would pass by, all those present today were bigwigs. No one would remember everyone who left their seats to change attire, drink tea, or make a trip to the latrine. What's more, the accompanying soldiers and eunuchs all had the right to move around the garden too. Someone only needed to give Zayafuzzi a light kick in that time span of an hour, and he would have drowned in the pond. Looking at the situation now, the thorny issue was not explaining how the bruises on Zayafuzzi's body came about. Instead, it was that Ji Lei had changed the course of investigation and turned this murder case into a suspect case for rebellion. Xiao Jie tapped his fingertips on the lid. This fire must never burn its way to Prince Chu. The emperor was gravely ill now, and the imperial physician was at his wits' end. No one could even predict the day of his demise. However, Emperor Xianda had no heirs. Once the unexpected happens, Li Jianheng would be the next one in line to the throne. What happened today was all because he did not think things through. It was too brazen for Li Jianheng to leave his seat. This was something he could not simply dismiss with a perfunctory excuse. The Xiao clan was treading on thin ice. If they were to be suspected of being implicated in the tussle for the imperial throne again, then the 120,000 military forces of Li Bei would be the executioner blade on Xiao Jiming's neck. This matter had come bearing down on him too fast. It was already staring at him right in the face. He could not let it continue burning. Xiao Jie suddenly flung down the teacup, shattering it. The clear, crisp sound of clatter rang out, attracting the sidelong glances of everyone at the banquet. Li Jianheng looked at him in apprehension and said, "Su Suin!" Xiao Jie stood up and strode swiftly towards the emperor. He kneeled and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, this humble subject dare not hide this from you. I was the one who ordered my men to hit him." Emperor Xianda stared at him and asked, he was a court eunuch, "What grudge did he have with you that you would be so ruthless to him?" Ji Lei also looked askance at him and said, "Your Excellency Xiao, this matter is one of grave importance. You mustn't take the blame for someone else because of some personal relationship. It's no big deal, actually." Xiao Jie said frivolously, "Besides, this humble subject doesn't think it's a crime. So what if I beat an insignificant and lowly eunuch to death? I'm a second-grade viceroy of the imperial army. Don't tell me I still have to put up with this condescending dog of a slave?" "For the second young master to be this furious," Hua Xiqin said, "I'm afraid it's not just any typical grudge. It's just that Zayafuzzi normally had no dealings with you. So why are you this furious?" "Secretariat Elder doesn't know it, but Xiao Jie said, when I rode my horse to the military drill ground a few months ago, this dog's sedan blocked my way. He looked like a big shot. If he had not lifted the curtain, I'd have thought him to be Pangongong. I rebuked him a few words, and he mouthed off at me. I'm a real man, and yet I was humiliated by a wretched, castrated eunuch right there on the street. If it had been someone else, I doubt they would have been able to swallow this humiliation either." Pan Rugi was still waiting on the emperor at the outer side. The entire banquet of attendees all wiped their sweat for Xiao Jie when they heard him say castrated. As Emperor Xianda turned it over in his mind, the Empress Dowager said, "Even so, killing at the slightest provocation is not what a gentleman should do." Their words seemed to hit Pan Rugi's sore point. The gray-haired man kneeled with tears in his eyes and said, "Slaves like us are all lowly creatures. How could we be compared to the second young master? Her Majesty is already showing us favor with her compassion." Zayafuzzi had been spoiled so rotten that he didn't know to observe the etiquette when encountering military officials of the court. Even with the second young master's advice, he remained unrepentant. "This is all this slave's fault for being tardy in my teaching of the child." 5. He spoke in such a conciliatory and accommodating way. Yet the law stipulated that eunuchs had to dismount and step back to kneel and kowtow in a greeting whenever they saw a minister or major court official. The Empress Dowager was a staunch Buddhist, so she was displeased with the killing of lives. As such, she said to Emperor Xianda, "There has been a saying since time immemorial that all men are equal in the eyes of the law. Shao Qiye is so violent and wild. By all sentiment and reason, we can't let him off too lightly. Besides, the Shao clan are all loyal and upright men. The Prince of Libei sent his son into Kudu to be raised close to your majesty. If we indulge him to the extent that he thinks so highly of himself, then I'm afraid that we would have let down the Prince of Libei who has entrusted him to us." Ji Lei was indignant. He was unwilling to let the matter go this easily, so he said, "The second young master has always been on friendly terms with Prince Chu. Now that he has done such a thing, His Highness, this humble subject still has something to say. I might be the one who beat him up, but I didn't kill him. Your Majesty, this humble subject originally had the intent to kill him to vent my fury. But when His Highness Prince Chu knew of this matter, he persuaded me against it. This humble subject was the one who ordered the guards today to drag him over and give him a thrashing on the quiet. Who would expect His Highness Prince Chu to get an inkling of what was happening midway and leave his seat to save Xiaofuzi's life? With His Highness giving counsel at the side, this humble subject would not dare to make His Highness lose face, no matter how bold this humble subject may be. So, this humble subject let Xiaofuzi off. As for how he drowned, this humble servant finds it strange too. Who would want to vent my hatred on my behalf and do such an ill-advised thing? Your Excellency Ji." Shao Qiye turned to Ji Lei, his eyes faintly gleaming with delight. The imperial guards are usually meticulous and impeccable in their work. Today he was lying by the side of the road, yet he could still dodge the patrol squads and fall into the pond. Perhaps he was the one himself who could not tell the direction with his head covered and rolled down. Hai Liangyi said, "That's true. Such a big man fell into the pond." And the imperial guards never realized it, even though they were coming and going on patrol. If assassins were to infiltrate Shiyuan today, the imperial guards probably wouldn't even notice it either. How would Ji Lei dare to muddy the water further? He kowtowed in a panic several times and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards can't do anything about it either. The Imperial Guards rotate with the 8th Great Training Division today to conduct patrols, so we have to organize the manpower carefully when relieving each squad. We wouldn't dare to neglect even the tiniest detail." The seal-holding commander-in-chief of the 8 Great Training Divisions, Shiguin, kneeled as well and said, "That's indeed the rule. The 8 Great Training Divisions do not dare to make light of it either. The rotation of the patrol follows a fixed schedule. It's not impossible for someone to memorize it and seize the chance to kill Xiaofuzi. This is a personal feud between a court official and eunuch. It should be handed over to someone to investigate exactly how many people have a grudge against this Xiaofuzi." "Investigate?" Emperor Xianda laughed scornfully and suddenly threw the teacup at Guzin. He said in a towering rage, "Someone died right under your noses." Instead of self-reflecting, "You just want to shirk responsibility. To think I actually put my safety in all your hands. You—" Emperor Xianda's voice went hoarse as he covered his mouth and started coughing again. He was so enraged that he had to support himself with the table before he toppled over backward. "Your Majesty!" The imperial concubines around him let out shrill cries of alarm. The banquet was thrown into complete chaos. "Summon the imperial physician, quick!" The Empress Dowager held on to someone for support and said in reproach. Li Jianheng looked as if he had seen his own mother when he saw Shao Qiye again. He said, "My dear brother, you scared me just now." Shao Qiye said, "I have been kneeling for so long that I'm starving now. Bring me some snacks." Li Jianheng waved his hand to motion for someone to hurry and get the snacks. He stood with Shao Qiye at the base of the long veranda in Shiyuan and looked at those bright lights in the palace hall. "If His Majesty regains consciousness, he will summon you." Li Jianheng said, "How did that Xiaofuzi die? I'm really down on my luck." Xiao Qia ate his snacks with herbal tea. It was hard to say with this matter. Pan Rugi has always favored Xiaofuzi. If someone had deliberately wanted to take Xiaofuzi's life, how could his timing coincide so perfectly with Li Jianheng's beating? If it wasn't a deliberate attempt to kill Xiaofuzi, then it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yet, it would have been far more advantageous to untie him than to kill him. The thing was that Pan Rugi and Ji Lei reacted way too swiftly. Since the man was already dead, they might as well make full use of him. If they could frame it on Prince Chu, they would be killing two birds with one stone. Has His Majesty summoned anyone to his chamber recently to spend the night? Xiao Qia asked offhandedly. Yeah. Li Jianheng answered. The one he favors the most lately is the lady of the Wei clan. The Empress Dowager likes her too. Xiao Qia looked thoughtful. It was already dark by now, but no one dared to leave. All of them stood in small groups on the veranda and waited for Emperor Xinda to regain consciousness. Shi Guan left the garden midway. When he returned, he received the Empress Dowager's orders and headed into the room to wait. After another hour, Xiao Qia suddenly saw the 8 great training division guards leading an errand runner, who was dressed in clean cotton clothing and from the side gate. Who is that? Xiao Qia asked. Li Jianheng craned his neck and said, An errand runner. There aren't many errand runners in Shiyuan. But what are they bringing an errand runner here for? With the help of the dim light from the lantern, a sharp-eyed Xiaoya saw that the errand runner had an ugly appearance with burned scars. He did not know why, but his heart suddenly leaped as an ominous speculation took hold in his mind and lingered. An errand runner of Shiyuan. Xiao Qia said, Shiyuan is a noble ground used to receive the emperor. It is a requirement for all those who wait upon him to look refined. Where would such a person come from? After a while, Pan Rugi strode out of the door and shouted, Summon the 8th son of the Shen clan! Hurry over for an audience with the emperor! An uproar broke out amidst the throng of officials. The sound of discussion rose multifold. There had not been a final judgment on whether Shen Wei had been guilty of treason after his death, but the name of Shen Wei had already spread across the country. The wounds of Zhongbua had yet to heal, and the blame for the defeat of the troops still existed. The fact that the remaining member of the Shen clan had undeservingly got to keep his life had already roused resentment at the frontiers. So why was he still permitted to come out now? What's going on? A stunned Li Jianheng said, Don't tell me they discovered something. Suin, there's enmity between you and him. Both of you see red whenever you meet. For the sake of the Xiao clan's face, they shouldn't have let him out. Xiao Qia said nothing. He merely shifted his gaze to the entrance and stared at it closely. In less than half an hour, the guard at the lead strode in. A man followed, not far behind him. After 5 years, this man's hair has grown long. It hung behind him, secured with a crude wooden hairpin. He did not wear a crown. His old, wide-sleeved robe sheltered his wrists from view, while the rest that extended out of those sleeves were as fair and lustrous as that of white porcelain. The lantern obstructed Xiao Qia's sight. When the man walked out, the teacup in Li Jianheng's hand tumbled off. Li Jianheng muttered aloud distractedly, You never told me this is how he looks like. Xiao Qia's thumb crooked slightly. Xin Zichuan passed through the front of the veranda. At the very instant both of them crossed paths, Xiao Qia looked at this man with coldness and detachment. Right that split second, he locked gazes with a pair of eyes that held deep memories. These eyes were narrow and long, with the ends raised and curved into thin arches. Divine light shone in them. Even under the dim light of the lantern, those eyes still looked as if they were hiding the remnant of stars within. In this rush of a moment, Shen Zichuan seemed to let out a hint of a smile at Xiao Qia, but it was so faint that there were no traces of it left behind after Shen Zichuan brushed past him, much like the wind of the night, thin and cold. Chapter 14. Praying Mantis. Chapter 14. Praying mantis Xin Sichuan followed the man inside and kneeled outside the hanging screen. Emperor Xianda leaned back partially against the head of the bed, while the Empress Dowager sat by the side of the bed, with both hands holding the bowl of medicinal decoction. Pan Rugi retreated a little to reveal Xin Sichuan's figure. Emperor Xianda made an effort to gather himself and said, "The patrol squad of the 8 great training divisions said that they saw your errand runner appear at the side of the pond. I'm asking you, what is he doing there?" Xin Sichuan said, "To reply His Majesty, Uncle Go was waiting for Fu Gongong from the palace." "On whose orders?" Xin Sichuan paused, then kowtowed. He said, "It was this sinful subject's." Emperor Xianda let out a few coughs and said, "You are being imprisoned in Zhao Zui Temple. Every month, the palace will allocate and deliver food and clothing to you. How would you come to have connections with Xiaofuzi?" His Majesty showed concern and allowed this sinful subject to self-reflect at Zhao Zui Temple. Not only did His Majesty bestow kindness upon me, but even grant me food. This sinful subject recently came down with a cold. Coupled with my old ailment, it became increasingly harder for me to get up every day. Xin Sichuan looked sorrowful at this point. Although the palace deliver my meals, they don't send medicine. Uncle Gu has been on duty in Zhao Zui Temple for a long time. Taking pity on this sinful subject, he asked Fu Gongong, who left the palace to procure goods, for some medicine from the palace on behalf of this sinful subject. And that's how this sinful subject came to entrust Uncle Go again, this time to beseech Fu Gongong to buy some blessing oil lamps won for me. "You have no family?" the Empress Dowager asked. "Why do you need oil lamps to pray for blessings?" "This sinful subject is aware of my heinous sins. So I've been praying by the lamp in the temple day and night for His Majesty and Her Majesty. At the same time, I've also been chanting sutras all day for the loyal martyrs who lost their lives at the Battle of Zhongguo's Chashur." Xin Sichuan said devoutly. He continued, having planted some vegetables on the temple's grounds. This sinful subject entrusted Uncle Go to sell them for some money at the morning market. The illness of this sinful subject is already in such a state. Instead of using the money to buy medicine, I might as well get some blessing oil lamps. The Empress Dowager gave a long sigh. "Although you are guilty of sin, it is not unpardonable." Emperor Xianda wearily closed his eyes and said, "Xiaofuzi is now dead. Do you know anyone who has a dispute with him?" Shen Zichuan shook his head and said softly, "Although this sinful subject might be bold enough to beseech Fu Gongong to buy lamps, I have never seen Fu Gongong before or exchanged letters with him. What about you?" Emperor Xianda motioned to Ji Gang. "Tell me, has he mentioned anything to you?" Ji Gang did not dare to look at the emperor directly in the face. Like any other ordinary errand runner, he answered with fright and fear. "To reply, Your Majesty, whenever Fu Gongong left the palace, it was all for purchasing purposes. With such a busy schedule, he would usually send those serving him to meet this humble one." On hearing this, Emperor Xianda cast a self-mocking glance at Pan Rugi, who stood as still as a wooden statue. Ji Gang went on to say, "But there was a time when this humble servant greeted Fu Gongong before his sedan and heard him mention something to his attendants about His Highness flying into a rage out of humiliation and wanting to create trouble for him. At that time, this humble servant was anxious to give Fu Gongong the money to buy the oil lamps, and so I moved closer to him. But Fu Gongong was busy that day too, so he told this humble one to come to Shiyuan today to wait for him. That was how the military gentleman came to see this humble servant pacing up and down by the pond." Pan Rugi said, "Did you hear it correctly? That it was Your Highness and not someone else?" Ji Gang kowtowed repeatedly and said, "I dare not deceive His Majesty. Many people saw this humble servant in the market that day. All you have to do is to ask around to know that this humble one isn't lying." Emperor Xianda said nothing for a long time. The smell of medicine in the room was heavy. The Empress Dowager covered her nose and mouth with her handkerchief and leaned over to say to Emperor Xianda, "Your Majesty, whether or not Xayafuzzi's death was premeditated, you can't just listen to Xiao Qiye's side of the story. The case happened just a few steps away from your Majesty. If it was Prince Chu who wanted Xayafuzzi's life like this person said, then why would Xiao Qiye prevaricate to such an extent? Your Majesty." Pan Rugi said softly as well, "Xayafuzzi's life is insignificant. Never mind if Prince Chu killed him because of personal grudges. But I'm afraid things are not that simple. His Majesty hardly steps out of the palace, while Xayafuzzi frequently did so. Why didn't Prince Chu choose some other day? Why did it have to be today?" Emperor Xianda suddenly broke out in a violent coughing fit again. He pushed aside Pan Rugi's hand and used his own handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains. Without looking at anyone, he said, "Jianheng is my own brother. I understand his temperament best. Since this case is already at this stage, then let Jilei settle it. This all happened because Xayafuzzi used his own position to lord it over others and overstepped his boundaries when it came to the rules of propriety, thereby causing resentment and envy among others. Punish Xiao Qiye by grounding him in his residence for half a month, and punish Jilei and Shiguin by docking their salaries for 3 months. Pan Rugi, go relay the message. Once you are done, dismiss them." This Pan Rugi looked at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager said nothing. Thus, Emperor Xianda looked at the Empress Dowager and said earnestly, "Imperial Mother, we are currently in troubled times. Autumn is approaching, and the frontier is in a precarious position. Trade conflicts at the frontier are increasing day after day. Libei, Qidong, and the Bianjuan Commandery all need to stabilize and maintain the soldiers' morale. If we pursue this matter, and it ends up implicating too many people and causing casualties at the frontier, then the ones to suffer will be the common folks. Although the pain of Zhongbua has passed, its humiliation has yet to be avenged. Imperial Mother, it's not advisable to drag this matter on for too long, lest we lose the faith of the commoners." Expressing concern, the Empress Dowager tucked in the quilt for Emperor Xianda and said, "It's truly a blessing for the Empire that His Majesty is still worrying about state affairs when His Majesty has yet to recover. Pan Rugi, go." Pan Rugi acknowledged her orders and gingerly retreated out of the door. The Empress Dowager continued, "The way I see it, this 8th son of the Xin clan truly wants to repent and mend his ways. He is completely different from Shunwei. He is a child you can use." Emperor Xianda said his health isn't good. "I'm afraid he's unable to take on any duties. Maybe it'd be better for him to remain in the temple for recuperation." However, the Empress Dowager slowly put her hand down and said, "What His Majesty has said is logical, but he is already out. If we send him back again for no reason, it will inevitably arouse suspicions about the case. Isn't that contrary to what His Majesty wants?" Emperor Xianda smiled and turned to Xin Zichuan. He said, "The Empress Dowager likes and thinks highly of you. You must keep this in mind in the future. Don't go down the same path that disloyal and unfilial father of yours did. Let's send you to the imperial bodyguards then. The 12 offices have varying degrees of duties. There will naturally be something you can do." Xin Zichuan prostrated himself and kowtowed to thank the emperor for his benevolence. After all the others had left, Emperor Xianda leaned over the edge of the bed and vomited out all the medicine he had drunk earlier. The quilt covering his hand had been wrung until it was all creased. Under the dim light of the candles in the room, Emperor Xianda's face was ashen. His illness was evidently already at the critical stage. With Pan Rugi supporting her, the Empress Dowager walked along the water veranda. Tu Hua Xiangyi held the newly picked lotus in her hands and followed behind them at a distance together with the other maidservants in attendance. Since his last bout of illness, His Majesty has been acting more and more arbitrarily. The Empress Dowager strolled and said, How can a critically ill person work so hard for the state? As they say, illness comes like an avalanche. 3 Panrugi said, His Majesty is getting anxious. Back then, when I chose Janyun, it was because I valued his gentle and refined ways, as well as his deference and submissiveness. Although he has been ill over the years, he could be said to have done his best. The Empress Dowager looked at Panrugi and said, But who would anticipate that he would be so fearful of the Shao clan? Every time he has to make a choice, he would always prefer not to offend anyone. But how in the world would things always go the way he wishes it to be? When all is said and done, your orders are the ones we obey when it comes to the matters in Kudu. Panrugi said, Wait for a few more days for the imperial concubine, Weinyangyang, for to get pregnant with a son. Then your Majesty will no longer need to worry. The Empress Dowager turned her hand over and patted Panrugi on the arm. She said meaningfully, Before imperial concubine Wei is with child, we'll still need you to keep watching over His Majesty's health. Ever since receiving your Majesty's order, Panrugi responded, this slave has been paying attention. The people outside had already more or less dispersed by the time Shin Sichuan came out. He walked with Ji Gang in a single file down the stairs and saw Xiaoqie leaving on his horse. Wasn't the imperial army written off? Looking at Xiaoqie's waist and legs, Shin Sichuan said, but from all appearances he clearly has not fallen behind on his martial arts. An expert in horseback archery, Ji Gang squinted his eyes and sized him up for a moment. But without exchanging blows with him, I won't know the extent of the lad's strength. If he could already draw the great bow of heaven 5 years ago, then I'm afraid he's even stronger now. Chuaner, don't engage in a fight with him unless absolutely necessary. Shin Sichuan did not answer, but he was taken by surprise when the man who was about to turn the corner suddenly reined in his horse and turned back to charge straight at him. Shin Sichuan looked at Xiaoqie without dodging or giving way. When Xiaoqie's horse was right before him, it suddenly brushed past him. Shin Sichuan's sleeves and robe went fluttering from the gush of wind, falling back down after a moment. What does this case have to do with you? Xiaoqie's horse circled around Shin Sichuan. It has nothing to do with me. Shin Sichuan smiled at him again, but it has a great deal to do with the second young master. Panrugi lost his lapdog, and I took a tumble. No one benefits from it today, and yet you get to reap from it. Xiaoqie leaned over from his horse and looked at him. How does someone who is a tough cookie still get to be so lucky? It's all by virtue of the second young master's noble aura. Shin Sichuan also looked at him and said with humility, If it weren't for the move the second young master made, then how would I have made it out? Xiaoqie's eyes were cold. He said, You are well informed. Just a cheap little trick. Shin Sichuan said. Xiaoqie looked at the sky. The gerfalcon had caught a sparrow back and was hovering in the air to seek its reward. There's no harm in letting you out. Xiaoqie whistled, and the gerfalcon immediately landed on the tile. It stepped on the sparrow and tore it apart. He looked at Shin Sichuan again. Kudu is so big. One has to find entertainment somehow. A noble is truly a noble. Shin Sichuan said, Even the entertainment you seek differs from others. Dining, whining, whoring, and gambling are all beneath your notice. You just had to have your fun with people. However, having fun alone isn't as good as having fun together. How boring would it be if I'm the only one accompanying you? Look at you. Xiaoqie grasped the horsewhip and lifted the corners of his mouth. You are such a delight. Why would I want others to butt in between us? Shin Sichuan said, That would be too much for me to bear. I have even found so many friends for the second young master. Better worry about yourself than worry about me. Xiaoqie retracted his gaze. There are good career prospects in the imperial bodyguards, and Ji Lei thinks so highly of you. I'm sure he will be looking forward to your presence. Shin Sichuan chuckled aloud. He looked at Xiao Qie with smiling eyes and said in a gentle tone, "You and I are but birds in a cage. I may have good future prospects, but aren't you having it easy too? I have no worries and concerns, and being all alone, I'm free from constraints. But second young master, can you do the same?" Against the backdrop of hanging lanterns on both sides, Shen Zichuan looked increasingly pretty, like that of jade. The gerfalcon finished feeding on flesh and blood and landed back onto Xiao Qie's shoulder. "Since we are all caged birds," Xiao Qie flicked away the dust on the gerfalcon's feathers, "then why pretend to be carefree?" Shen Zichuan returned to the temple at night. Once he took his medicine, he sat across Grand Mentor Qi in the courtyard with a small table between them. Ji Gang had built a small courtyard in Zhao Zui Temple and acceded to Grand Mentor Qi's request to plant some bamboo and set up a vegetable garden. It was truly a refreshing experience to be sitting outside on a summer night. "His Majesty has no wish to pursue the matter," Shi Zichuan said, "just so he could protect Prince Chu. That was why he allowed me out. Teacher truly has incredible foresight." Incredible or not, it's still too early to come to a verdict yet. Grand Mentor Qi tapped the chess piece on the table and clicked his tongue. He said, "Last time they said that His Majesty had been so sick since the beginning of the year that he could not get up. He is now in the prime of his life, and there is the Imperial Academy of Medicine to take care of him. And yet he is even weaker now than he was in his former residence. It may well be said that Pan Rugi deserves the credit for this." Ji Gang squatted at the entrance, grinding a stone. He said, "His fury was most likely directed at them. Even Ji Lei was punished with them. Obviously, he has been harboring hatred against them for a long time. If one feels that time is running out for him, then he will grow bolder." Grand Mentor Qi said, "All along, he has been an emperor who spends his entire life making concessions for the sake of overall interest. The Empress Dowager doesn't like Prince Chu, but there is only Prince Chu left to ascend to the throne. Today, Ji Lei kept incriminating Prince Chu. If this was because Pan Rugi put him up to it, the bitterness of the medicine lingered in Shin Zichuan's mouth. He scrunched up his forehead and said, "Then I believe it. Since Pan Rugi has the intent to send Prince Chu to his doom, it must be because he no longer has any concerns about future consequences. There is another heir in the palace, one who is far easier to manipulate than Prince Chu. The former emperor exercising self-restraint." Ji Gang blew away the dust and said, "I seriously doubt that. Furthermore, if there is really an heir, how would they have been able to hide him all these years? As long as the Li blood runs in him, he's the imperial heir." Grand Mentor Qi knocked the chess piece and said, "The former emperor might not have one, but can't the current one beget another? Once his harem gives birth to an heir, and he breathes his last, then the Empress Dowager will be able to carry the baby in her arms to hold court and administer affairs of the state without even hanging up the bead curtain. When the time comes, they can appoint Hua Xiqian as the minister in custody of the infant. By then, Dazhou will truly take on the surname Hua. But Xiao Qie is on good terms with Prince Chu, and the Xiao clan has everything to gain and nothing to lose if Prince Chu ascends to the throne." Shin Zichuan stroked his chess piece. "Li Bei will not simply sit idle and do nothing. As long as Prince Chu is still alive, Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai from the Bianjuan Commandery can command their troops to storm Kudu. How could the 8 great training divisions afford to fight this battle?" Grand Mentor Qi pressed down on the small table with his elbows and scratched his messy hair. He said, "Lands how muddle-headed are you? You think the Empress Dowager wouldn't have thought of that? Then what would they want Xiao Qie 5 years ago for? With Xiao Qie in their hands, Xiao Jiming would not dare to make a rash move. Kudu's 8 training divisions can't win if they come up against Li Bei's armored cavalry. But what about Qidong's garrison troops? There is no reason for the Qi clan to get involved in this fight. Just for the sake of the words loyalty to the sovereign, Qi Juyin would still have to deploy the troops to stop Xiao Jiming. Seeing Shen Zichuan contemplating it in silence, Ji Gang said, "Isn't the current emperor still alive? So why worry about it? What's more crucial is tomorrow. Tomorrow, Chuan will join the imperial bodyguards, right under Ji Lei's command. I'm worried. That's why I said I didn't have incredible foresight." Grand Mentor Qi said irritably, "His Majesty assigned Lanzhou to the imperial bodyguards to achieve his own purpose and to acquiesce to Her Majesty's wish. But does he really not remember who was the one who interrogated Lanzhou in the imperial prison? What do you think he's planning by having adversaries come face to face with one another? There's still something I want to ask you, Ji Gang. When you found Xia Fuzzy today, was he really still breathing?" Ji Gang wiped the stone with his fingertip. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's hard to say. The timing was too tight for me to take a careful look." "That's right." Grand Mentor Qi looked at Shen Zichuan. "Think about it carefully. If Xia Fuzzy was already dead before we could lay our hands on him, then who did it?" Chapter 15, Oriole. Chapter 15, Oriole. The next day was the day Shen Zichuan ought to make a trip down to the imperial bodyguards to receive his post. It coincided with the day Shi Guwen's younger brother of the same parents, Shi Hongxian, hosted a banquet. He had invited all the up-and-coming scholars and promising talents in Kudu to have a civilized discourse at the Chaodong Tavern. Shi Hongxian was an obese man. When he sat down, someone had to attend to him at the side and fan him. Grasping onto a bamboo fan, he said, "This year is this humble one's lucky year. Although I did not get to invite Yanqing Wen, I managed to invite Yuan Zhua." Xue Xiuzhua had to attend to his official duties, so he could not make it this day. The Yuan Zhua Shi Hongxian mentioned was the current Secretariat Elders, Hailiangyi, beloved disciple Yao Wenyu. These three men could address each other with such familiarity as they were all from the 8 great clans of Kudu and had forged a friendship since childhood. Just then, the bead curtain was lifted, and in walked an elegant scholar as gentle and as pure as jade. He was dressed in a raven blue, wide-sleeved robe with slanting collars, along with a Zhaowen bag, 2 hanging on his waist. On hearing that, he merely smiled. The various Confucian scholars, 3 at the feast, rose in a welcome. For a moment, the sounds of conventional greetings being exchanged rang out. Yao Wenyu said his greeting to them one at a time. It was only after he invited everyone to take their seats that he sat down and responded, "We meet every year. How am I worthy of the 2 words, rare presence?" As humble as he was, none of those present dared to belittle him, because Yao Wenyu was the child prodigy of Kudu in his early years. He composed poems at 8 years of age, and eulogies 4 and proses 5 at 12. He was the jade the old master of the Yao clan held in his palms. In order not to let his talents wane, he took Hailiangyi as his teacher. Hailiangyi was, by nature, inflexible and stern. To this day, he only had this one student, one that he prized greatly. After the small talk, they began to discuss the current situation. Shi Hongxian waved his hand to signify to his attendant to stop fanning him and said, "There is indeed something strange going on lately in Kudu. I wonder if the various brothers still remember the Prince of Jianxing, Shen Wei, who set himself on fire for fear of punishment 5 years ago. The vile man who colluded with the enemies and cowered without fighting." One of them seated in the row straightened up and said, "He should have been beheaded under the law. Even executing his entire clan wouldn't be too much. It is regrettable that His Majesty is so benevolent that he just had to spare the life of that last remaining member of the Shin clan. This morning, I heard that he had been released. The evidence for Shen Wei's crime is conclusive. As the son of a criminal official whose troops had suffered a defeat, how could he take up a post? How do they expect the virtuous talents from all over to accept this?" "Exactly," Shi Hongxian said. "How is this going to work out? There has never been such a precedent before." Most likely, it's Her Majesty who wants to protect him. Someone else said, I have long heard that this remaining member has some relationship with the Hua clan. But how could personal relationships prevail over state laws? Isn't this a violation of the law itself? Shi Hongxian sighed heavy-hearted. I'm afraid this will set a precedent that will give all the future heirs of officials guilty of crimes a loophole to exploit. This immediately stirred up the Confucian scholars. Owing to the severity of Shen Wei's crimes, they could not allow Shen Zichuan to be released. What does Yuan Jue think? Yao, when you drank his tea, and said amiably, I haven't been in the capital for a long time, so I am not aware of the details. I'm not in the position to say a word. Shi Hongxian said in understanding, That's right. You are often away for studies, so you aren't aware of what's happening in Kudu. Someone among them spoke. All of us here are learned men who are widely read in the classics and literature. We are all men with a sense of honor and shame, and we are all well acquainted with the law. We mustn't simply sit and do nothing. Shi Hongxian said, Then what should we do? That person answered, We are all students of the Imperial College. 6, if the public sentiment is roused, then His Majesty would have to reconsider it. Why not let us return and kneel together before Mingli Hall to beseech His Majesty to retract his order and punish the remaining member of the Shen clan severely? Sounds of assent rose among those at the feast. Shi Hongxian clapped his hands and said in commendation, Excellent! All of you here are indeed the pillars of the country. You will be remembered throughout the ages for this kneel today. This humble one is ashamed. Although I'm not a student of the Imperial College, I'm still willing to join all of you. The Confucian scholar who had spoken earlier said, That wouldn't do. Brother Hongshuan's elder brother is the seal-holding commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions. If you get implicated in this matter, then you would only stand to lose. Gentlemen, let's us be the ones to go. As the feast came to an end, Yao Wenyu called the shopkeeper to steam some tender and palatable meat dishes. As he waited, he listened to the whisperings of the Confucian scholars who had gone downstairs. What Yuan Jue, the unpolished jade? 7, isn't he just a coward? Look at him earlier. He didn't even dare to say a word. How can he be compared to brother Hongshuan's benevolence? Yao, when you send a pine nut to his mouth and let loose a soundless laugh. However, he did not step out to contend with them. By the time he came out after his meat bun was ready, the scholars had already more or less dispersed. Shi Hongxian said, Yuan Jue, shall I give you a lift? No, thanks. Yao, when you lifted the meat in his hand, I'm heading for teacher's residence. Both men bid each other farewell. Shi Hongxian looked at Yao Wenyu's departing back and sneered for a moment before he said, Let's go. On the other side, Shen Zichuan had already arrived at the Imperial Bodyguard's courtyard. He strode across the threshold and earned himself the gaze from everyone all around. The entire compound of hurrying and busying Imperial bodyguards just had to catch a glimpse at him even when they were just passing by. The one leading the way was Gu Qingqing. He took Shen Zichuan to the duty records room and said, The Imperial bodyguards are sorted into 4 groups of men. The first group is selected from civilian households. 8, where their sister is the female head of household 9 who sweeps 10 in the palace. The brother would then come to the Imperial bodyguards and put on a temporary waist token. 11, although he is exempt from service, he is not paid a salary. An example of this group is Xiaowu. The second group are those who have received a recommendation by the Palace Gongong, called Conferment by Eunuch S. 12 Recommendation. A case in point is the Commander-in-Chief. The third are those born of military households, with a position inherited. I'm a prime example of this. The fourth group are those with specialized skills and talents in different fields. These are chosen by His Majesty himself, irrespective of their backgrounds. This category of men are all very formidable. You will naturally get your chance to meet them in the future. 113, as Gu Qingqing spoke, he lifted the hanging screen and informed him, This is the place where you need to register in the official records to receive your post. When Shen Zichuan entered, the noise in the records room came to an abrupt halt. All the imperial bodyguards with different attires and different waist tokens turned their heads over. A strange silence descended upon the hall. Shen Zichuan, the man sitting behind the table with his legs crossed, pushed aside the book before him and looked at him. "That's you, huh?" Shen Zichuan saw him dressed in a flying fish attire. 14 imperial bodyguards, whose ranks were not of assistant regional commander and above, were not allowed to wear this attire. So he gave a slight bow and replied, "That's me." This man's hair was hanging over his forehead, and his stubble had yet to be tidied. His behavior and bearing were rather unconventional. He touched his chin and smiled, as expected of the son of a dancer courtesan. Xin Wei's extravagant spending all just to win the smile of the beauty back then had not been in vain. "Ching Ching, give him the token." Saying so, he tossed the token on the table that had already been prepared to Gu Ching Ching. Gu Ching Ching caught the token and handed it to Shen Zichuan. He said, "Lance Hao, this is the Judge 15 of the Imperial Bodyguards. He made a special trip here today just to deliver the token to you. This humble servant is Qiao Tianya." Having said that, Qiao Tianya motioned for Shen Zichuan to look at his token. Shen Zichuan turned the waist token over and looked at Qiao Tianya again. Qiao Tianya said, "The domesticated elephant's office, is it? That's where you will be going. Ching Ching will lead you there later. But first, there are some rules I have to tell you. Our Imperial Bodyguards tokens are as precious as the tokens from the 8 great training divisions. When you are not on duty on your days off, you have to keep it properly. You cannot lend it out to outsiders. Although everyone is assigned to duties in the 12 offices, those aren't your main job. Our job is to serve His Majesty. We do whatever His Majesty tells us to do. Other than the assignments in the 12's office, we also have to take turns to serve as eyes and ears. If something major happens, such as our arrest of you 5 years ago, we will need His Majesty's Imperial Edict. 16, only when we have the document and the special tokens for arrests in hand that we can proceed. Allocation for any missions we get will not be decided by me or the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, everyone will draw lots and let the lots decide. 17G Gang had briefed Shen Zichuan on this before, so he nodded his head and said nothing. One last thing. Qiao Tianya stood up and looked around everyone in the hall. He said, "The Imperial Bodyguards are all of one mind. Once you hang our waist token, you are our brother. All kinds of grudges in the past will disperse with the wind. There will be no secret attempts to frame or make a fool of our own brother. If there is, and you are discovered, then all your tokens will be revoked with your name struck off, and you will all be kicked into the Imperial prison to be dealt with severely." Everyone around them turned their gazes away and focused on their own work. Satisfied, Qiao Tianya turned and said to Shen Zichuan, "You may go." Shen Zichuan bowed in farewell and followed Gu Qingqing out of the door. "I thought it would be an Imperial regalia post like the fan office." 18 Gu Qingqing looked at Shen Zichuan and said, "The domesticated elephant's office works fine too." "I have had many conjectures too." Shen Zichuan smiled and said, "But I never thought that I'd be going to raise elephants." The domesticated steeds office is currently a good place to be posted to. The golden saddled horses are all raised on behalf of the nobles. It's easy to get a recommendation for a promotion once you have contacts with them and go on to be on familiar terms with them. As for the domesticated elephant's office, Gu Qingqing had an odd expression on his face. It's not really an idle job. You even have to attend morning court sessions. 19, and those batches of elephant lords are really a pain in the ass to serve. But the Commander-in-Chief hardly goes there, so it won't be easy for him to create trouble for you. The domesticated elephant's office was close to Mingli Public Road in Kudu's Imperial City, which led right to Kaling River. When the weather was hot, they had to herd the elephants over to the river to drink and bathe. Not only that, during the daily morning court sessions, they also had to lead 6 elephants to stand at both sides of the imperial stairs. If there was a major festive court meet or a hunting extravaganza, then they had to increase the number of elephants. These elephants would not only attend morning court sessions like the morning court officials did, but they would also be dismissed from court sessions together with the morning court officials. But while the morning court officials would find it a challenge to recuperate if they were to fall ill, the elephants could, since they were just like the imperial bodyguards who took turns to be on duty. 20 Shin Sichuan had never even raised a dog before, and now they were giving him the impossible challenge of raising elephants. All he could say was that life's unpredictable. Both men were still on their way when they heard someone running after them. Gu Qingqing looked back and asked, "What's the matter?" The imperial bodyguard who came after them looked at Shen Sichuan and said with a solemn expression, "The token is suspended. He can't take up the post today. Return to the records room quickly." Shen Sichuan asked, "Is there a new deployment order from the palace?" "There's no new order from the palace, but 3,000 students of the Imperial College are on hunger strike and kneeling in protest to beseech His Majesty to retract his order and to deal with the Shen clan severely." Gu Qingqing's countenance changed as he looked at Shen Sichuan, having been grounded for punishment. Xiao Qie lay on the couch and flipped through the storytelling script. 21 Even when he heard Qinyang announce Prince Chu's arrival, he could not be bothered to get up. "I'm being grounded." Xiao Qie ate a fruit without raising his head. "So why are you swaggering in this brazenly?" Li Jianheng tossed down Xiao Qie's viceroy token and said in agitation, "Suin, something big has happened." Xiao Qie's eyelid twitched. Li Jianheng continued, 3,000 students have kneeled to ask His Majesty to punish Shin Sichuan severely. They kneeled until it was dark and went on a hunger strike to force His Majesty to retract his orders. When His Majesty heard of this during dinner, he was so angry that he collapsed back onto the bed again. Xiao Qie looked at that waste token and said, "Toss it out." The 8 great training divisions won't break the students up, so they told me to deliver the token back to you. If the Imperial Army can disperse the students tonight, then your score with them will be written off. Anxious, Li Jianheng stamped his foot and said, "The Imperial Army can't do anything else, but isn't it easy to deal with a few students who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken? It's a good thing." Xiao Qie lifted the book to cover his face. After a moment of silence, he said through clenched teeth, "And what a fucking good thing it is." The students of the Imperial College were future candidates for the Imperial Court, and they could influence the way the wind blew among the local Confucian scholars. Shiguan knew that they were hot potatoes he could not lay a hand on. If Xiao Qie really moved these 3,000 students today, then the first one to be buried under their brushes and spit in the future would be him. Where is Shen Sichuan now? Xiao Qie suddenly sat up and asked with his hands on his knees. "I heard that he went to the Imperial Bodyguard's records room early in the morning." Li Jianheng looked at him putting on his clothes and followed up with a question. "Where are we going?" "Are we going to look for Shen Sichuan?" Xiao Qie went down the stairs where Qinyang had already prepared his horse. He mounted it and spurred it on to depart. Chapter 16. Rainstorm. Chapter 16. Rainstorm. The wind rose a while later, followed by the fall of rain. Xiao Qie braved the rain and galloped his horse through it. He arrived at the Imperial College just in time to hear Gao Zhongxiong shouting with his head raised. "As long as the traitor is not executed, the wrath of the public will not be appeased." The students at the back kowtowed and echoed in unison. "As long as the traitor is not executed, the wrath of the public will not be appeased." The rain spattered upon the earth, soaking the students' robes and hair. Xiao Qie reined in his horse, and the horse trod its hooves on the same spot. He looked at them for a moment, then said in a loud voice, "What have you been doing earlier? If all of you gentlemen here had kneeled to make your case back Then, when that surviving descendant entered the capital, then he would never have lived to this day. Gao Zhongxiong's chest heaved. He said, "Viceroy, as they say, it's better late than never. This surviving descendant is still wet behind the ears, and he has yet to spread his wings. As long as His Majesty is willing to retract his order and deal with him severely, it will still be a consolation to all the loyal souls of Zhongbua. There is absolutely no reason to rescind an imperial edict of the Son of Heaven," one Xiaoqie said. "By kneeling, you are not beseeching His Majesty to revoke his decree, but forcing him into it. The various gentlemen here are all loyal and filial men of the world. There are 100 ways you can use to make your appeal. So why insist on making such an unwise move?" "Your Excellency," Gao Zhongxiong looked up. "Men who wield brushes die in remonstrations, while men who wield swords die in battles. If we have to watch helplessly as His Majesty is deceived into handling affairs in such a muddle-headed way, then we might as well spill our blood on the imperial terrace tonight to die for our beliefs," Xiaoqie said, using the threat of death at every turn. "Is that all civil servants since ancient times are capable of?" The rain intensified. The students did not budge. Xiaoqie dismounted and squatted before Gao Zhongxiong. The heavy rain poured like a waterfall. He leaned in and asked, "Who is the instigator?" With a look of great resolve, Gao Zhongxiong said, "My loyalty to my sovereign is what drives me." Giving off the air of a ruffian, Xiaoqie said, "I don't think so. Of course, if you want to protect an outsider, you can. It's just that your action tonight has implicated all those 3,000 fellow students behind you. If the Emperor flies into a rage and turns tonight into a bloodbath, then you will be no different from that last descendant of the Xin clan. All of you will be sinners condemned through the ages. And this isn't even the scariest thing. What's worse is that His Majesty would still be unwilling to rescind his edict even if your head rolls. You persevered in your studies despite the hardships for 12 years, all just to do the dirty work for another?" Gao Zhongxiong lifted his arm and wiped away the rainwater on his face. He said, "What I'm doing is a matter of loyalty and righteousness. It's completely different from the Shen clan's traitorous act. Even if all 3,000 of us were to die here tonight, even if our blood were to overflow the imperial terrace, we are doing it all for His Majesty." Xiaoqie said, "The situation now is that the palace has neither withdrawn its order for Shen Zichuan to take up post, nor have they sent out an imperial edict to appease the students. Do you still not understand His Majesty's intention from this? For each day His Majesty does not retract his decree." Gao Zhongxiong persisted, "We will neither eat, rise, nor retreat." The thunderstorm rumbled. Xiaoqie rose to his feet. Chunyang wanted to hold up an umbrella for him, but he raised his hand to stop him. Rain seeped into his robe. Even the token hanging on his waist was dripping water. "Viceroy," Chunyang suddenly spoke in a soft voice, "the imperial bodyguards are here." Xiaoqie turned his head back in the rain and saw Qiao Tinya arriving on his horse. The latter dismounted and cupped his fists together from afar to pay his obeisances. A sudden commotion rose among the students when they saw the red cavalry. Too, this is a knotty issue. It wouldn't do to trouble the viceroy over it. Qiao Tinya held on to his blade and smiled. "One of the imperial bodyguards is the target here. So naturally the imperial bodyguards should be the one to resolve this ourselves." "Resolve?" Xiaoqie raised his arm almost thoughtlessly and placed it on Qiao Tinya's shoulder. He said, "How does the judge 3 want to resolve this matter? They are just a bunch of unarmed students. There's no need to trouble the imperial bodyguards over them. The emperor is the highest authority in Kudu." Qiao Tinya looked askance at him. "Whoever has the gall to defy His Majesty's orders are the enemies of the imperial bodyguard." Xiaoqie looked at him right in the eyes. After a moment, both men burst into laughter. "My man," Xiaoqie said, "you are gutsy. It's raining hard and cold. Xiao Tinya tightened his grip on his blade and said, "I'll send someone to escort you back to your residence." "I just arrived a moment ago." Xiao Qia's hand remained on Qian Tianya's shoulder to hold his arm, which was grasping the hilt of his blade in place. He was still smiling as he said, "There's no harm in staying a little longer." Xiao Tianya said, "This matter is a difficult one. Why muddy the waters?" Xiao Qia said, "It's precisely because it's tough to handle that we can't get rid of them all at once. These students are all great minds of the state. None of us can take responsibility for it if there's one of them less." The man dismounting his horse at the back was dressed in a thin, wide-sleeved garment. He did not carry a blade with him. Sandwiched between the pack of imperial bodyguards, he stood out conspicuously like a sore thumb. Xiao Tianya loosened his grip on his blade and shouted, "Lance Hao, come here!" Shun Zichuan turned around and exchanged glances with Xiao Qia. Xiao Tianya leisurely shifted Xiao Qia's arm away and said, "The Viceroy's worry is valid. However, the imperial bodyguards don't merely know how to bulldoze our way through our jobs. I still have some other arrangements on my end. In a while, the Emperor's order will arrive. Oh, both of you are old friends, aren't you? Lance Hao, stay here with the Viceroy for a moment. He's scared." Shin Zichuan gathered his sleeves and looked at the students in the rain. Xiao Qia took a few glances at him and commented, "Your waist token has been hung up pretty fast." Shin Zichuan said, "The second young master's token has been returned pretty fast too." Xiao Qia's expression was cold, but he smiled and said, "You may seem to be the target of this matter, but the truth is that the real target is the palace. So how's it? Because your gains were too little yesterday, you have to stir up trouble the moment you get out of your cage?" Shin Zichuan tilted his head slightly and looked at him with pure, kind eyes. He said, "The second young master thinks too highly of me. Where on earth would I have the capability to stir things up? Since the target is the palace, then wouldn't the second young master know better than I, who currently harbor the most desire to see His Majesty fall out with the Hua clan?" Xiao Qia said, "I don't get what you mean. Circuitous stuff is all beyond my understanding." Shen Zichuan smiled at him and said, "We are old acquaintances. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me." Xiao Qia did not answer him. Instead, he offhandedly lifted a finger to flick Shin Zichuan's waist token. He said, "The domesticated elephant's office is a good place. You must be happy, huh?" "I am." Shan Zichuan said, "It just happens that I have some experience in taming ferocious beasts." "Not really an experience." Xiao Qia said, "That was a deep conversation between the same kind." "How would I dare to call it such?" Shin Zichuan coughed softly and said, "If the talks break down and I receive yet another kick, then wouldn't all my previous efforts go to waste?" "Use your teeth, then." Xiao Qia took the umbrella from Qin Yang's hand and held it up above his head. At the same time, he blocked Shin Zichuan and said, "You have a sharp tongue and a smart mouth, don't you? So what are you afraid of?" "I value my life." Shin Zichuan sighed, as if with emotion. As they said, the kindness of a drop of water given in times of need should be repaid multifold with a gushing spring. For there is so much more I wish to repay the second young master with. "Have you gotten the wrong person?" Xiao Qia scoffed. "That can't be." Shin Zichuan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qia and said calmly to him, "I recognize you." "Fine, then." Xiao Qia looked askance at him as well and said, "I want to see how much I owe you too." The voices outside the umbrella were cut off. Both men stood shoulder to shoulder, accentuating the height difference between them. "Actually, there is no way you can stay out of this matter." Xiao Qia gazed at the students in the rain. "If one dies tonight, there will naturally be someone who will lay the blame on you. There will only be more and not less of the 40,000 souls who have died unjust deaths." Shen Zichuan played it down. Since they are afraid of death, then why be someone else's weapon? Even if someone wants to pin this on me, it doesn't mean I have to plead guilty, do I? Both men fell silent again. Xiao Tinya sat astride under the shed and cracked melon seeds. Seeing as it was almost time, he shook the seeds off his robe and rose to his feet. Sure enough, he saw a sedan chair coming towards them amid the color of the night. The curtain lifted. Unexpectedly, it was Pan Rugi who came. The little eunuch supported Pan Rugi with a hand, while Ji Lei followed at the side holding up an umbrella for him. Wearing a robe with a tiger, mugwort, and 5 poisons, 5 mandarin square 6, and a yendan hat 7 on his head, Pan Rugi let Xiao Tinya lead him to the students. Such a heavy downpour. Xiao Tinya reined in his smile and said, "To think they actually sent the director to grace us with your presence." Pan Rugi looked askance at Gao Zhongxiong and asked Xiao Tinya he won't retreat. Xiao Tinya replied, "Scholars are all bullheaded. They're neither enticed by the carrot nor browbeaten by the stick." Then, I'm afraid the stick isn't hard enough. Pan Rugi had lost his right-handed man yesterday, and he had nowhere to vent all his pent-up anger. With the little eunuch supporting him, he came to stand before Gao Zhongxiong. "You are all men who are well read in the classics and literature. How is it that you can't understand the words, overstepping your authority? The affairs of the imperial court are to be discussed in the imperial court itself. It is not something brats like you, who are still wet behind the ears, can influence." On seeing this well-known lackey of the Hua faction, Gao Zhongxiong could not help but straighten his back and say, "Every man has a duty to his country. Since the Imperial College students receive a stipend from the sovereign, then they must serve him loyally. Treacherous toadies abound all around His Majesty now. If we still don't, treacherous toadies—" Pan Rugi laughed coldly. "What a fine way to put it! Who instigated you to slander the imperial court and malign His Majesty?" "A loyal! Cut the crap!" Pan Rugi suddenly commanded. "You act upon the instigation of those with sinister motives and publicly defy the imperial decree. You incite your clique to slander the imperial court and the people. If this man goes unpunished, then what's the use of the law? Men, take him down!" Gao Zhongxiong had never expected Pan Rugi to be so daring that he would indiscriminately take others down. He immediately braced himself in the rain and shouted himself hoarse. "Who dares to? I was chosen by His Majesty himself to study at the Imperial College. The villain stands before us, and eunuchs endanger the state. The Empress Dowager wields control over the state affairs and refuses to return governance to its rightful master. The ones who should be taken down are treacherous ministers and traitors like you. Drag him away." Ji Lei immediately said in reproach when he saw Pan Rugi enraged. The imperial bodyguards stepped forward to drag him away. Gao Zhongxiong's attempt to climb to his feet was thwarted. He raised his arms in the direction of the palace and shouted, "My death today is truly a remonstration to the death. Since the eunuch wants to kill me, then let him kill. Your Majesty." Xiao Tinya gripped Gao Zhongxiong by the neck. Unable to breathe, the latter struggled and shouted intermittently, "Your Majesty, the treacherous ministers are in power. Then, what's the point of loyalty and righteousness?" Xiao Qiye said inwardly to himself, "Oh shit." What happened next was just as he expected. Sorrow and indignation ran high among the 3,000 students. Life and death had no place here right this instant, as it was forced out by this vehement elegy. Rising to their feet in the rainstorm, the students charged at the imperial bodyguards. Eunuchs endanger the state. They pulled their Zhaowen bags, 8 off their waists, and flung them at Pan Rugi. Bitter cries rang out. Treacherous ministers are in power. Ji Lei hurriedly shielded Pan Rugi and guarded him as he ushered the latter back in a retreat. He chided them furiously. "What are you doing? Staging a rebellion. This is the real traitor to the nation. The students threw themselves against the imperial bodyguards as the imperial bodyguards held them back. Their fingers almost jabbed Ji Lei's face, while specks of saliva sprayed towards them. Traitor! Traitor! Xiao Qie swiftly tossed the umbrella to Xin Zichuan and hurried down the stairs. Xin Zichuan stood alone on high ground and watched the chaos with cool detachment. Pan Rugi had been shoved back into his sedan, and Ji Lei even lost his shoe in the melee. Storms are rife in the martial fraternity. From a distance away, Shen Zichuan said softly to Ji Lei, "Your Excellency Ji, what a truly wonderful sight." A chuckle rose from under the umbrella. He leisurely turned the umbrella and looked at Xiao Qie's back. Grand Mentor Qi and Ji Gang were drinking wine and tea under the eaves. Ji Gang drank his tea and said, "Was killing Xiaofuzi a ploy to let Chuaner out?" Grand Mentor Qi took small sips of the wine as though he could not bear to drink it. He hugged the gourd and said, "Who knows? Make a guess yourself." Ji Gang turned around and said, "No matter what, his safety is the most important." Grand Mentor Qi shook the gourd and said, "It is only by making a risky move that a soldier can take his foe by surprise. You taught him martial arts so that he could stay calm in hours of peril. Sometimes we have to put safety aside. It is only when you leave no room for maneuver or escape that one will put up a desperate fight for survival and emerge victorious." Ji Gang watched the rain intensify with a worried frown and said, "I have already made proper arrangement for the task you entrusted me with. This is called casting a long line." 9 Grand Mentor Qi scratched his foot. "If you don't let it brave the water for a few years before you haul in the net, then all you will catch are lousy fishes and prawns. 10 should there come a day you and I both lose our lives in the midst of this. The arrangement today will be the killer move that will preserve his life.